earlier, my man Zan, who never misses, by the way, posted a video called "Destroying
Real.
Shu and Head's live he'll response to me." Basically, there's some drama, and Shu blocked Zan. Zan called out Shu over a thing. I forget all the details. Yeah,
Uh-oh.
okay. So now we're gonna look at the video.
Forgotten
All right, let's do
details
it.
aren't a good sign going into this. Oh boy.
Yes, that's right. Oh, DM also did a video, right, which released earlier. That's right. Demon Mama also never misses, except for whenever she and I have a disagreement, in which case she misses. Shu and Head fans won't watch this, which maybe at least one did.
At least a few did.
Yeah. A 3-hour-long video.
You
okay,
should
so
too.
we have, so I chafed at the 28-minute long video of
It's good.
Shu's,
It's actually
but we have
really
a 2-
good.
and 3-hour video respectively. That's good. Yeah. Okay. All right. Sure. Okay.
This person in
Zan
chat is a
probably
liar.
registered, but legitimately, I can't even think of that many. I can't think of any time that Zan's missed. Does Zan miss? I don't think Zan misses.
I've missed once or
the point
twice.
is, because I don't think I've ever had public
I've definitely missed once or twice, okay? For sure I've missed once or twice, all right? I can guarantee I've missed once or twice. Nobody is perfect.
agreement with Zan, except over Minecraft. DM
Over,
was over that.
over Minecraft, yeah.
I don't even remember. I have such a bad memory. Okay, you can all tell I'm thrilled to be here, right? You can just, oh yeah. Okay, so anyway, if you'd ever watched a drama mama, you would know how in-depth DM's takedowns are. Well, judging by the length of the video, I would assume.
Oh, it's in depth.
Okay,
it's
let's
like
get to it.
It's more like an
so
autopsy.
She did something, and that means I have to talk about it because everyone holds me to account for everything she's ever done. I don't know why this keeps happening. All right, Shu video. Let's do it. Let's find out.
Today we are going.
Oh my God, it's Shu, but it's actually a person. That's crazy.
Hello, everybody.
Is that really fair though? Is that really a fair way to frame? Okay, well now I'm covering Vaush, so we should honestly move the thing. Is that really a fair framing? That feels like a dishonest framing. I don't think this is like Vaush being forced to answer for his friends. Oftentimes it is. There has been many cases where that has happened, and that's obviously stupid and cringe and dumb and cringe and all of that, right? I even said as much in my conversation with Vaush, and I even said as much in, I think, every video I've done, which is 2 so far, talking about this drama. The difference here is, though, that I think it's entered interpersonal territory of, like, Shu calling pretty much every friend on the left Vaush has a pedo over nothing, and also more so political responsibility as a content creator territory, where he is basically now, with Shu's conspiracy mongering and, like, pedo jacketing, we're essentially entering, like, the same territory of people who criticized Shu for being friends with Lauren Southern, as Lauren Southern was going out on boats to stop migrants from getting rescued by rescue crews. And it's like, okay, but when you're sacrificing your morals that much to maintain a friendship, that's a political responsibility. You kind of, your friendships are endorsements. Whether you like it or not, that's just how it works. It sucks, but that's just how the internet works.
Everyone. Today we are going to be talking about the creepy Balenciaga photo shoot you may have heard of, how I helped accidentally kick off Balenciaga Gate, the bizarre defenses of the photo shoot, and how I lost friends over it. No, I'm not joking. This is going to be a wild one. So get comfy, get cozy. I made you some hot chocolate. Look, it's got marshmallows in it.
I don't like marshmallows. Already a big L from Shu. I like hot chocolate, but not marshmallows.
That's an L
So for
from
those of you who
Vaush.
don't know, because I sure as hell did not before all of this, Balenciaga is a high-end fashion clothing brand that sells ugly shit like this for thousands of dollars. I personally do not buy Balenciaga clothing.
What if I told you I had no fucking idea what Balenciaga was before all of this? I'm not even kidding. I actually unironically had no fucking clue what Balenciaga was before all of this happened. I had to Google Balenciaga and I was like, fashion brand, I see. And I like scrolled through their website and I was like, I'm not seeing any like pedo dog whistles. So this is like a really reputable fashion brand? Oh, their shit's expensive. Oh my God. Who's buying this? You know, like that was my reaction. Like yeah.
I'm not a filthy capitalist. I buy my clothes on Amazon, like a good socialist. Anyway, the company is currently under fire for their new holiday collection photo shoot. And when you see these photos, you will probably understand why. One was a little girl on a couch with a very worried, sad look on her face, surrounded by alcohol and...
Let's hope Vaush calls out that they were 2 different photo shoots. The one with the 2 girls and the one with the document that they lovingly call, and I would say kind of slimily and dishonestly call, the CP document. Completely different photo shoots, literally months apart, like 3 months apart.
Holding a teddy bear,
Shu repetitively has said that they are the same photo shoot because it serves her narrative. And by the way, the reason she does that, and she tells a few very easy to disprove lies about like what's on screen. She's about to say that this girl's surrounded by alcohol when, as you can see, there is no alcohol on screen. Personally, I think she knows that, and she knew it when making the script. I think the reason she did that is because anybody who corrects her, she can now say is defending Balenciaga. Have you noticed that? She can just say things that are wrong, and if you criticize her, you're defending Balenciaga. It's easy to frame it that way. It's on purpose. It's deliberate.
Teddy bear that was wearing a full BDSM harness. There was other pictures of the girl laying.
Okay, I have to structure this properly just so we all know where we're coming from. Alcohol? Yeah.
Ooh. Wait. First, also, I think I need to do this for the sake of responsibility. I fucking saw the uncropped version of the image. That's right, guys. Shuan had posted a cropped version of the photo shoot image. You can see some of it here, but this one's still pretty cropped. That is a lint roller. I'm pretty sure these are candles. This is a dog bowl. This is a dog collar. Most of these are plates. There's a dog bed. A shit ton of this is literally a dog harness. And a bunch of other stuff here is also dogs stuff that denotes that this is dog stuff. This isn't kink gear. You think the spiky dog bowl is kink gear? That's a matching harness for a dog that's meant to look like a tough fucking... This is literally meant for a pit bull or a dog that's meant to look tough. I don't know. It does still look a little unsettling, and I'm not trying to say that's not the case, but it still feels so dishonest to crop the image and just kind of manipulate what is being presented to kind of support the conclusion you believe in, you know?
Aren't there wine glasses down here? This is a...
It feels a lot like what Shuan Head accuses the mainstream media of doing with their journalism, you know?
Flask? That's not BDSM? Okay, I'm just going to ignore chat. Let's ignore chat. That's fine. It says H2O. It's a hip flask that says H2O. Do you get it? Do you get...
Wait.
Okay.
Is Vaush defending the alcohol
yeah, we're just
thing?
going to ignore chat on this.
Oh,
okay,
no. Oh, no. She said she said the kid's surrounded by alcohol, and Vaush is defending her on this. And getting mad at chat for calling out the lie. You should debate Vaush. We're catching up still. We're still quite behind. We don't know where this is at. No spoilers in chat if you're watching Vaush's stream and it's getting bad or good or whatever.
I think the Balenciaga images are weird. That is a BDSM harness. I don't care if you're aware of some esoteric other explanation. We're talking about what the public perceives it as. There's always another.
Oh, okay. The public can perceive it a certain way, Vaush, but what matters is the kid being exposed to something inappropriate. I thought the concern here was children's safety. Is the kid being exposed to sexual BDSM shit? No, it's like a terrier harness for a miniature bulldog, especially when you look at the spiked dog bowl that's conveniently cut out of this, along with the other dog related regalia. Sorry, Zan, that's a BDSM harness. Or who could fit in that BDSM harness? This kid couldn't fit in that so-called BDSM harness. How could that fit over a human? Was that supposed to go over your head? That could probably fit over your head. That at best is a BDSM goes over your head harness. That doesn't even fit a human. What are you fucking talking about? But at best, it evokes the aesthetic of leather BDSM gear, which is lots of fashion, by the way. Are we not supposed to be concerned with whether or not kids are safe?
Other way you can interpret basically anything. That's a BDSM harness. This is alcohol coated. These are literally wine and champagne glasses. If you disagree, you're stupid, and I'm sorry. That right there is like a hip flask. It's kind of weird. I don't think it's QAnon.
She said alcohol, not alcohol glasses.
Pedo gate, red pill, whatever. But yeah, it's kind of weird. I've said this a million times. Let's go on.
A full BDSM harness. There was other pictures of the girl laying on the couch, as well as another shot of another said little girl on the bed, surrounded by Balenciaga items, chains, and a whole ass leash. A little weird, a little sussy. The pictures just gave you bad vibes.
Hey chat, I have a question. Does the do the leather bracelets stay on during sex? Do you guys have to do you guys in the BDSM community do you guys just like to wear leather spiked bracelets during sex? That's that's go-to BDSM gear. That's goth. Of course it's fucking goth. That is not a BDSM clad in bear. That is a goth bear. This is the one that's honestly more discomforting for me because of the shirt, mostly because even though I've seen plenty of people wear exactly that shirt, like a sized up version of it that would fit a human, in non-sexual context, like over like a tank top or whatever, and even though that it's on a teddy bear and just that shirt alone is not necessarily sexual, it's just a fish shirt, like it definitely is more represented, I would say, in kink circles than a dog harness that couldn't fit any human ever. And wouldn't even functionally, as its shape work as a BDSM harness unless it's supposed to, like, I don't know, crush your cock and balls inside your asshole or something. I don't know.
Balenciaga items, chains, and a full-ass leash. A little weird, a little sussy. Like, the pictures just gave you bad vibes.
That was the point of those photos. Vaush, it's at its most edgy. There's nothing pedo. Shut up and listen to what I say. I didn't say it was pedo. They're meant to be sussy. The point of these photo shoots are to make people uncomfortable. That's the whole point. Balenciaga, like a lot of corporate brands,
It's shock marketing.
Shock marketing. They try to incite, discomfort as a branding exercise. This happens literally all the time. This is a very sensitive time to be doing that with anything that even remotely resembles like child material. It's as simple as that.
But anyway, to make things even worse, right on their homepage, right next to that photo shoot, was a photo of a purse on a desk. Seems normal, right? But the
I do agree with the whole optics thing. It's going to upset people. The problem is the optics argument is really stupid when you expand it out beyond this issue, right? Like, so much of what anybody does that's on the left, for example, will be taken, regardless of whether or not it's sussy, will be taken to be seen as grooming. I mean, look what the right is doing with the LGBT community right now, right? I don't think that just because the right will take any instance of, say, a kid going to a drag queen story hour and call it grooming, I don't think that means we should ban drag queen story hour or socially discourage it because it could feed into the narrative of the right. The right will call the existence of trans people grooming shit. And in that same way, while none of this would have happened if Balenciaga didn't do that photo shoot in the first place, none of this would have especially happened if Shoe on Head didn't take this conspiracy from small neo-Nazi accounts, such as who she admits she got it from, Brittany fucking Venti, and blow it up onto the scale of, like, national conspiracy theory, like, on par with Pizzagate and fucking QAnon, and it, like, literally Tucker Carlson's talking about it. Like, I'm sorry, but, like, you can't say, oh, Balenciaga brought this on themselves when it's like, no, your friend started this, like, whole, like, moral panic over something you agree is at best sussy and shock marketing. Like, I don't know. Like, no hate to Vaush. I get a little bit rambunctious during responses, okay? It's just me being entertaining.
only visible paper sticking out from under the purse, the only piece of paper with any text on it, conveniently right there, was a court case related to child pornography. Creepy. Coincidentally, 2 days.
She never says what that court case was about, by the way, what conclusion it came to, or what it upholds. It upholds laws restricting and banning child pornography. It is an anti-CP court case. Not only that, but very often, court cases from the Supreme Court, which are copyright-free and completely public domain, open for anybody to just... You can literally go to a database and just click print and download, like, as much paper and ink as your printer has worth of Supreme Court documents, just in... Literally, you can set it to, like, a random order, like scatter, like a shuffle order, or you can set it to a normal, like, order of ascending from page 1 to page whatever the court doc may be. It's available on the website. You just open it up as a PDF. So what they could have done is just clicked the first court document that came up, printed it out as a PDF, because you can do this, and lots of TV shows do this. They don't have to pay royalties for any, thing. Another thing they'll do is there's a type of like text speak they'll use on pieces of paper that people tend to notice that's like fake speech. Lorem ipsum. Yeah, they'll do lorem ipsum over and over again, and it's just people notice it, and it's like, oh, that's just lorem ipsum over and over again on that piece of paper. What the fuck? Especially in a photo shoot, they'd notice it. So they just printed out a Supreme Court case document because it was a bag advertised for businesswomen, which would, I don't know. That bag looks like Kim Wexler would own it. So they basically just made a set where it's like a bunch of papers strewn across the desk, and one of them is a court case document or a page from a court case document upholding laws banning child porn. So I at best, that's creepy, but, like, the problem is, what is being alleged there? The image is blurry as fuck, so you have to, like, digitally enhance it and be a cyber sleuth to figure it out. So it's not like this was supposed to be something people figured out and was part of the shock marketing. It caused nothing but problems for Balenciaga. So the only other logical explanation from Shu's perspective is this was crypto pedo signaling for a larger conspiracy theory, a dangerous and unfounded claim with no evidence.
Before this all hit the internet,
That was a separate photo shoot, but it was there.
Balenciaga left Twitter. Not only did they delete their Twitter account, but they deleted every single photo off of their Instagram page.
Why are you running?
Balenciaga does this every time, like literally all the time. Every time they release a new like fashion line, like literally every single time they release a new fashion line or whatever it's called, they delete all of their social media posts and like completely do like a Fortnite chapter reset. You know, remember the Fortnite black hole event where the whole island got sucked into the black hole? And it was the new island, and we're in chapter 2. They basically do that every time they release a new line. It's some weird bullshit like marketing thing that rich companies can afford to do because their entire client base are millionaires and billionaires. They don't need to have broader like market saturation that like most companies need, that like the average person would be buying.
Why are you running?
So I actually found all this out because I saw a TikTok on my Twitter.
So I heard that apparently Balenciaga frequently does Instagram purges. I don't know if they frequently leave
There we
Twitter,
go.
but I think they do the Insta purges. I don't know if that's related
Good.
necessarily to this. Okay. Oh God, please chat. Please chat. Chat. If you can just hold your shit together, by the end of this, we will all be happier. If you can just calm down and not inject your opinions into this and let me do this, please stop. Okay. The thing that happens every time.
I would personally, if I were Vaush here, and you can do this like pretty easy, I would just turn off chat for like from my end, right? Like just like minimize my chat windows and just look. I could do that, and I could just minimize the chat, and it would be less distracting. That would probably be best here, considering this is a segment that honestly the chat's not going to provide any thoughtful input on, you know, like any other segment Vaush might have, where like the chat kind of acts as sort of a modification for him to bounce off of to sort of elevate his points, you know. Oh, good question. Let me elaborate on this. You know, that's not going to happen here.
Is you guys get riled up to attack Shu, so you make bad criticisms, and that shit sets me off. I don't like seeing people do that with Nazis, let alone Shu, somebody that I'm actually on good terms with. Okay, so if you despise me being on good terms with Shu, if you want to see that come to an end, then it's in your best interest to shut up and let me offer the criticisms. Okay, because I can do it better than you can.
Twitter timeline by the streamer Brittany Venti, and she was talking about this, and I couldn't believe it. So I went to Balenciaga's website.
Is Vaush gonna? Is Vaush gonna?
On my Twitter timeline by the streamer Brittany Venti.
Nazi, not just streamer, Nazi, or at the very least, white nationalist fascist.
No, full on Nazi.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Kind of important to pull that through, I think.
And she was talking about this, and I couldn't believe
Oh,
it.
should I talk about? Can we find footage of Brittany Venti's African cooking show? No, wait, I'm streaming on Twitch. That'd get me banned for even showing the thing that got her banned from Twitch. So for those that don't know, Brittany Venti is a Nazi who did this thing that got her banned from Twitch a while ago. She called it an African cooking show, where she made mud pies with like sticks and rocks and mud and made clicking noises the whole time. It was something.
So I went to Balenciaga's website, and lo and behold, it was real. The creepy photo shoots, the CP document, everything was right there. So I made
The
my own
CP,
stuff, and this
there it
is
is, right? So somebody in chat, I forget who it was, but someone in chat from the Shoe on Head video called it, and they weren't a hater or anything like that, they were being friendly, called it the CP document. Notice that. It's not a CP document, or at least it's not what the terminology CP document would lead you to believe, and yet she calls it that nonetheless. Because if she actually lies about the contents of the document, she can be called out on it. So she's very subtly giving her audience the right idea, right? Lying without actually lying. You guys see it, right? I'm not delusional here. I'm not a delusional SJW, seeing ghosts where they don't exist. Yeah, you mean the anti-CP legislative document. Yes. She knows no one's going to take time to look deep into the picture. That's the thing, right? It kind of reminds me of the H-Bomber guy video about the Roblox oof guy, who is not the Roblox oof guy by any means, who just publicly lied just nonstop to the public's face about like provably false things and got away with it for years. Tommy wants money. Yeah, like it literally took decades for him to be called out on lies as easy to disprove as I was the first ever American to work on a Sonic game. Like, or I have the most awards for this, this, and this, and I'm in the Guinness World Record books. He would just lie about these things and didn't get called out for over a decade. Was a massive public figure. This works. You can just lie like that and people will fall for it. That's what she's doing.
Absolutely popping off. I had no idea the entire internet started talking about it because once
Though she's not doing it as outright as that guy did, for sure.
a tweet of mine starts to blow up, I just mute it and just move on with my day. My tweet was all over mainstream media. New York Post even called me a, quote, eagle-eyed social media watchdog.
Yeah.
Okay? This spiraled completely out of control. People were burning their Balenciaga items.
Why are people, like, acting as though that New York Post saying shoe is cool is a good endorsement? Guys, the last time I covered the New York Post, it was because they doxed they literally dug up a random, like, high school teacher who was doing OnlyFans during the pandemic to make extra money. No weird shit was happening. No students knew about it or anything like that. And they dug it up, found out she was a teacher, doxed her, and got her fired from her job. They did the same to a fucking paramedic, too. And I covered that as well. New York Post is like the tabloid site that doxes sex workers for like clicks and views. They're like scum bottom of the barrel. Why would you ever tout an endorsement by them as a good thing?
There is just no PR team that is going to get them out of this one.
Making rap songs against Balenciaga.
Okay.
Even vandalizing Balenciaga stores.
What do you think might be a possible outcome of tagging retail stores, of tagging Balenciaga retail stores as pedophile dens? What happened during Pizzagate when a guy on the far right thought that a pizza parlor was having a pedophile ring run out the basement by the Democrats? Shu does not disavow this behavior in any way, shape, or form.
Also, just so everyone knows, I am not suicidal. Just in case news comes out that I was found with 3 designer bullets in the back of my head. I don't think Brittany Venti is either, so if either...
That is her response to people tagging buildings like Balenciaga retail stores that are just full of random retail workers working minimum wage. That is her response to them tagging them as pedophile factories. She knows what she's doing. She knows what she's doing.
Either of us, we do not have information that will lead to the arrest of Hillary Clinton.
Okay. I'm just gonna get right to this. Okay, let's.
Oh.
All right. You guys know how in the past I've talked about how there's a difference between people's political opinions and the actual outcomes of the stuff that they say and produce. Here's the issue, okay? In terms of Shu's political opinions, she is a Bernie Sanders supporter through and through. Trust me, I've known her longer
That's
and
real.
closer as a friend than you guys have. She is authentically and sincerely, as a person to her heart, pro-trans, pro-gay, not a communist or whatever, but
she's
authentically, like, ideologically
not perfect
aligned
on
with Bernie
trans
Sanders
issues, I
and
think.
I guess the general movement that he inspired. Like, you can fit her in that category. That is the case. However,
To be clear, all right, I will leave it to you how much this determines how much somebody can really be married to their beliefs. Shuan Head's boyfriend is a full-on Nazi. So I will leave that up to you as to how much that can affect someone's belief system and how much they believe in it.
that is not a person's positions are not a full reflection of the actual outcome that they have as a public figure. So here's the thing that I'm going to do, okay? I'm going to talk about all the ways in which this video and her behavior embolden the far right, even if those aren't her intentions or positions. It is going to take a while. That is what we're going to do. I've said this before with
That's
other
what
people,
I did,
right? There are other
uh-oh.
people whose positions and behavior don't align. Destiny pals around with neo-Nazis and has a community that basically just, like, coddles them and rehabilitates them. But as an actual, like, in terms of his opinions, like, he would align with, like, probably left of center on most things that he actually believes. It's about people's behavior, right? Like, whether you say he was being honest or not, Sargon of Akkad would say that he is like a liberal, progressive, women's rights, whatever, while doing the whole Gamergate thing. Like, what people actually believe. Now, Sargon's an idiot and also very disingenuous, and some say there were things wrong with Destiny too. But what we're really talking about here aren't people's positions. This is one of the reasons why it really frustrates me when people in my community are.
I want to be clear, by the way, I don't think that Shu is lying about, like, her core tenant beliefs necessarily. I think that I think she is a ruthless businesswoman, as Destiny would say about Pokimane, but unironically, I think she is. I think she's actually quite smart when it comes to engaging an online platform and having an online presence. I don't think she's lying about her beliefs in, say, the same way Blair White does, right? Literally changing the results on a political compass test to claim she's in a completely different category of ideological beliefs. What I think Shu is somebody who is not very dedicated to politics or her political beliefs or the morality tied to said political beliefs. And I believe she recognizes that she has an online career to maintain and that she's very good at recognizing where culture is heading and where it's going and where it's been, much like I am. I think that's a skill Shu and I both share. You know how I'm like fairly good at seeing the writing on the wall and determine, okay, yeah, there's going to be a pretty big right-wing resurgence online pretty soon. I said that many times a year ago, got a lot of hate for it. Here we are. I think Shu has a very similar skill. She's been online long enough to have this, and she's got a very large platform. I think she's just kind of subtly changed the audience that she most favors in her rhetoric and in her actions based on what what the political landscape is like at a given time. She is far more amenable to the right and far more seemingly conservative in her opinions in times such as 2016, the Gamergate era, and now, than she was back in, say, 2019 and 2020 during the election when the left was really dominant, and particularly when she became friends with Vaush. I think that Vaush has had a pretty significant positive influence on Shu's politics, and I don't think this is arguable. And I think the core reason for this is that Vaush is funny. Vaush is funny, and Shuonhead will literally base her politics on funny. And for a long time, Shu legitimately thought the left couldn't be funny. Vaush changed that conception, and she started to get a lot more left-wing. It's not a coincidence. The friendship had a positive impact.
Or like wrong on this, you know? I'm going to reveal some shit that, okay, the tea is hot. I'm going to reveal shit you guys have never heard anywhere else. The secret relationship between me and Shu, okay? For years, Shu and I have been good friends. She's always been really nice to me, even back when I was a really small content creator, in a totally non-transactional way, without any, like, benefit to her, like, at all, really.
That is true. Being friends with me literally gave Shu nothing. Like, Shu didn't gain anything from being friends with me at all, which is why I believe that the friendship was genuine, and it's why it was hard to end it, you know? I mean, I guess I didn't necessarily end the friendship. I guess I just kind of, you know, nailed one nail into the coffin and she nailed the other nail in, but still, you know, it was unfortunate, you know? It seemed it was a genuine friendship, I think.
She's just been really, like, nice, which I've always respected because this has always been, like, a pretty hostile space for me. Like, you guys understand, you know I make very few friends out here. A lot of people have accused me of being, like, too charitable to Shu as a product of us being friends. I don't apologize for being friends to her because with her behavior to me, she has certainly earned that because she's always been really good, like, just to talk to and, like reliable, like, you know, I don't know. It's just a friend. It's a friend thing, being a friend. But I think there's some legitimacy to the idea that my, like, being friends with her has, even if, like, my position is, oh, yeah, you can dislike Shu if you want, like, I definitely treat her differently than other people, you know? So, okay.
A lot of people just want him to burn the bridge. A lot, like, he honestly, it would be better for him if he had just talked to Shu in private and said, listen, I gotta pretend like I'm burning the bridge publicly, okay? Do you understand? And you know, and then just go on stream and rip her apart, but they're still cool in private, and just publicly they don't associate anymore. Like, that would honestly be the best case scenario for him, because, like, a lot of people just want him to treat her as he would pretty much any Nazi or anyone else that does exactly what she does. Because that is what I think a lot of people are frustrated at the end of the day, and that's why I think a lot of people in chat are cringing when he gets mad at the chat, is that I think it's pretty unobjectionable. He's going off right now. Hell yeah. Up until this point, then, it's pretty unobjectionable. It does feel like Vaush goes easier on Shu than he would anyone else doing the exact same things in her position, right? And I think a lot of people just feel like, they see him go from saying, buy guns, there's an imminent transgenocide, to replying to Shu's tweets. And it's like, I'm deranged for having a problem with this?
Okay, we'll get to it. Well, you guys have to be on your best behavior, all right? Because, like, here's the thing, right? Here we go with Vaush acting like Shu doesn't know exactly what she's doing, just patronizing as fuck. From decoy tricks in chat, okay? You have never left your house. Let's not even talk about not knowing Shu. You've never spoken to another human, okay? You're an experiment, all right? You're living in a computer simulation. You have no idea. For God's
apparently
sake,
it gets better soon.
Please, let me handle this. I swear, because you people are so fucking horny to jump down my throat that every argument here turns into one between me and chat. Because I want to argue with you guys, right? I fucking love arguing with you people. I see a bad take in chat and I jump on that shit.
Yeah.
Don't give me any bait. Just let me.
To be fair, seeing somebody try to disagree with you in chat truly is like it's like legendary bait. It really is for streamers. It's like a glinting light, like somewhere in the middle of the desert, to get someone's attention, like a flare.
Do this, starting right away. So.
Yeah,
right off the bat, we've got a couple of issues in terms of, again, not position-wise, but in terms of, like, what the outcome of this rhetoric and behavior is, emboldening the right. Not to, like, leaving aside the fact that her initial
and her
characterization of
methodology.
people's response to Balenciaga left out the fact that it was the far right who jumped in it, not people. Leaving aside the fact she didn't mention that Britney is a Nazi. This is relevant info. Moral panics coming from, like, the far right are different from just, oh, people are concerned about. That is a critical distinction, And then she jumps into this, oh, haha, if I get assassinated. Again, this isn't about positions. Nothing she's saying here is explicitly far right, or even, by the way, explicitly incorrect. I've made jokes about, oh, bullet in the back of my head, whatever. But as we're going to see, there's kind of a pattern of, like, I don't think Shu's far right, but holy shit, does she go out of her way to not make them angry with her?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
she can't.
Best part about this, though, has to be...
What do you think the far right would do to Shu if she, like, really pissed them off? We know what happens to women in the far right, or who are, like, friendly with the far right, who try to be friendly with them and gain a pillar of their audience off of them, right? There's literally been articles written around how, like, alt-right women or far-right women or right-wing women complain about the way they're treated within right-wing movements. It's like, wow. Yeah, Lauren Southern was a big part of that. Like, Lauren Southern was literally sexually harassed by at least PJW. I think I did a segment where I dunked on PJW and made fun of his tweets where he was desperately trying to get with Lauren Southern in DMs, and it was like blatant sexual harassment. But I'm not saying that's what would happen to Shu. Transvestigations, you better fucking believe that fucking Nazis would be like, is Shu trans? We need to figure out, is Shu trans, all right? And they would be like, they would do like the bone structure shit to try to figure out if Shu's actually a trans woman or something. I don't know. I guarantee it. She's grown the alt-right as a pillar of her audience. This is undebatable. And that's not the kind of group you want to make feel like you've betrayed them, Like, yeah, I don't know.
It was fact-checked by Twitter, and this is what they said. Although Shu often makes comments to cause amusement or laughter, this is an authentic Balenciaga marketing photograph. It contains an excerpt from the U.S. Supreme Court opinion in United States v. Williams, which upheld a part of federal child pornography law. I've never seen one of these fact-checker things just be like, fact-check true.
That was pretty funny.
I know Shu likes to get a little silly, but she's actually serious this time.
It didn't say fact-check true. Her tweets were actually filled with lies. What the fact-check actually said was, yeah, these were real Balenciaga photos, and that is that actual court doc. That is all that it said was true. Not that they were from the same photo shoot, which is a lie, or that her conspiracy was true. Not even Elon's Twitter confirmed that her conspiracy was real. And yet she still tries to use this as, like, Twitter saying, yes, your conspiracy is valid. She really wants to be able to take the helm of some sort of, like, moral crusade against pedos and to be able to take credit for that, I feel like.
Also love that just says Shu. It's like Twitter and I are just on a first name basis now. Now you're probably asking, Shu, why would a high-end fashion brand pull this like Where's Waldo shit? Well, there are a few theories. The most obvious one is to just look edgy and subversive. Nothing like a good old controversy to get eyes on your brand. So if this was some kind of pathetic attempt at an attention grab, they sure got attention and much more. I wouldn't put it past corpos to do some weird attention whoring like this, and I definitely wouldn't put it past the fashion industry. The other theory is that this is just a little wink, a little nod to the other freaks in the industry. Think the Wilhelm scream, but for like little St. James tourists. Finally, Balenciaga, the brand.
So she is alleging a conspiracy here. That is her claiming that the pedos are hiding subliminal messaging in media for other pedos to pick up on and get a little chuckle out of, and that only the ARG loving cyber sleuths are able to figure it out.
Brand itself came out and apologized. We sincerely apologize for any offense our holiday campaign may have caused. Our plush bear bags should have not been featured with children in this campaign. We have immediately removed the campaign from all platforms. We apologize for displaying unsettling documents in our campaign. We take this matter very seriously and are taking legal action against the parties responsible for creating the set and including unapproved items for our spring campaign photo shoot.
You might notice that in this post from Balenciaga, they seem to be referring to the bit that had the Supreme Court case document that referred to the child pornography case. They don't seem to be referring to the kids with the teddy bears because, again, to me, the Supreme Court case purse on desk thing was a lot worse than the kids with the teddy bears thing. I understand the goal of the original two.
Even though it's the thing that's more likely to just be an accident or a fluke and a thing that shouldn't have been made a big deal out of, I think it is the most iffy of all of the things, that the thing that would grab the most attention if you were to hear about it. But upon further education on the issue, you will learn that this is a nothing burger. The core of this is we should all know that the child modeling industry is filled with abuse, just sort of inherently. This is like knowledge that we should all have. It's just not it's not a controversial statement. It's just a real fact. So why are we trying to twist conspiracies out of it when there are plenty of instances of areas where we can actually investigate it healthily? I mean, the best way to see how to investigate this healthily is to look at the open letters that organizations that advocate for children and provide help and resources to children who have been victims of child sex trafficking, the open letters these organizations have made about conspiracy theories such as QAnon and Pizzagate, and by extension, this as well. It gets in the way of their ability to actually protect kids. That's just the reality of it. Shu is contributing to roadblocks that get in the way of these organizations genuinely helping kids. Even adults get abused in the modeling industry, yeah, and in acting.
The kids with the teddy bears was to make them make people uncomfortable. Like the point is to sow discomfort. The problem is that like the document on the desk doesn't sow discomfort. It's just if you notice it, it's a CP reference. You know what I mean? Like there isn't really an emotional
that's a little bit of a... I don't even know if that would be the takeaway, right? Like, do you think that seeing a document that you like discover to find out is an anti-CP court case document, if you found that like hidden somewhere, would you assume that like if that was a hidden message, you knew that for sure, would you assume the hidden message was pro child porn? Is that snow or dandruff? Pretty obviously snow, my friends. I don't know.
Context to having that Supreme Court document on the desk. There's not really like an artistic license.
Yeah, I guess anti-CP legislation does have to mention CP. That is true.
There's not really like an ulterior reasoning or motivation outside of just if you notice it, it's like, oh, so that's what that is. It doesn't produce any artistic value. So to me, that seems like the thing that they're more jumping on. Now, Balenciaga did initially say that they'll be pursuing legal action against the photographer, but since then they've actually revoked that. They've actually said they're not doing that because the photographer was not the person.
Oh no! Okay, hold on. I have to bring this up. Okay, people in Vaush's Discord were complaining. Okay, I gotta rep the homies. Okay, gotta rep the homies in the drama posting area in Vaush's Discord. Okay, in Vaush's original talk about the Balenciaga thing, he said it was probably the photographer who snuck this sussy-wussy stuff in there. When it came out that the company was falsely trying to scapegoat the photographer, he tried to walk it back and say, actually, he said it was just somebody involved in the photo shoot, which is kind of, you know, a pretty non-statement when you think about it, that did it, and he actually predicted it the whole time, what the outcome would be, when in fact he said the exact opposite. A lot of people were upset at him just because they remembered that, and then he went on to say the exact opposite in a way that just really seemed to suggest he was trying to rewrite history in such a way that would not necessarily defend Shu, but soften the blow for Shu to some extent. And I think that's why a lot of the people in Vaush's chat were mad.
Chose the sets. It was somebody at Balenciaga.
We strongly condemn abuse of children in any form. We stand for children's safety and well-being.
With Balenciaga facing a firestorm over a series of
Wouldn't it be kind of hilarious if the people at Balenciaga put it there and they were like, guys, it's an anti-CP court case. It's like the safest and least controversial Supreme Court document we could use. Cue Curb Your Enthusiasm music. Oh, God. Imagine if that was the story behind it. If they were like, let's find a really uncontroversial opinion for the court case that we would have on strewn over the desk. How about this one that determined that child pornography should be banned? No one will disagree with this. And then people see it as a fucking... that's a good comment. That's funny.
U.S. All eyes and ears were on their highest profile partner for comment. Ken finally released a statement on
Wait. Would I get DMCA for TMZ? Pause. No DMCA Reno.
Sunday, calling herself disgusted and outraged.
Shu's videos on
You're
YouTube.
unironically insane if you sincerely think the court doc was nothing but an unfortunate coincidence. Literally just public domain text. Ah, yes, the 10 to 12 public domain texts out there, of which one just happens to be about child pornography. Just a very normal thing for people to rant.
So he is alleging that this was a pedo signaling, that it was put there on purpose, that it was chosen and arranged and put there on purpose to signal something. Is oh my God, he's actually defending this. I feel like Vaush might be too afraid not to. I think Vaush is afraid not to 100% agree. Or I think Vaush is afraid not to agree with some level of Balenciaga is in the wrong, right? And that he feels as though if he says, well, it wasn't that bad or this wasn't that bad, then people will be able to frame it in a way that's very dishonest and try to make him look bad, which is, of course, what tons of people are always trying to do and is a real concern that Vaush, has, and rightfully so to an extent. Xander Hall, it's not the first time he said this. Yeah, I know, it's pulling a Tim Pool. This could just be like the lefty bias. He compared it to Dan Schneider. Ooh, that didn't age well. It really could be like the lefty bias of wanting to see like corporate elite pedophiles everywhere, right? Like, oh, something sussy-wussy that we can attribute to like corporate elite pedophiles, like probably is, But, like, pedo accusations fired off like this are it cost the photographer his job, didn't it? Or their job? Like, this can cost jobs and even lives. People kill pedophiles. I told my mom about all of this, like, before I started stream, and you know what her reaction was when I said, yes, the right has started calling, like, a lot of people who are pro-trans pedophiles, and she cut me off to say, what the fuck? Parents hear that, and they get their gun. That was my mom's response. She said, to me just saying, yeah, a lot of the right now are calling trans people pedophiles. Her go-to response was, what the fuck? When parents hear that, they get their gun. She knows. Trust me, people are smart enough to know what insert group is pedophiles is meant to mean when it's hammered home over and over and over and over again. It's supposed to be a call for violence.
Randomly print documents to use in a high-profile photo shoot and publicly display them without actually checking any of the words or content. I often do this. When I'm taking photos for a multi-billion-dollar fashion brand, I'm always just hitting random. I'm feeling lucky on the document prints and just throwing that out there. This is something I often do.
Is it not plausible that like they printed out like a random court document they picked on the website for Supreme Court case document archival and opened up the PDF? I checked with. Like, I literally checked to see how the interface works, where you, like, go to download Supreme Court documents to see, could this be plausible? It absolutely is plausible. They would just, like, click one, print, take out the big sheet of papers, just strewn it across the desk, you know, in a way that looks nice, like, okay, a few folders, okay, here's some folders, laptop, okay, some light, okay, set the lighting up, all right, here's the purse, okay, all right, let's get the photo. Like, sure, it's high likelihood someone would have noticed, but if your job is to just print out the papers, take the fucking photo, are you really that likely to read the papers? Like, honestly, if this is like your job to take the photos, I wouldn't be reading the papers. Like stopping to read the papers. I'd be just wanting to get my job done and go home. Zan, you're being retarded, and you're being banned. Go fuck yourself, retard.
Calm down.
File her ex-husband, Kanye West, after going on InfoWars and saying, quote, "There are a lot of things I love about
The case was an anti-abuse ruling. Why is anyone making that a big deal? Oh, holy shit. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Me reading Mein Kampf on the bus and shaking my head enthusiastically to show everyone I disapprove of what's written in it, you know?
Can he make this point better, please? I think the point that he's trying to make is it doesn't really matter what the conclusion is of the document. There is only Supreme Court cases that would rule against child porn. So if they were going to hide a document that is a Supreme Court case having to do with child porn, it would have to be one that is anti-child porn. I think that's the argument he's trying to make. But what he just did was essentially compare a document that is outlining a court case that is anti-child porn and comparing it to Mein Kampf.
You know? Every time I turn the page, I go, Well, yeah, just holy shit. Just...
about Hitler.
Trust me, if anyone noticed they weren't paid enough to tell anyone, possibly.
Hey.
Ran defense for...
Personally, if I noticed, I'd probably be like, guys, are you sure this document is, it's about CP? Wait, hold on. How much of the document really mentions stuff that would catch your eye, though? Because the name of the court case has nothing that would denote, like, oh, this is a CP court case. And most of the text is legal jargon and, like, fluff for paragraphs. So, like, how much of that would really catch your eye and make you go, right? What actually got people's attention was identifying the court case from the one page, scanning it, and figuring out what it was.
Balenciaga.
And now all of a sudden, everyone is so outraged and focused on Balenciaga, but then we're still aborting our kids. We're still fornicating. But, oh, we don't wear Balenciaga now. Shut the...
By the way, Shuanhead bringing up that Kanye deflecting from Balenciaga is somehow something that's supposed to make Balenciaga look bad is interesting, when this is literally the guilt by association thing that Shuanhead has literally complained about since I've been aware of her existence.
The hell up.
So fellow paranoid schizophrenics started digging and found more creepy things in the photos from Balenciaga, and this has spiraled into a much bigger conspiracy. This is the thing with conspiracies, though. They're always rabbit holes. When there's so many things that are
She doesn't elaborate on more creepy things, by the way. There is no more creepy things. She doesn't elaborate.
Explained about the world, and people just kind of feel helpless and powerless, people understandably start to look for answers elsewhere. And a lot of people took this Balenciaga thing as just kind of the rich and powerful doing what they do in secret, now out in the open.
Not people, the far right. I don't understand this framing. I don't get it. You don't have to be like a sociologist reading out like the participation in this moral panic to understand this is a far right thing. People broadly may be upset with Balenciaga, but there is undeniably a far right character to the way this conspiracy has taken shape, like overwhelmingly so. The framing here makes it seem as though it's a totally bipartisan framing when she went over like a MAGA rap about Balenciaga, and the initial info came from Brittany Venti, you know? Now, again, the reason why this bothers me is that the far right has run with this as a, like, QAnon, blood libel, liberal elite, queer, pedophile conspiracy thing. That's the line they're running with. Now, I know that as the video goes on, she'll address this, and I'll wait for that to go over all of it. You know, we'll see if this gets contextualized later, because it well might be. I'm just saying, like, at the moment.
And Shu started the conspiracy theory, by the way, for all intents and purposes, right? She may have gotten it from small neo-Nazi figures that started the conspiracy on TikTok and whatnot. And, you know, that just speaks to, like, where Shuanhead gets her news and you know, where she prioritizes her political voices to get her info from. But, like, functionally, she started the conspiracy theory. She was the largest figure to make it gain traction, and the audience she made it gain traction with was the far right. I criticized that and was accused of 1, defending pedo shit and being a pedo, and 2, of bringing up gay people out of nowhere. when I did not accuse Shuonhead of bringing up gay people at any point. I accused the person who I quote tweeted, who is a Fox News and regular Tucker Carlson guest, who regularly tweets about the gay groomers, who had actively quote tweeted her post, saying, and I believe the quote was, "They are demons. They want to rape your kids, and they think it's funny. We need to fight back," or something like that. Then there was like a call for violence type finish off to the tweet, right? So it was a vague reference to gay people that he's made direct references to many times, and a call for violence. So, like, I quote tweet that, I call out what I see and what Shu did, and I'm the bad guy.
That's the feeling that I'm getting from this.
Do I think this is some kind of Pizzagate thing where Balenciaga's like hiding children in their basement? Do I think they are
She says no, but then she literally takes every opportunity to subtly lead her audience to the position that it must be, because if that's not the case, then what's the fucking problem? If there's no conspiracy here, and at worst, this was just like some weird shock marketing, why'd this need to be a massive fucking media campaign that roused particularly the right into railing against this company? For all the wrong reasons, by the way. Like, they aren't railing against this company for the reasons Shu is. Most of the right-wingers that Shu has rallied to go against Balenciaga are pedophiles. They have lolicon profile pictures. A lot of Shu fans who have been brigading my channel have lolicon profile pictures and have lolicon Twitter accounts. We featured it earlier in the stream. Tons of pedos came from Shu's video to shit talk me, because they're conservatives, and tons of lolicons are conservatives. And they view Shuonhead going against me, someone who's, been very anti-lolicon in the past, as basically her subtly taking their side, I have no doubt. Not that I think she would want that to happen, however, I will say, remember when I went against that one really, way larger than me, pedophile anime YouTuber? And I got, ratioed by said anime pedophile, anime YouTuber on YouTube and Twitter? I went into Shu's group chat and, told her about it, and did not get any, Twitter support. Shu's whole thing is dunking on pedos on Twitter. I tell her, hey, I'm your friend, and I'm getting, steamrolled by, open and admitting they are pedos on Twitter. Just your fans reporting them would be helpful here. Nothing. You want to know why she didn't give me any support during all of that? At least I think now. Because most of those accounts followed Shuonhead.
literally
It's worth noting that the Pizzagate thing was also a made-up far-right. The way she framed that made it... the Pizzagate thing was proved or something.
Oh yeah, she believes in Pizzagate.
But it was also an insane far-right moral panic that emboldened QAnon types.
trafficking children. I don't think that. I don't know that. I've never claimed to know that. What I do know is that this is a huge up from a billion-dollar company. And when a billion-dollar company up, who better to come to their defense than the progressive left? Can we stop pretending Shu is an ally yet?
Right off. This framing is fucked, Shu. Shu,
Yep.
you know goddamn well that a solid half of the political powers that be in this country are on a full-on, the entirety of progressive queer culture is about pedophilia bent. The idea that thinking you're emboldening them
This is good.
when you are is defending Balenciaga is just insane. That is absolutely not the case. This is not about protecting Balenciaga. It's about protecting queer people from the framing that right-wingers immediately ran with that you didn't, for some reason, shut down in this tweet thread.
Shu Head belongs in a prison cell for hate speech. Shu herself is basically a terrorist enabler at this
You might notice that these messages that she's going through have nothing to do with defending Balenciaga as a company.
point. You are a Nazi. Shu is literally just a Nazi. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I actually recognized some of these tweets when watching Demon Mama's response. Some of these tweets are old. And by old, I mean pre the Balenciaga controversy. Some of these tweets I've literally made fun of in the past, pre the Balenciaga thing, when defending Shu from derangement. Or just making fun of people deranged about Shu. So some of these aren't even people deranged about Shu because of the Balenciaga thing. Some of these are just her showcasing people deranged about her.
Yeah, she was a Nazi. Shoe-on-head is a fascist and a danger to our community. This is your daily reminder that Shoe-on-head is a Nazi. I'm sick of Shoe-on-head. She needs to go. No more. I think that if a button to deplatform her existed, we should push it this instant. Do you think reporting her vids would do anything? Hate speech and all? How about we mass report her?
I do want to point out, by the way, that once you're a reasonably large content creator, you can construct the image of a mass cancellation campaign by like screenshotting tweets and YouTube comments pretty easily. Like, of someone of my size, like I could do this with literally thousands of comments that have just been made in the past week or so.
Difference is if you go into the comments of either of my videos about Shoe-on-head and you sort by newest, or especially my stream where I respond to Shoe-on-head, and you sort by newest and you scroll down, pretty much every other comment is one calling me a pedophile, telling me they're going to kill me, or that I'm going to go into the wood chipper, like all of the other gay groomers, because of course they call me gay and trans. They of course like to say you'll never be a woman, which is always funny. And then they'll say things like just the basic like right-wing, hate comments, like your basic okay groomer stuff. So yeah, there's a fair amount of that in my comments. This is not that level, what he's describing here, the hate that I've gotten from Shu's community. And she censored my name. She just like responded to me on Twitter and brought the attention to me through that. To be clear, she censored my name in her video. The only person who she did not censor was Demon Mama. I will let you decide what motivations may have led to that, especially since Demon Mama and Shu followed each other on Twitter. When this happened, like when I was blocked by Shu, Demon Mama and Shu still followed each other. So I don't know if that changed, but like so Shu just kind of like really came out of nowhere hard on Demon Mama. It feels like particularly hard, especially because Demon Mama's criticisms were all spot on.
I could make hours long video if I wanted to edit all that shit together, which I fucking don't. But you all know. I mean, you've seen those comments and tweets.
Twitter. Shu. This crosses a line. Shu is a cum-dump enabler for fascist violence. Who'd expected anything else from a Nazi bimbo hag? She's fundamental.
You guys are very sexist.
Those are the comments that I talk about, how I'll like literally hunt you down and Thanos snap you out of existence off of every single platform I have.
You got okay. I'm here we go. Here's my enlightened centrist kicker. Okay, you guys are very fucking weird about Shu. Every time she comes up, people get really sexist about her. Like in this chat, in the Reddit, it's extremely weird. It like legitimately like.
Weird how LGBT people think the Balenciaga shit is pedo shit and don't extrapolate it to all LGBT people. That's not what the conversation is about, Josh Kiss. But you're banned from the community now. You've been around for a while, so it's a shame to see you go. But that's real peak dishonesty to try to defend Shu. Because you'll notice that I never said what you just accused me of saying.
Like, it's actually fucking weird. It would be like if there was like a black progressive who like held a lot of water with the far right, and I kept seeing you guys say like weird shit about black. Like, it's really fucking weird.
By the way, all the derangement to try to defend Shoe-on-head or call me dishonest really all pales when she literally sent her audience to send death threats and call me a pedo. So it's like...
Okay.
The enemy and should always be treated as such. People like Shu and Matt Walsh are the types of people I believe committing acts of violence against is morally justified. Now I just need to make this clear that this is in no way a
I just hate how you coddle her on.
Oh, Nazis are really, really stupid. They see anybody who's like on the left or in favor of trans people and like assume they must be trans. And so they just kind of like comment, you'll never be a woman or you'll never be a man, I guess sometimes, but yeah.
On stream. Well, shit, dude, that doesn't justify being sexist. Calm the fuck down. That's on you.
Representation of the entire left online. Most of the people who follow me are left-wing, and they agreed that, yeah, this photo shoot was really weird. The people who are mad about this are from a pretty small bubble, but nevertheless, lo and behold, I was apparently canceled. Now, use a term.
I know. Once again, it's for some strange reason. She was not mentioning the far right here at all. Those people were calling her out because her tweet got picked up by far right Twitter, and a ton of far right people were in the comments agreeing with it and immediately running with their own conspiracism. Like, is she not going to say, hey, the reason they were mad is because I ended up emboldening the far right in an ongoing like conspiracy theory.
Someone in Twitch chat came in and is making fun of me for not having a lot of viewers on Twitch chat. They don't know.
Against queer people. Because that's an objectively correct framing of the situation. Even if she didn't mean to or intend to or state anything objectively incorrect, she did embolden the far-right conspiracy. If that's not mentioned...
Canceled sort of sarcastically because I really wasn't canceled. It's kind of impossible to cancel me in general because I have 4 different fan bases and they all hate each other and me. And a lot of you guys watching this probably didn't even know all of this happened, but it was just very weird and I need to talk about this. Shoe-on-head on her way to once again use her massive platform to provide the neo-Nazis in her audience fodder they can use to justify the murder of gay people, but this time the day after another anti-gay terror attack.
See, that's true. That's from Xanderhall, by the way. That's a true tweet. Shu, you could, I know you'll never discuss this with me because you don't like direct confrontation, but if you discuss this with me, you would lose. And you are losing right now to me saying this because I'm objectively right. He was right. There's no way about it. You may think there are like mitigating circumstances. Ah, yes, and the quote tweet, the tweet he's referring to down here, was Pedro L. Gonzalez saying, "We are up against demons. The groomer problem is real. It's not a dumb culture war issue. These people want to rape your kids in one way or another, and they think it's funny." That person down there is flat out just saying, all queer people, all progressives, are part of a
That guy is the Nazi Tucker Carlson guest, by the way, that Shuonhead is friends with. This isn't some rando that, like, is a follower of Shuonhead, by the way. Shuonhead is friends with this Pedro Gonzalez guy right here, who has repeatedly tweeted about the gay groomer thing. When he says the groomer problem, he is referring to the gay trans groomer problem he tweets about. Not only that, but Shu and him are friends. Not he's like a fan or a follower. They are friends, as in, like, there is a collage of screenshots of them interacting publicly on Twitter to the extent of her thanking him for bringing topics that she explained to him to Tucker Carlson to discuss on national television. I believe the quote was, "From your shit post to national television," was the quote that he said to Shu. So yeah, this isn't just some rando, by the way. Shu knew about this guy, follows him. He follows her back. They are friends.
child rape conspiracy. Right there. Pedro's a friend of Shu's. Yeah, I don't want to follow police or anything, but I bet you if I go to their Twitter, followed by, yeah, Shu. Shu. She was bragged about giving him talking points for Tucker Carlson. Shu. Okay. I'm willing to give leeway here on account of familiarity, but a total unwillingness to acknowledge why the left is freaking out here is essentially just collaboration with the far right, regardless of what your actual specific...
Oh, there are people in chat spamming what? Oh, there were Vaush fans who are still Shu simp. I've been seeing the people in Vaush chat that, like, were shit-talking me, that were still clearly Shu simps, and I can see them reacting to this info for the first time. They've so the thing is, once they've seen the Shu video, they are not meant to go seek out my video, right? Like, the goal is to make sure they do not go and seek out my video or Demon Mama's video or any video criticizing her or actually explaining what the real criticism of her is. She spends her entire video, as we can see, forming a completely false narrative. You'll notice my tweet is the beginning of this timeline. Like, if we really want to talk about where the drama started, my tweet should have been the first tweet shown. She started it with a bunch of deranged tweets that, other than the ones she showed that came before the Balenciaga controversy to poison the well and just kind of explain, oh, see, everyone hates me, she shows tweets that came after mine in response to the controversy, when my tweet was the one that started the controversy she's making the video about. Or her cancellation, I should say. Why would my criticism, which does not mention her mentioning gay people, by the way, for the record, she has told the internet that I'm the one, the left is the ones who brought up gay people. I did not say that that the left are the ones that are accusing her of saying it was gay people. I did not say that she said it was gay people. Notice that in my tweet. I didn't say that. I didn't say anything approximating that. You might want to improve your reading comprehension and reread it a few times, and you'll realize, wait, if you read it a certain way, maybe it does kind of sound like that, but it actually isn't that. Grammatically and as far as the English language goes, objectively speaking.
Positions are. Shu operates on the politics of, like, the people who are criticizing me are the ones I will react to. And to an extent, everyone does this, of course. This isn't just a Shu thing. But, like, do we not see the broader problem here? Vadim goes into the details of how they know each other. Vadim, I don't know how much I can trust Vadim's perspective on Shu.
No, trust me,
it's weird before. Maybe he wasn't. I don't know. I'll look at this.
So Shu has definitely screwed over Vadim, as well as Dusty, as well as, like, a lot of the OG left tubers. I actually planned to do a video. Like, I'm thinking of calling it, like the vindication of Dusty, or the vindication of old left tube, where I talk, like, I want to go over, like, some of Dusty's old content about Shu, because he got so much shit. I debated him to defend Shu. He got so much shit for essentially being ahead of his time. That, or maybe he was sort of, you know, shadow boxing. We'll have to see, you know, but, you know, I want to do a segment about that. I think it could be cool. But, like, the old left was pretty wild. Like, Christy Winters in particular. I remember that she was one of those people that Shu really went against, and Christy Winters is genuinely crazy. Dusty claims he popularized the cum shot. I believe him.
Later.
I'm sorry. Where are the gays? My post had absolutely nothing to do with LGBT people. The Balenciaga thing in general had nothing to do with LGBT people.
Then why were people you follow talking about it? Shu, don't play.
This is a quote tweet of Shu's tweet, by the way. You can see the thing. This is a quote tweet of Shu's tweet, not just like a random tweet that like was online that like maybe Shu could have seen on her timeline because she follows this guy, but like it was kind of rude of me to assume she would know about it. This was a quote tweet of her post, and even if Shu has like the most restrictive I have the most restrictive version of notifications on for my Twitter because I'm just constantly getting hate. My baseline is like nonstop hate, so I only have it set for people that I follow to give me notifications, and people I have notifications turned on for their posts to give me notifications. So if I follow you and you like my post, reply or retweet it, I'll get a notification. If I have tweet notifications on for you, which means you're a Hightail dev or the Hightail official account, then I don't get notifications. And that's probably what Shu has turned on. So even if that's the case, Shu would be even more likely to know about this if she had that turned on, because she would have less people she's following. So a smaller percentage of the notifications she would get would be on the post. And so she'd have a higher chance of seeing this particular one. So even if she has restrictive notifications on, it just make her more likely to see this.
Play dumb. It's not about what you say.
The Balenciaga thing in general had nothing to do with LGBT people. Where did this come from? This guy took a...
The far right. Are you really going to pretend Zan was the one who made up
Yep.
the LGBT comparison? Like
Yep.
Zan just produced that out of like he just constructed that?
Yeah, that's the
random
plan.
response to my tweet
I'm
and
that
why
guy.
I was responsible for someone else's opinion and therefore fueling hate crimes against gay people. With LGBT people. Where did this come from? This guy took a random response to my tweet.
That's an oomphy Shu. I know you have a lot of oomphies, but come on. How many followers does this guy have? 100,000. This person's been on Tucker Carlson. Not really a rando.
But like, they're like friends, so it's like I don't know.
Implied I
He's
was
not a
responsible
rando.
for someone else's opinion and therefore fueling hate crimes against gay people.
Yes. This is how information works.
Well, I don't think that she's fueling hate crimes towards gay people. I think she is fueling conspiracism against that like about gay people that is escalating into violence as more time goes by, objectively speaking. If you really want to try to make it seem like I'm making a super hyperbolic statement that's hard to defend, you can try to word it that way. But I think when you actually say what's happening in a less like volatile way, I think it makes a little bit more sense why I'd have concern, right, about what she's doing.
If you popularize an idea or promote it or broadcast it, okay, I'm not going to even entertain this. This is fucking stupid. Shu, are you playing dumb here? You know perfectly goddamn well how this works. The far right latched onto your tweets and immediately turned it into fuel for the fire of the anti-queer like pedo groomer bullshit that they're doing. Why are you pretending you don't understand?
This entire video, she claims that this was both completely accidental and also a genius anti-pedo move on her part that she's led. How does that even work? She's trying to seem humble while at the same time looking like a hero.
Why are you pretending this association was made by Zan?
I'm just confused how Balenciaga
Makes me
posting
look
an ad
bad.
of kids holding stuffed animals and fetish gear turned into LGBT groomer discourse. Did I miss something? Look at the quote tweet.
This is my reply. Look at the quote tweets and the replies to her tweet thread from her followers.
And replies to her tweet thread from her followers. I have 500,000 followers on Twitter. I have over 1 million subscribers.
No, fuck this, dude. No, absolutely fuck this. Stop. We are way the fuck too close to death camps to be pulling this I'm not responsible for my followers' behavior shit. This isn't about being responsible for your followers. This is in an era where the entire far right has completely thrown their weight behind the queer groomer conspiracy. You posting something that, again, the post itself in a vacuum, I don't think was wrong. Balenciaga did do sussy shit. I don't think the post in a vacuum was wrong or harmful.
Literally, all she had to do was just add on the end. By the way, you righties out there, this ain't have anything to do with the gays, is how Shu would tweet it, and that's all it would have taken. Honestly, I really do think that's all it would have taken for her to pretty much wash her hands of any responsibility that criticizing this could have had in bringing it to the attention of the right. Like at the end of the day, she unironically can't just decide not to criticize something that, like, maybe she does genuinely feel this was sus, right? And it feels like she's calling out what looks like could be a sign of, like, maybe not child exploitation, but certainly an inappropriate exhibition of children with what she, in her opinion, thinks is kink gear. And that would make sense. But, like, it just, now it's just a conspiracy, right? Like, it doesn't work that way if, like, now you're allowing Nazis to just run off with it. She wants to pretend like she doesn't know the consequences of her actions, but she literally called me her internet, she literally called me her internet son once. I watched her videos when I was like 15, 16 years old. Like, she's been on the internet long enough to know how these things work. This isn't like a you know, yeah, like I was in like the end of middle school watching some of her videos, you know?
But then, unfortunately, life is complicated. The far right rolls with it and turns it into this, the fuel for the conspiracy. And then to not only address or condemn that immediately in that thread. I don't know how Shu could have seen the tens or hundreds of thousands of far right people clearly making this about queer people and not thrown up in her mouth. I have no idea how she can look at that. But Shu does spend like an awful lot of time like habitually communicating with far right people. So I don't know if she just like pretends it doesn't happen or she ignores it.
Oh,
I don't know.
There we go. Somebody in Vaush's chat said Zan said in his vid he meant mutuals, not followers. Okay, so that must have been me remembering that I meant to say followers and friends, not just followers. Okay, my bad, chat. I misremembered.
She's locked in like the tradwife block now. I mean, by being bi, I hope she understands there are literally laws being passed right now by the people who are agreeing with her that would make talking about her sexuality illegal in school up to 18. Like, this isn't an environment where you can just throw shit out there.
Somebody said something like Shuonhead said bisexuals eventually pick a side or something like that. Is that real? Did she actually say that unironically, that bisexuals eventually pick a side? Yes, she did. Was it a joke? Was it said how Shu says things that are jokes? No, a long time ago. No, she was quoting. She said it more than once. Was she quoting someone as making fun of them or agreeing with them? She said it multiple times. Interesting. Okay. It was a joke. I'll err on it was a joke until I see a clip that's like her saying, honestly, guys, bisexuals, they pick a side eventually. Like, and it's just clearly serious. Like, until I'm provided with that, I'm incredulous on that claim.
And not.
We got a pretty open and shut case here, boys. I don't think we need to throw any hearsay in there.
Like, and just like absolve yourself of the consequences of any responsibility. That's not like an opinion either. This isn't like a light disagreement.
On YouTube, I am not the retard wrangler. There were a few people, not that many, who took my tweet and ran with their own narrative of it. I cannot control the
Why is she not calling out the far right? Some people who took their own direction? What the fuck do you mean? It was a huge wave of majority far right people. Why aren't you mentioning the direction they took it in? Like,
she can't.
Posting the Balenciaga shit and not following it up with a condemnation of the far right attention, that to me, this can be like irresponsibility. The framing in this video feels like malice.
Opinions of other people. And a lot of these people aren't even in my audience. They're just random people on Twitter who found my tweet because it went viral.
Shu, this isn't content creator drama. Shu, I know you're listening to me either right now or in the future. This isn't content creator drama. We're not just YouTubers. We have public audiences. There are outcomes to our behavior. The words we speak resonate with huge.
She accepted this, by the way, when that one Republican politician cited her Twitter as making him more aware of the gay groomer problem, and then he presented a bill. Shuan had endorsed bill, so to say. Shuan had sponsored bill, so to say. That would, if I recall correctly, I believe the bill would have made being in drag a sex act, basically. Like, I believe that was what the bill was going to do, to essentially make it illegal for trans people and drag queens to be around kids. I believe the standard was if you present in a way that is contrary to your assigned gender at birth, it would be considered a sexual act of sorts, and thus a illegal act to present to children or around children. Shu apologized for this and seemed to really realize her platform has an effect on these things, but here we are.
Huge numbers of people. This is not, I've got so many followers. This is like Weimar Republic, like signal boosting a giant story about like some Christian kid getting hurt. And then instantly the Nazi media takes it and starts talking about Jews. And later when the left is like, yo, Shu, what the fuck? You're like, well, the left's trying to cancel me for calling out this murder and dismemberment of this one Christian kid. Some people might have taken it in some other direction. I don't know. But like, it's not like, this is a deliberately bad faith framing of the situation. If this was meant to be good faith, why are you not pointing out the reasons they're upset?
I'm really worried that Shu's gonna go hard on Vaush for this, guys. Whew. Do you think she's gonna give Vaush the me, Demon Mama, Hunter, Lance, Contra? I think Doe as well. I think I think Shu accused it as well of being a pedo defender. Like, oh, you know, like she's got a pattern here, guys.
That is how a public forum works. If someone is egregiously being homophobic or harassing people in my replies, I'll just block them. There's nothing else I can do. What do you want me to do?
Publicly in that tweet thread, call out the far right for what they're doing, and in your subsequent video, acknowledge the actual harm that was done. That's it. That's all you have to do. You're not just a random forum poster. You can just condemn it with the same platform that you used to spread it to begin with.
She wants to have the responsibility of a forum poster with all the power of her, right? All the benefits, none of the responsibility. Like a teenager, but she's 31, I think, right? Did I get it right? I think so.
About the opinions of other people. Why don't you focus on what I said and did? Is it because—
No. Shoot. I know you know this.
She's stuck in 2016. Quite literally. She hasn't aged since 2016 as well. She actually has snapshotted herself in 2016 and will literally live there forever, both physically and mentally. Like, to be fair, like, I think that's a good joke. I think it's a good meme.
We are too close. This is not about you. Get over yourself. This is not some, hysterical left freaked out over my... It's not. This isn't... It's not your personal content or branding. You understand. I know you know this because you're fucking taking selfies with Blake Masters. I know you know what the far right are like. I know you know they exist. You're not in a bubble. You interact with more people across the political spectrum than almost anyone.
She probably has the strongest connections of any... Outside of maybe Lauren Southern, she might have the most connections. She might be the woman with the most connections with the far right out there. Like, this is not somebody who, like, doesn't know what the right's all about. This is a woman who is, like, known on somewhat of a personal level most neo-Nazi figures that are relevant at any given time in the online political space from, like, 2014 to today. So she is very aware of what they're like, what they believe, and yeah. Plus, her boyfriend's a Nazi. She knows what they're like.
More than anyone else I know. You know what's going on right now. You cannot just be the oops tee-hee arbiter of far-right politics. The least you could do is in this video explain why the left is angry. Like, if you could say, hey, and I understand why lefties are freaking out because the far right immediately launched off with this tweet. And again, there's still some stuff in the video to go, and we'll get to that. But I do think even if it's presented later, you need to front load that shit. But we'll see.
One thing I will say is when Shu started to, like, move more into making her content more palatable to the right over the last, like, I'd say 6 months to a year, did you notice she changed up her set not to include the bi flag anymore? So it's just the American flag. She used to have a bi flag in the background of all her videos with the American flag. You can fit both on a screen, obviously. So, like, you know, right-wingers aren't exactly going to be keen on watching a YouTuber who literally has a pride flag in the background of her videos, right? They literally, like, that pride flag to them is synonymous with a map pride flag, quote unquote. That's she knows that. She knows her fans will see no difference. She kept the bisexual lighting, though, just so, like, the spirit of it would still be there, you know?
I said and did nothing wrong. I mean this with the most respect possible. Posting this a day after a homophobic terror attack that happened because the trans drag groomer scare comes off in very bad taste. I think choosing to bring this to light right after the shooting is phenomenally poor taste. She went ahead throwing queers under the bus right after a mass shooting to cater to—
I should mention, by the way, she tweeted this conspiracy out 11 hours after the shooting happened. It was, like, the biggest thing on Twitter, like, everybody talking about it. Shu had not and did not tweet a single thing about it. I believe her mention of the shooting in this video is her first mention of the shooting at all. Besides, like, responding to maybe a couple of comments that I'm not aware of, because she did block me. So, like, I'm not saying that staying silent or not happening to be on Twitter or not tweeting about something like makes you a bad person, but when you take the time like on the day after a shooting, inspired by the rhetoric that you then see your audience running off with, and then you get mad at somebody who sees like that looking a little sus, you know, little bit of a immature reaction, I'd say. I feel like she should have been able to say, yeah, Zan, you're kind of right. I did it again. God damn it. You know, like I hoped that's how it would go. I'd hoped.
To her homophobic audience. There was a mass shooting in a gay club in Colorado a few days before this Balenciaga thing broke. And because there was a shooting at a gay nightclub.
I forgot she told that lie too. Less than 12 hours after the shooting. She posted it. Less than 12 hours after the shooting. It was not a few days, not a couple days. Less than 12 hours.
I can't talk about pedophilia.
Holy shit. Shu, you fucking retard. Listen, you either are or you pretend. If you sincerely think that's what's happening here, do I even need to expend energy, like, explaining the problem here? Shu, you are so attached to your infantile free speech extremist bullshit, where the greatest crime in the universe is criticizing you and the things you say, that you're incapable of understanding or at least acknowledging the broader context of what's going on.
Shu does believe in freedom from consequences for speech. She doesn't just believe in freedom of speech, but also freedom from consequences. There's a reason why she was arguing with Elon Musk to get Alex Jones unbanned from Twitter. She wants Alex Jones replatformed, along with all those other people. She doesn't care if somebody having a platform results in them spreading massive amounts of dangerous misinformation, or if it results in them in spreading dangerous hate. She is an absolutist in free speech. And that just means she is in favor of violence. That will come out as a result of it. You know, like, she's not only just advocating for free speech absolutism broadly, but actively advocating for somebody who literally sent his fan base to harass the families of dead children shot in a mass shooting, calling them crisis actors who faked the shooting. They're still getting harassment to this day, and they sued him successfully because they were definitively able to prove it.
Going on here. It was not you talking about pedophilia. It was a far-right moral panic that you contributed to. Listen.
By the way, Shu knows that I love dunking on pedos that are actually trying to make a public-facing normalization of their behavior. She knows how much I get pissed off when I see lolicons try to pass off unironic, when it's just objectively just anime child porn. Let's be fucking honest. A lot of the shit that you'll just see you'll see their profile pictures. They won't have an NSFW profile picture. You look at their profile picture, the character in it, you're like, okay, yeah, all right, yeah, I know what's up. I know what's up, Lolly King. Okay, I know what's up, buddy. You know, I don't need to go to your profile to see what you're all about, Lolly King 23. So yeah, like I was going up against those guys, and I've gone up against those guys many times. Shu knows what my position is on these people, especially when they try to normalize what they're into. And what I rail against, I think, is far closer to actually normalizing pedophilia in our culture than what Shu's talking about. I think anime fans are unironically way fucking closer to normalizing pedophilia and child porn in our culture than like any potential gay groomer or like Balenciaga photographer or executive or whatever it's supposed to be could possibly be, right?
It happens. Last year, during the annual drag pride show, Kink at Pride discourse, I said some stuff that I later came to regret. I think that there were some issues I was reactionary on, and I did contribute to some reactionary tendencies. You know what?
I think I did too. And you know what really made me realize it? I just showed my mom like a picture of the Balenciaga photo shoot. She was like, that's what the big deal is? That's what they're complaining about? Like, and then she told me a story where when she was like a kid, she went to a pride event and like took a picture where she was like standing beneath a big blow up inflatable like parade float that was a giant bear in like leather like strap like bondage gear. And her mom took her there, and like she's got the photo still. It's a Polaroid from like the 80s. And then and she told me that, and I was like, huh. This whole like kids at Pride around kink thing really is just all bullshit, as old as fucking time, being used to try to attack the gay community, isn't it? Like, it really is just moral panic, think of the children. Oh, my grandma was based as fuck. My grandma was based as fuck. If she was alive to see my YouTube channel, she died when I was 16. If she was alive to see my YouTube channel, she'd be sitting right next to me, like, hell yeah, Alex. Like, she'd be sitting in the bed, like, just reading a book and be like, true, every like 5 minutes. Yeah, she's awesome. She was awesome. She was great.
That shit happens. That's fucking fine. The difference is I didn't then spend the rest of my life pretending that everyone who had a problem with me only did so because they hate my free speech and because they're all like pro-pedophilia or whatever the fuck framing we're going for here. The people who took issue with my behavior back then did so because my framing was such that I enabled a narrative of irresponsible child predation at Pride, which isn't a thing that happens. It's not a thing that happens. There's no statistical evidence to indicate this is any more a problem than children being predated on in any other like public event. I mean, that stuff happens everywhere, of course, but it's not a disproportionate problem. It's not a Pride problem. Kink at Pride isn't a problem. I mean, maybe there's some people being extra wacky, but again, you can apply that to literally any situation, so that's not really like a specific fair criticism.
The funny thing too is all the classic pictures that you've seen conservatives use to try to say, look at this Kink at Pride thing with kids. Every time you actually look into the background of those images, they're presented with lies that actually generally make the context of the image like a lot less bad, right? So there's one image where it's like a kid looking at like a guy in a gimp suit that has like a dog mask on, and the right shared around an image of that a picture of that image where the mom's hand is cropped out. In the full image, the mom is holding the kid's hand, standing right next to him, and the kid is fully supervised. Nothing, like, the mom's there to make sure like the kid's not seeing anything inappropriate, the kid's safe, literally holding the mom's hand. The image the right shared around, though, whether it changes anything for you or not, they deliberately cut the mom's hand out of the image in order to push a certain narrative. One that I would argue most people would probably have a different opinion on the image if they saw the full uncropped image as opposed to the cropped image that was shared around. I think there's at least some measurable amount of like difference it makes when you see the full picture. And that's just one example of how dishonest these people will be with their editing on these things. Like, you really can't just trust people starting a moral panic online at their word. I have to take a break from hearing Shu's points every 2 minutes. Just infuriating. Oh, listen, something that's so funny about being like a YouTuber is I showed my mom my notifications on my phone. She was like, oh my God, there's so many death threats and pedophile accusations. And I'm like, yeah, I know, but I basically get like a shit ton of hate every day. Like, I wake up every morning and it's like hate comments. She's like, how do you do this? How do you do this? Like, she was actually bewildered at how, like, yeah, it's wild.
And like, you know, oh yeah, this is some coordinated left effort to cancel me because they hated how I called out pedophilia. Because that's not what you're doing here, Shu. If you actually let's be real, Shu, if you gave a fuck about pedophilia, then you would go to any one of the innumerable websites that talk about the actual ways in which you can help mitigate child sexual abuse and help victims of child sex trafficking. And none of them are fueling far-right conspiracies like the fucking Wayfair cabinet, Pizzagate, fucking Balenciaga shit. None of this helps anyone. It doesn't. You're not going to fix anything. None of this changes. None of this solves anything. No children are being saved. The best thing that you can do is promote, hey, child sex education. One of the number one things shown to actually...
It's fun for her, though. She's playing an ARG. Like, literally, we just need to get her, like, into an ARG. Like, maybe if we get her into, like, the Backrooms ARG by Kane Pixels or something, like, maybe she'll just be like, ooh. And, like, she'll have that itch scratch that, like... Maybe she needs to get into true crime. Maybe we, like, yeah, maybe, like, we just send her some true crime videos and like, she can get it out of her system, you know? Because, like, protecting children from, no, not true crime. Yeah, you're right. Hold on. Yeah, you're right, Draco System. Hold on, I take that back. No, don't send me true crime. Don't send me true crime shit. No! Hank, no! No! Okay, all right.
Actually reduce child sexual abuse. And by the way, something opposed by all the people who freaked out over the tweet you posted. You created and contributed to an element of a moral panic led by people who are looking for ways to mathematically worsen child sexual abuse. But do you talk about this? No. Instead, you pretend that leftists who are concerned with the far-right moral panic are actually going after you because you had the audacity to go after pedophilia? Come on.
What? To shitpost the LGBT community on Trans Day of Remembrance is so disrespectful, I don't even know what to say. Same vibe as criticizing veterans on Veterans Day. Let me get this straight. Criticizing a fashion brand for pedo-baiting on Trans Day of Remembrance is the same as criticizing veterans on Veterans Day?
It's not. That was a dumb comparison. So I'll just leave that one.
It was a dumb
Bro,
comparison.
you don't even need the far right at this point. You're doing
At this point, she just starts showing a bunch of, like, somewhat reasonable arguments, but, like, framed in a very dishonest way or cut out of context or straight up deranged comments to poison the well. That's pretty much what her video is from here on out.
Now the far right is mentioned, 11 minutes in.
job for them. What the even if I saw it from their perspective, like even if I removed my brain and replaced it with a little toy monkey with symbols or whatever they have going on.
She only brings up the far right to say that I, by extension, as well as like everyone who criticized her, is doing the far right's job for them. She only brings up the far right insofar as she can essentially turn around all criticism to claim, actually, the left are the real bigots. You know what that sounds a lot like? Her and every other figure in that space back in 2016 saying, actually, the regressive left are the real bigots. You know? Very familiar, you know? It's almost like I watched a lot of Shoe on Head's content back during that time and recognize, you know, I can tell when she's moving from one general political sentiment to another in the way she presents her content.
On up there, even if I saw it from their point of view, if the issue they have with all of this is that I shouldn't be talking about this.
Shoe. This is such a standard fucking response, isn't it?
Dude, Shu could probably, oh my god. Could you imagine what Shu could do to the lolicon community on Twitter? Could you imagine how many reports she could rally if she really pushed on, lolicon accounts to just wipe them out from the internet? And they're aggressive, too. They're kind of like cockroaches. Have you ever had, a really bad, Florida cockroach where, you go to stomp it and the fucker starts running at you and you're like, oh my god, what the fuck's the matter with you? You're coming at me? I mean, I'm gonna kill you, but it's freaking me out that you think you can win this fight, cockroach. Or when it starts flying, and that's when I might actually, if I see a single cockroach and I move to Seattle, I'm buying a rock salt gun specifically for killing bugs, and I'm literally getting a rock salt gun just for shooting bugs, particularly cockroaches. That's my one bug fear, my one animal fear, is cockroaches. I will absolutely buy a special gun just for shooting cockroaches without damaging my home.
When somebody does something wrong or says something stupid or it gets blown out into the wrong way or whatever, and then in response to my attempted cancellation, they want to silence me. They don't want me to talk. It's just the standard fucking thing that comes out, you know?
At a time where gay groomer rhetoric is popular, why aren't they mad at Balenciaga for doing an ad like this at the time the gay groomer thing is popular?
Pretty much everybody is. Pretty much everybody criticized
that these two things are equivalent.
Everybody involved has criticized Balenciaga to some degree from what I've seen. That is of some notable significance in all of this, right? Has criticized Balenciaga to some extent, including me, right? Have you guys seen anybody say Balenciaga did nothing wrong? Everybody agrees that the photos were in poor taste. That is the closest to defense of Balenciaga I've seen is, yeah, the photos were in poor taste, but I don't think it was worth freaking out over. That is literally what they'll call the Balenciaga pedo defense. That's all it takes.
And that, for some reason, they should criticize, they can't criticize you because they have to criticize Balenciaga. The critical difference here is that Balenciaga is a multi-billion-dollar fashion company who already did the press release. The attention was given to it by you. The far-right framing was given to it by you. You are someone who can be reached and talked to. In terms of getting angry at stuff online, attacking Balenciaga would be like getting mad at the state of Iran. As opposed to, say, a far-right commenter in the United States who said that the woman who got beaten to death by the moral police officer deserved it because she was a slut. The level of proximity dictates the likelihood of actually going at people. And this is a bullshit deflection as well, because you could run this with anything. Oh, why are you getting mad at me for promoting this bill? I'm not the one who wrote it. Why aren't you getting mad at Senator so-and-so? And then, oh, why are you mad at Senator so-and-so? It was actually the party whip and strategist who came up with the idea of promoting this strategy. Why aren't you going after them? You can always pass the buck. At the end of the day, you still made a mistake, and you're continuing to make it in this video. This video is worse than what you did on Twitter. It's not a valid deflection. Especially since, again, going after Balenciaga in this respect does not protect children in any fashion whatsoever.
Why aren't they directing their anger at the brand? Why are they shooting the messenger? The worst part about this is that this tweet came from a YouTuber who I've been friends with for years. Why is this person who I thought was my friend doing this unhinged Stretch Armstrong reach?
Fuck off. I like.
Right, can we get the anime? Where's the can we get the fucking, where's the what's like a sad, we need someone to make like the edit where it's like Vaush and Destiny, like after like an epic anime duel, like angrily walking away from each other. Like someone needs to make that version for the Zan versus Shuaned thing. That'd be funny. Do it.
How in this picture you clip out
I thought we were oomphy, Zan.
the friend and oomphy of yours who's been on Tucker Carlson, who was directly linking it to queer people. How is it a reach when he's just pointing out the response of hundreds of thousands of people who jumped onto the tweets that you made? And how is this this is such a fake weaponization of friendship here. You blocked Zan, not the other way around. You might block me after this. And yeah, Zan has been getting death threats from far-right people for days now, who have been saying, you know, you're not safe, don't go outside at night, you're a pedophile, blah, blah. All he did was point out that a ton of far-right people jumped on this, DM too, as a way of promoting the anti-queer conspiracy, and that you have enabled that and done nothing to mitigate that whatsoever, which is completely correct. This tweet is completely correct.
To imply I am responsible for the murder of LGBT people. This isn't how you would treat a friend. This isn't criticism. This isn't a joke. This is disgusting.
It's not a joke. It is criticism.
Does Zan go outside during the day? I only go outside during the day. I actually do go out a lot. There's a reason why I'm pretty tan, I think. Even for winter, I'm actually pretty tan right now.
Joe, you don't have to do anything yourself to contribute to the harm of queer people. At all. You realize that, right? Like, if you go back...
I chased a coyote like a mile yesterday. Or not yesterday, a few days ago. There was a coyote I saw off my back porch, because there's like an area nearby that's like pretty favorable to where coyotes might hang out. And so at sunset, you'll see them walking around. And I saw it, and so I followed it. I didn't chase it, like run after it. I just kind of followed it from a distance and wanted to see if I could find its den or where it lived or see its pups or something like that. But I eventually lost it in the brush to a point where I like could not follow it, you know?
Into any pre-genocide period, any point in time in any country, in any culture, with any group of people, before a historical genocide takes place, there are plenty of people who, without directly promoting any of the beliefs or institutions that were involved in the coming genocide, nonetheless enabled it by promoting adjacent ideas. We see this all the time with the centrists, with the enlightened skeptics, with the libertarians, who ostensibly, nominally, don't agree with the ideologies that they bolster, but nonetheless end up doing the same thing. Think of, for example, Bill Barr, right? That's the name, right? Bill Barr? He's the guy I'm thinking of, right? He's the guy who has the talk show. He did the thing. Yeah, Bill Maher.
Bill Maher.
No, not Bill Burr. Bill Maher. I was in between those two. Bill Maher.
I was thinking of
Mayor? Is it
I was thinking of Kathleen Barr for some reason.
Mayor? Why would you not type it phonetically? Maher?
The lady that did the fucking
Mar?
the thing, the
It's
racist
Mar? Okay,
thing.
thank you. I don't know why a bunch of people started
Didn't
spamming
she do
Maher.
the fucking
Whatever.
racist
Anyway, Bill Maher.
tweets and then took the fucking thing? Or is that somebody else that I'm thinking of? I don't know. I'm mixing up like female comedians that have done cancelable shit and then blamed it on drugs that made them act out of their element, so to say.
Bill Maher is not, you know, a far-right guy, according to him and some other people. However, he has talked about trans people as a social contagion on his show. He's talked about how Gen Z has so many queer people in
Roseanne,
it, by
yeah.
the current rate of growth,
Roseanne
eventually
Barr,
all humans
my
are
bad.
going to be queer or whatever.
I'm high as fuck.
He's talking about it like it's a social contagion. Now, Bill Maher may not personally want to do a trans genocide. I don't think that he does. However, he is spreading the social contagion rhetoric, which is exactly what people who want...
For the record, by the way, the social contagion talking point is not true, obviously. But the reason why the right and so many of these people are able to get away with it is essentially that when an identity becomes more normalized, well, I shouldn't say identity. I should say a sexuality or gender presentation related identity becomes more normalized, people will feel more comfortable coming out. Same thing happened as being gay became more normalized. And to this day, this still happens. More and more people feel comfortable coming out as being gay. And each generation has a higher rate or a higher amount of people who admit that they are gay, which leads conservatives to say, oh, each generation is getting gayer. That must mean there's a social contagion. When in reality, what it actually means is that there's actually always been a lot more gay people than we ever really let ourselves realize, and now they're finally feeling comfortable enough about existing to be public and open And we're starting to see, oh wait, being straight and cis really isn't as common and normal as maybe most people expected, right?
Want to kill trans people believe. Bill Maher may not personally believe in the trans death camps or whatever, but by promoting the ideology that leads to it, he's nonetheless complicit, and the blood would be on his hands if anything like that were to happen. He may be indignant about that, and you know what? People like that tend to take it to their fucking grave. People like Bill Maher go their entire lives.
Yeah, the left-hand effect, thank you.
Without ever acknowledging what they've done. This happens all the time. Nobody wants to take responsibility for the outcomes of their behavior, but the world is built on the outcomes of people's behavior, and a lot of that behavior is not deliberate.
Shoe on head. Be more like the based trad husband you want to have and take responsibility for your actions, okay? Responsibility is freedom, as Jocko Willink would say, all right? Like, Shoe values conservative values, presumably, right? Wouldn't responsibility be one of them? Accountability and responsibility? Presumably be one of them?
The world is entirely built in it.
Disgusting. I just don't understand, like, if you had a problem, why didn't you come to me in private? Why did you have to make it into some public sideshow, the epic dunk, for the world to see? Maybe
As I said, by the way, I'm pretty sure I'd been kicked from Shu's group chat like a few days before that went down, because it just stopped appearing in my DMs area, which is weird, because I didn't really say or do anything to cause that to happen, other than getting a couple of arguments with Shu's boyfriend, who is a Nazi. So I'm pretty certain he might have kicked me from the group chat, so I couldn't have contacted her there. And I had like 3 months of unread DMs, which is like 2 DMs, because the most you'll ever get out of me is a double message. If I message you and you don't reply, I may message you again, like as a reminder, but if you never message me back, I will never message you again unless you message me first. That is how I am. And if you don't message me back long enough, or like if there's no response long enough, I'll eventually just assume we're not friends anymore. Like after like months. But regardless though, like I end up finding out, pretty much everybody, not just me, but pretty much everybody has to go through Shoe on Head's manager to get into contact with her. That includes her friends. That includes me. I don't know if it includes Vaush, but I know it includes a couple of other people, which means no. It would not have been feasible to reach out and talk to her, and as Vaush said, she would have gotten mad at me. And as Merrick said, Merrick is a CSA survivor who tried to reach out and talk to her from a more academic perspective of like, here's the facts of the situation, here's the facts of like how best these organizations agree we can best protect children from child sex trafficking. She was ignored and I believe blocked. Yeah, she did it so you'd have to ask to speak to the manager and look like a Karen.
this is karma, because
I don't... You did something publicly, he responded publicly. At least you can't say that about me, because I certainly talked to her about this.
dropped friends over politics before. Because honestly, I can't find any other explanation for this. But this wasn't even political. Like,
None at all.
I couldn't think of an optically worse thing to drop someone over. Like, I know you used to be right-wing.
Contribution to a far-right moral panic is actually a pretty legitimate reason to be upset with somebody. I thought Zan DM'd her and didn't respond.
Nazis in their audience with fodder they can use to justify the murder of gay people, but this time the day after...
Oh yeah, I know that. I thought this would be evidence that he DM'd her.
Personally, I can't relate.
I didn't DM her. I did not DM her because I had like messages sent that just had no response and hadn't even been seen. So what was the point? I had literally been removed from the group chat for no reason, as far as I could tell, other than arguing over... Her boyfriend was arguing that the Democrats were stealing the midterm elections and that there was election fraud. And I was arguing with him like, dude, the Democrats have pulled ahead of the Republicans for like 10 minutes and you're already alleging election fraud on Twitter. And so we got into an argument, and then I'm pretty sure that's what got me kicked from Sean Head's group chat, is arguing with her boyfriend about there not being election fraud and Democrats stealing the election in the midterms. So, yeah, no, I didn't message her privately. Yeah, no, I didn't.
But not everything related to pedophilia has to do with gay people.
Well, Shu, if only there wasn't an entire half of the political wing of this country that believes that the two are inimicably intertwined. Who all did she keep that tweet up? She might have deleted it by now, but I want everyone to fully understand that there is no ambiguity when it comes to the reception the Balenciaga tweet got. It is not... Oh yeah, here it is, from November 20th. 128,000 likes, 11.2 thousand quote tweets.
She is by far the largest figure outside of Tucker Carlson, who would have heard about it because of her, who's talked about this, without a doubt.
If you go through all this, and I'm not the best one to like scroll through all of it because I'm friends with progressives, so they're going to show up at the top.
They're going to show up at the top, and also Vaush will have used the block to block a ton of the Nazis that'll be there, but still.
There is an overwhelming like far right. In fact, I don't know if I can think of a popular far right pundit who did not respond to this. Overwhelmingly in line with a with a like it's part of like the queer pedophilia stuff. I mean, shit, it got retweeted by Libs of TikTok, the fucking terrorist account. There's Cernovich, Liz Wheeler in the comments, Jackson Hinkle, who's a Nazi. I wish there was a way to sort replies to a tweet by likes. I don't know why there isn't. Twitter sucks. Maybe Elon Musk taking over it is a good thing because like it's so shit anyway. There are actually so many.
We should just cover. we should just call the video like my reaction to this. Vaush finally stops edging his audience for discipline. Just call it that. Finally criticizing Shu. It's like his fans have been edging for years now. For years. It's finally over. He's finally let so many people in Vaush's community and my own community, like, unironically, like, just were so goddamn happy that I finally called out Shuanhead, because to be fair, I have taken on, like, a lot of, you know, shit for associating with her, because, you know, she doesn't learn from her mistakes and engages in these things dishonestly and plays politics like it's an unironic game with no real life stakes.
Many services on Twitter that it's amazing they don't exist. Anyway.
Shu needs to stop with the conspiracy posting. Ah yes, the conspiracy.
Our
The
Vaush
conspiracy
V can
that
rest.
The conspiracy that the powerful elites are abusing children.
Shu, it is conspiracy posting. You can defend it on those grounds, but it is conspiracy posting. Like, the implication of your posts were 100% that this is some kind of, like, you know, part of the I mean, you just said that there. Like, what you're describing is a conspiracy. Like, you can just acknowledge that. It's fine.
That conspiracy. The worst part is she pretends to be gay so she can yell homophobe when you call her out. I'm convinced Shu has no real political opinions and just says / believes whatever sounds good to her. Isn't that what an opinion is? Begging people to finally realize Shu is literally
That somebody told me that's very indicative of how Shu thinks, and I really didn't notice it when I first watched the video, but honestly, that is pretty indicative of how she thinks. An opinion isn't just what sounds good to you. An opinion should be something that you've thoroughly thought about and researched, if it's actually something on an important issue, not like, I like mint chocolate chip more than vanilla. You know, that's not, you know, that's fine. That's fine. But like, if it's, I am of the opinion that there is a conspiracy afoot, then that's less of an opinion and more of a statement about the world that can be debated.
Well, no, because if you have real political convictions, sometimes those lead you to
Oh yeah, mint chocolate chip is the best ice cream. That's why I used it as my example.
outcomes which aren't like good, like don't immediately feel intuitively good. Like, sometimes they might lead you to hard truths that you have to acknowledge. That might be a bit of a self-report there. The idea that like having political opinions is the same as just saying what you think at the moment.
just right-wing. Shu is a conservative, no matter how many lefties try to say otherwise. There's a term coined by Lindsay Ellis that I think fits Shu. She's a diet Nazi. Shuanhead is a right-wing propagandist. She is likely paid to be so either directly or indirectly. I hate Shu. She's not a leftist. She's a fascist who wants healthcare. Does this look like a fascist to you? She needs to be kicked
Thank you.
out of the left like yesterday.
I like the ooh-woo humor.
She's a fascist. If you're denying it at this point, you're just a simp. Shuanhead is a right-wing paid propagandist infiltrating leftist spaces. She's a calculated and insincere plant, and she needs to be excommunicated. We need to boot Shu from the left. She isn't a leftist. At this point, we just have to not let Shu exist on the left anymore. Inevitably, she is going to leave the left, and it will not be surprising. So first of all, if I was going to leave the left over left-wing people being mean to me, I would have left.
Was that a white monster? Vile, bro. Oh, fucking gross. Boomer? God. That blue fucking garbage. I'm team green. I'm team green. I just realized Shuanhead was drinking a white monster while doing her video. I'm pretty certain I would have been drinking a green monster in every response that I've done to her. The ultimate battle of blue monster versus green monster. Or white monster is the blue stuff, but yeah.
Left the left like 8 years ago. I know it's hard for these people to understand because their extent of politics is quite literally Discord servers and Reddit communities. You cannot be kicked out of opinions. Like, I can call myself a right-winger right now, but I would be the shittiest right-winger ever.
I do want to say, though, that she is objectively correct on this one point. This obsession with whether or not somebody is in or out of the left is infantile, and it betrays.
Well, okay, he's arguing a different thing. She would not be the shittiest right-winger ever by any means. No, she's done a lot of good for the right. More so than the... she has done more good for the right than most right-wingers could ever dream of doing. Does anybody disagree with that? Regardless of her intention or her positions, Shuan has objectively done more for the right than most conservatives will ever be able to dream of doing in their lives. As far as, like, bringing people over, spreading their beliefs, like, helping them proliferate in online culture. Just whether she likes it or not, that is her contribution in regards to that. That is real.
Raise people's obsession with social spaces. You cannot be admitted to or removed from a political ideology. No one has any control over that. You can consider her what you want, but the idea of, like, when is she going to leave the left? The term leave the left refers to a very specific and cringy kind of, like, coming out video for conservatives. It doesn't refer to, like, the actual process of crossing a line. There is...
Well, and it indicates the person saying it thinks of the left not as a political movement, but instead as, like, an online social group that one can literally just be kicked out of, as in, like, banned, you know? They don't see this as a political, position or political movement or an alignment of people who share similar values. They see it as, a friend group. And Shu isn't allowed to be in their friend group anymore. It's stupid.
There is no line. It can't possibly exist. But a lot of people are obsessed with that. This is one of the reasons why my greatest triggers, I hate it when people do this. People get mad at me for admitting Shu into the left, which is insane for so many different reasons. One of which being I don't have the power. Second of which being I'm the most controversial person on the entirety of the online left, and therefore I have...
That's the problem right there. Like, so many people came to me and Vaush screaming at both of us saying we admitted Shu into the left. We rebuilt Shu. We cleaned Shu's public image. You could argue that Vaush cleaned her public image with, like, up to this point downplaying a lot of her controversies, particularly recently. But, like, when people are coming to you like, why did you let Shu into the left? That's deranged. That truly is deranged, regardless of whether or not said people are right about, Shu not being having good integrity, I
have no idea what my...
I have to piss. I'll be right back.
On this
I'll let you listen to Vaush.
I did, yeah, okay. What they actually seem to mean is, like, they're mad at me for getting along with her. I genuinely don't know what criticism actually is supposed to mean. Focus on criticizing the ideas, not people's imaginary participation in some kind of, like, walled-off section of online political discourse.
Probably on account of the whole, socialism thing. The whole being a socialist might get in the way. But more important...
You're not a fucking... Shu. You're a social democrat, you fucking liberal.
Like, I don't know, what about me calling shit like this out makes me not left-wing? It genuinely feels like some massive psyop. Like, I want workers' rights and for people to have their basic necessities met. I didn't sign up for this weird-ass shit.
Okay, remember what I said about there being a difference between one's political beliefs and the outcomes of those political beliefs? I'll give you another example in another historical situation that we're probably not that familiar with so that I can break up the mold a little bit, okay? Nazi Germany, okay? Now, as you all know, there are a lot of wealthy capitalist bankers out there who do lots of bad stuff, aren't there? Oh, we lefties sure do know it. Oh boy, do we hate our wealthy capitalist bankers. Now, if you can imagine such a thing, I think it might actually be a little bit irresponsible if one was a popular, publicly powerful leftist in, say, 1933 Germany, to put long
Vaush made me laugh while I was
how
pissing.
the German people are being...
When he said Nazi Germany, I actually chuckled while I was pissing. It was funny.
...exploited by the wealthy elite and bankers. How the German worker is being exploited by the robber baron, the plutocrat, and then immediately put your hands in the air and go, whoop! I'm not looking at the comments. I'm not responsible for anything anyone says. Goodbye. And then when, I don't know, Jews go up to you and they're like, hey, Shu, what the fuck? And you look at them and you're like, what? You have a problem with me calling out big banks? Sorry, you have to keep an eye on the times, okay? Nobody is impressed with anyone's ability to be just, like, nominally progressive. There's nothing in the world less impressive than saying that you're pro-women's rights or pro-socialism. Oh, you've said it?
This is why, partly why, I hate the term ally, right? The term ally really does feel like a badge or a reward given to people for meeting the bare minimum of, like, moral standard, right? Oh, you think that people's basic human rights should be met and we should treat people equally regardless of, like, how they were born? You're an ally. And I get why it's a word it's just so cringy to me. It's like, it sounds like a little gold star for like a participation trophy, And I don't think we should... like, I don't think there should have to be participation trophies for being a decent human being, you know, doing the bare minimum. I hate that word.
Oh, you've said. Oh, that's great. You've said you're progressive. Oh, what is this, like a male feminist thing? You know what I mean? Like oh, you've said you respect women's rights. Here's my glistening pussy. All right. No. The actual cool thing that you can do is do progressive things, do socialist things, affect outcomes in that fashion, make the world more this. You know. So ultimately, even if what you're doing and saying is in line, you know, generally with what a progressive might do or say, if the outcomes of those behaviors are an emboldening of a Nazi moral panic, then it doesn't matter. You understand? You all have to. This is people. This isn't just consequentialism, by the way. This is not like an esoteric, hyper-specific, like moral framework that only I subscribe to. Like deontologists also subscribe to this belief. The idea that like it's not just about how like what you say you are, but what you actually do, the outcomes you bring about. And I have to hold you to those standards because we all do. We already hold each other to these standards. We already do that. I mean, I can bring this back to the most simple possible example to explain.
He's taking the headphones off. Okay?
Imagine that you have a roommate and a.
Why the fuck is Chu doing the Judge Judy look anyway? I'll let this one pass because it's actually relevant to the discussion. Shuonhead has always been very open in her content about being very much into like a like, you know, like the stereotype of how like the Nazis want women to be regimented into our society, like the life that Nazis would have every woman living in our society. That is Shu's ideal goal. So while she may, as far as her opinions go, believe in egalitarianism for like women's rights and all of that, she personally wants to live like a hyper trad, you know, like life, you know? So you can see where like her, yeah, it just kind of, but at the same time, wanting to have like a hyper trad life doesn't necessarily result in this, right? Like Hunter Avallone, for example, has a hyper trad life, okay? Like, I don't know why the dude doesn't leverage it more in debates against conservatives, because he has what, like 95% of these conservative dudes say like, wife and kids and white picket fence and everything. Like, he has that, and that's like what 95% of these conservative pundits don't have but glorify, you know? So it's like, yeah, Hunter doesn't do that. He doesn't dress up like Judge Judy.
Friend, they're the same person. You're friends with the roommate, and you enter the kitchen while they're cooking, and you know they're making like something, they're pulling something out of the oven, and you walk in and you say, "Oh, hi, friend," but because you turn the corner too sharply right as they're getting up with the thing they got out of the oven, you end up hitting them in the shoulder, causing them to drop I don't know, boiling hot like lasagna. Lasagna. They shatter the glass, it hits their foot, 400-degree lasagna gets everywhere, broken glass all over their foot, third-degree burns, dinner is ruined, everything is fucked, okay? Now, obviously, you got to go to the hospital for this. That's gonna hurt, you know? And they're in the hospital, you know, and you follow along, whatever, and they're there, you know, their foot's got bandages, and they're like, don't you have something you want to say? And you're like, what? And they're like, you hit me, you hit my shoulder, you made this happen. And you're like, I waved my arm to say hi to you. I didn't mean to knock the lasagna. And they're like, okay, I know you didn't mean to, but like, and you're like, what did I do? You have a problem with me waving hi to you? Should I not wave hi at you in the future? Like, what do you have an issue with that? Should I stop doing that? Is that what you want from me? Do you think I'm making a joke? That's exactly what's happening here. With no exaggeration. This is literally a one-to-one comparison.
I didn't get it at first, but now it's starting to make sense. So basically, like, one person's making a piping hot thing of lasagna, another person walks in and goes to wave, but bumps the person with the lasagna. They drop it and hurt themselves. And in the hospital, the person who is hurt is like, hey, can you apologize for bumping me and make me drop this and get hurt? And they're like, what? So I shouldn't wave to you? Because it could hurt, because it could cause that to happen, because you could let go of the thing you're holding and hurt yourself. Like, okay. That is actually a pretty good comparison. I like it. I get it.
There's actually no difference. The only distinction here
Poor
is
that
the behavior she was engaging in is abstracted because it's so much bigger. It's more widespread. It's harder to immediately quantify, but it is the exact same logic. Now, interpersonally, you would think the person, that guy who hit your shoulder, you would think they're kind of a psycho. The way they're like reframing your upsetness with the consequences of their behavior as like an attack on them, that's like really psychotic behavior interpersonally. Here, I guess it's just standard politics, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to call it out.
I'm just so tired of like trying to prove to these people that I'm left wing. I'm just tired of being like, no, you don't understand. I voted for Bernie in 2016 and in 2020. I believe this and I believe that. I'm tired. I'm too old for this shit. I'm exhausted.
Do you think there might be something you're doing that constantly sows doubt to this effect?
She didn't vote. According to my chat, she abstained from voting in 2016. She voted for Bernie in the primaries and then didn't vote at all in 2016, if I recall correctly, for Trump or Hillary. You'll note you might not have caught that when she said I voted for Bernie in 2016. Yeah, you might not have caught that. She can't say I voted for Hillary or I didn't vote for, like, she can't say that I voted against Trump, you know? She has to like say, "Oh, I like Bernie." And it's like Jimmy Dore liked Bernie, didn't he? Like, saying you liked Bernie and you like healthcare isn't a very good defense, Shu. Stop. Find something better, you know?
I mean, like, leaving
Find a better
aside the
defense.
enabling of the far-right moral panic and the constantly fraternizing with far-right people, that photo with Blake Masters framing his, like, insane policy, as like, single income pilled or whatever,
These people just want me to be some like progressive little shit.
She also took a selfie with Jack Sobiek recently, who's like a full-on Nazi as well, like a IRL photo with him, and she got shit for it, and then complained about getting shit for it. Like she's just, you don't trip into friendships with like the largest neo-Nazi figures out there. Didn't Jackson Hinkle vote Bernie? Yeah, don't you know? Voting Bernie immediately means that you're left wing.
Live, rising from the ashes of like the anti-SJW world. They want me on my hands and knees groveling and apologizing for making like stupid level 1 baby edgy jokes about attack helicopters.
no. That's not what's happening here. You're not mad.
Oh man, Shu. So for those of you guys that don't know, Shu was full on like anti non-binary back then. She actually like she actually made videos playing into the gay groomer narrative. Before the gay groomer narrative was as big as it is now, like back in the day. She did a response to this thing called Queer Kid Stuff, which was literally just telling kids that gay people exist and talking about gay people existing to kids. And she made a video about how it's inappropriate to allow kids to be exposed to that. So she's done like the kids, think of the children, kids can't be shown even like being exposed to the concept of gayness, like if they're too young, content before. So this is not, she really does try to kind of sweep, well, you know, just kind of give a little bit of a, let's forget about the exact details of what I said and did back in the day. You know, I just said some cringy stuff. We'll leave it at that, right? And you know, a lack of desire to own up to what you believed and said is definitely not indicative of, you know, change. Like, you'll notice that, like, my biggest video on my entire channel is just me dunking on my old self for all the dumb shit I used to believe and explaining in detail what I believed and why it was wrong. And, you know, how I learned it was wrong, you know? Like, yeah.
Mad at you for making attack helicopter jokes in 2015. They're mad at you because a month ago, less than a month ago, an existing far-right moral panic that everyone knows exists, including you, that poses a real threat to the lives of millions of people, was emboldened and empowered by something that you accidentally did. I don't think Shu posted the Balenciaga shit with the intention of enabling the far right. Personally, I think that's a ridiculous accusation. I don't believe that at all. I think Shu did something that, if given the opportunity, I would have done the same, and she just took no accountability after the fact, no matter how it went.
The difference is it wouldn't have had the same outcome had Vaush posted it, because Vaush doesn't have an audience of people prone to see something like that and then turn it into a wild conspiracy theory about like how groomers in the gay community or the Jews or blood libel or whatever conspiracy theory the right has ascribed to this or tied it in with.
You know? It's not like I don't say that ultra-wealthy people are pedophiles. I do! I say that! I don't disagree with her on that. I do think the Balenciaga shit is weird. The initial behavior on her part, the posting the Balenciaga stuff, I don't think that's wrong. It led to...
I really do think my opinion on this can be summarized best with, like, there are a whole lot of Epsteins out there, but they aren't leaving clues like it's some sort of ARG for savvy internet sleuths to follow and figure out, right?
A bad outcome, yes, but the initial action, the initial intent, the drive to do that, I don't think those things are wrong, and I'm not criticizing her for it. I'm criticizing her for everything that has happened since then, not helicopter jokes. I mean, she can't make that criticism of me because I obviously don't have an issue with edgy helicopter jokes. I vomit slurs when given the chance.
5 years ago. They want me saying we need to destigmatize pedophilia or want me sipping for
When the Vaush Zan group chat leaks, it's over.
Shu, I would really appreciate it if you would not frame the left's position on you as wanting you to destigmatize pedophilia. It'd be very cool if that was not the characterization of the left that you made, i.e. further emboldening the far-right perspective on, like, framing. Who said that? I'll tell you who said that. This was an argument between Shu and Hunter Avalone a little while ago. I don't remember all the details, but the basic gist is this, okay? So I'm going to skip past all of the wheedling and all the explanation. I'm just going to say this very factually, okay? If you want to protect kids, you want pedos to go to therapy. Simple as. If you disagree with that, it's because you are either pro-pedophilia or yourselves a pedophile. We all know that actual pedophiles, like those lolly shits on Twitter, love calling up.
Nah, okay, I'm gonna add a little bit here because Vaush is being hyperbolic here. The third option is you are more focused on like trying to instill a retributive rage on those that you deem to be a moral degenerate in our society than you are in actually protecting the victims of said moral degeneracy. Like, there are a lot of people who don't actually give a fuck about protecting kids. They just like to see pedophiles punished, mostly because they see pedophiles as a, an acceptable target, right? And if you want to, instill violence because you just like doing violence, you want to be able to talk about violence and do violence, right? Then, pedophiles are a pretty acceptable target. And you probably won't get a lot of people saying, oh, don't attack the pedophiles. Like, you're more likely to be able to start a YouTube channel and go viral with, like, I will admit, the other night, like literally the other night, I was playing Minecraft and a video auto-played that I did not turn off, where it was literally a guy confronting, he was like one of those amateur pedo hunter channels, and he had catfished a pedo in his hometown. The only reason why I watch this channel is because he actually works with the local police. He does expose and like humiliate them publicly on live stream, but he actually works the police of the town, and like the guys get taken away in handcuffs. And I had one of those videos pop up in there, well, in this case it's an attempted child molester, and they confront this guy outside of Walmart, and the guy who catfished the guy brought the guy in question. This guy doesn't just go out there and try to catfish random dudes. What'll happen is, say some guy is harassing your daughter. You hit this guy up and he catfishes the pedo pretending to be your daughter, and then you and the guy meet in a public place with the police, and everything gets sorted out. And so that's what ended up happening. This dad reached out to the YouTuber because some pedo was like talking to his daughter, and they worked with the police, and they all arrived on the scene. He gets like the DMs, and you get the whole like Chris Hansen feel out in public. This is a small town. Local PD that were like walking in to get their groceries are like, Gary? Well, what's going on here? Oh, you're catching a pedo again. All right, hold on. Kids can wait a little while for the groceries. Let me just stick and watch. So cops that are off duty start pulling up, and random people in the town start screaming at the pedo dude, like, get out of our fucking town. It's like, that's the only one of those channels I'll watch, because they go about it in such a way that the pedo hunting doesn't directly just allow the pedo to get away, like with EDP and those guys that got him. But yeah, like, I'll admit that, like, I certainly gained some enjoyment from that type of content. It's sort of vicarious, you sort of feel a vicarious sort of satisfaction in seeing those that would harm the most vulnerable group in our society harmed themselves in some way, emotionally, or just seeing the look of fear on their face when they realize things aren't gonna go the way they wanted. Like, I get it. But at the same time, too many people prioritize that feeling over actually wanting to protect kids from getting abused by those people, And that's the big problem with people who don't believe that we want to get these people therapy.
Other people pedos, because, if the finger's pointed away from you, it's not pointed at you. If you want to stop children from being harmed, you want pedos to go to therapy. Some people have said, and I think there is some truth to this, that the hyper-punitive attitude that people have online, where they're screaming, kill all pedophiles, kill all pedophiles, kill all pedophiles. Well, again, it's inspired by good intentions, might lead to an attitude where it discourages pedos from going to therapy and therefore increases the number of children harmed. I don't know how much data there is on this specifically, but I do think whatever outcomes leads to pedophiles going to therapy is the best one. Like, whatever leads to that outcome is the one that harms the least children. Objectively, I'm not arguing on this. That is a fact.
That is true.
If you disagree, it's because you want to rape children. I want to watch other people.
This is objectively true, and it literally takes not even two, just one Google search to figure this out. Like, it's not like this is buried, like hidden magic, sacred data or info. Okay, you can just go Google what is the best way to prevent child sexual abuse, and one of the top options will be therapy for pedophiles. So yeah, it's just, this is not a debated thing in any academic or medical circle.
Rape children. Could be either, So Hunter made the points that I just made. I don't know if he made them in the same way. I don't know how eloquently he made them.
He made them the same way.
He framed them in between a bunch of...
He arguably made them more eloquently than the way that Vaush just did, to be clear. And you're about to find out what Shu did.
Assaults against Shu. I assume he did because he really doesn't like Shu. I think that is what Shu was referring to here. It might have been other things in line with that. I want to be clear here.
Oh, I don't know if Vaush is going to include it. Shu straight up called Hunter a pedophile defender or pedophilia normalizer, and sent her community to mass report Hunter, call him a pedophile and pedophile enabler, and his Twitter is still permabanned because of it, because her fans mass reported. So she just outright slandered Hunter to like Hunter got done dirty by Shu.
Seen in my entire life very, very few instances of people on the left actually enabling pedophilia. I know that plenty of far-right websites like 8chan are literal dens of child pornography, or at least were. I know that a lot of far-right people in politics seem to have weird associations with pedophiles or with pedophile-adjacent politics. I know they seem to be rather keen on pedophilia in a lot of weird ways. I know that overwhelmingly the lolicon accounts on Twitter are far-right. Every time I see this crop up in any systemic...
The lolicon accounts on Twitter attacked me after Shu's video. A whole lot of them are Shoe-on-Head fans, because they see that her constantly talking about the like hysteria of kids being like the biggest danger right now of like pedophiles is kids being exposed to like gay groomers or whatever. And she does play into this discourse. She didn't do it this time directly, but she literally every Pride Month and sometimes in between would directly start a discourse about gay people or trans people grooming kids or exposing kids to sexual content, for all intents and purposes calling them groomers, with, you know, even if it wasn't directly calling them groomers, right? Just saying you're doing sexual things around kids, right? And that gets you called a groomer. It doesn't matter. So that is what she does a lot, right? And I think a lot of the lolicons that watch her know that she is doing a good job to distract from them, right? They've proliferated a lot on Twitter. Contrary to what Jordan Peterson's tweet about how it's so hard for him to find child porn now would say, the lolicons seem to be more brave and active than ever on Twitter since Elon bought it.
fashion. It seems to be right adjacent. I also know that the right is currently embroiled in a campaign to prevent child sex education from being offered in any schools across the country, which would dramatically increase children's vulnerability to rape. Additionally, conservatives are unquestioningly devoted to the what would you call the hegemonic power of the father and of the church, aka the two biggest threats to children. The two biggest threats to children are by far the home and the church. The school runs third, still prominent. Yep. If you want to mitigate these factors, you need to promote Me Too kind of stuff, like believe victims kind of stuff. Investigate, take it seriously. You want child sex education so that victims of abuse know what's happening to them, know that it's abuse, understand how to describe that abuse when they talk to authority figures. Stuff like that. Gender imbalances also contribute significantly to predation because a lot of the ways in which young boys and girls are preyed upon align with gender stereotypes. The idea that boys always want sex, or that girls exist to provide sex, which are fairly common, like I guess like root mythologies about gendered behavior. Like they're like stereotypes, if you know what I mean. These are things that the right basically promote. And it's not a coincidence, by the way, that anytime you see a news story where it's like, banging 27-year-old teacher has sex with 12-year-old male student 18 times in 1 week or whatever, because the news media never calls that rape, that there are a bunch of guys in their mid-30s with receding hairlines.
That's one of the few cases where Shu does criticize the right, quote unquote, as far as their weird pedo shit goes, is like when she sometimes criticizes presumably conservative guys, saying, where were these teachers when I was his age? And those guys are probably conservative, but like, it's never framed like, oh, I'm dunking on conservative pedos, but like when she's dunking on lefty pedos or pedo enablers, she really has said many times so far, like lefty pedo enablers or lefty Balenciaga defenders, or just really kind of like hammering home the lefties are defending pedo shit point she wants to make, and has only once brought up the point of the far right, and it was in an attack against me, trying to claim that I'm doing the far right's work for them. Basically saying the left are the real bigots.
Sunglasses in their cars.
Or know you, if you will.
For their Twitter avatars, going like, dude, where was she when I was young? Those people did not vote for Bernie. Now, am I saying that there's a direct connection between conservatism and pedophilia? Yes, I am saying that. You cut the shit out.
That's great. There you go. Yes.
the CIA or whatever the these people are up to nowadays. And like, no, not gonna happen. Sorry. What's so funny is a lot of these content creators do agree with me, but they won't say so in public. Like they DM me and they're like, "No, you're so right," instead of just doing it publicly because they fear their own audiences. It's literally so sad. It's like an abusive relationship.
By the way, I don't know what this is supposed to be. Is this her like trying to say that tons of people agree with her without having to say, here's a bunch of people who agree with me? Oh my god, these YouTubers, they're like under a gun from their own audience. It's crazy. Yeah, you're really dropping real truth bombs here. It's not like lefty YouTubers are at fear of getting canceled by their audiences all the time. But I think you might be talking about the types like Thought Slime or like, I don't know, like FD Signifier, who have definitely built up the kind of audience that might turn on them if they did something even marginally problematic. And I have a feeling neither of them are messaging Shoe on Head to say, I actually agree with you, I'm just too afraid of my audience to say so. You know, like...
This does happen, and it has happened to me from other people, but she's wrong on this one, so I hope that she's wrong when she says this. I hope she's over-exaggerating.
But I just want to go back to the more important, less personal aspect of this whole thing, and that is the connection between hetero and LGBT. So of course there are
Okay.
Oh boy, here we go.
Okay, let's see where it goes.
a lot of people on the right wing who are comparing the two. They have been doing this since the 1950s. The smear has been thrown at gay people for decades. There's always been people on the right who will compare all the things I talk about, like the maps and stuff, to gay people. But it's very clear from my content, if you've watched my content, which I really...
There will always be. This means she can't do anything about it, and she won't do anything about it, and she will continue to do the exact same thing. She is arguing there's nothing that she can do to mitigate the reaction of her audience to this propaganda.
don't think a lot of these people who are mad at me have done. It's very clear from my content that I've always pushed back
conspiracy.
on this. But what is new to me is now liberals coming out
propaganda.
and saying I can't talk about this stuff, and that talking about it is somehow inherently anti-gay, which when you think about it is really, really bad.
Okay, so she goes right back into the far right framing here. Okay, so we have 20 seconds of, hey, I've always pushed back on the idea that queer people are pedophiles, but also liberals can't even talk about pedophilia because of all the gay people. Okay.
Shu has never been a leftist. She's a right-wing reactionary trad wife who has an unhealthy obsession with making false equivalences between LGBTQ people and pedophiles. So first of all, let's be very clear here. I have been doing the opposite of this my entire career. This has been one of my focuses on this channel for
No,
years.
it's
and you know
not.
One of the core messages
That she's lying there, saying she's been doing the opposite of this her whole career. She's literally made a gay panic like groomer video back before the gay panic groomer thing was what it is now, like years ago. So she... Wait, let's just forget the specifics of what she believed back in the Gamergate days, you know, when she was in the peak of her prominence as a political figure. Let's forget what she actually believed. And, you know, she was just cringe. She just had some cringy beliefs, that's all. You know, just cringy liberal. That's all.
of a lot of those videos were. They are now trying to squeeze themselves into the LGBT community. And do not be mistaken.
Hey, wait, there it is. Where's the bi flag? Where'd it go? Where'd it go, Shu? Where'd you put it?
The LGBT community ain't having that shit. You cannot sit with the LGBT community. You can't sit with us! And for the people who go, must slippery slope, you're fueling the delusions that they did actually successfully break their way into the community.
So I want to be clear here, and a lot of people in chat don't seem to get this, but when I opened this video by saying that Shu is legitimately progressive, I meant it, and this is not being... My opinion on this is not changing. She has always been consistent in this position.
He doesn't know about the old stuff. He doesn't know about the old stuff, the queer kid stuff, and the other stuff where she talks about books where it's like, hey, being gay is okay, and it's like a book for your kid where it says being gay is okay, and she's like, why are we letting kids read it? Why should we be forcing politics onto kids? And it's like, okay, so yeah.
Again, but it's not about what you believe, is it? It's about the outcomes of your behavior. And everyone who criticizes her on other grounds, you're missing the point. You're still missing the point, guys. This is why I am where I am, and this is why all of you are 24/7 sucking my cock and donating to me. Thank you. The whole point of this criticism is that it's not about her positions. It's about her reflexive inability to take responsibility for the outcomes of what she does, her constant palling around with the far right and apparent unwillingness to hardcore go after them outside of like vague denunciations, and the fact that she will always spend most of her energy targeting the people who are critiquing her the most, which means that, because the right knows that she's a phenomenal on board for them in a lot of instances, she will always be arguing with the left, criticizing the left, framing the left's attacks against her as some kind of attempt to silence her free speech, or some puritanical, you know, tender queer woke scold effort to crack
Or just pedophile defense, like she did with me.
down on her and fit her in a box or whatever. You know, the insane expectation that she not contribute to a far right moral panic. But these aren't about her positions. They're about her behaviors. This is one of the reasons why you guys need to be careful when you make these criticisms. It's not just about me and my irritation. It's that there are a lot of Shu fans out there whose positions here are reinforced by your inaccurate criticisms. When you might...
I'm shocked Dylan's taking Shu's side in this. Dylan is going to watch Shuonhead's video and just be fed the lies, though. That's the thing. So the thing that's been happening since all of this started is people are like, oh, there's drama right now? Whose video should I watch on it? And they watch Shu's video, and they get, like, all the lies and the completely made-up, like, scenario of what happened. And then they go to Twitter, and they're like, Zan, why did you do that to Shu? What the fuck, bro? I've literally had several content creators message me this, like clearly having just finished the Shu video, thinking I like came out of left field attacking Shu, saying that like Shu's saying that the gays are grooming like the Balenciaga, like they literally just come out of the video thinking that's what I said because Shu completely lied about the circumstances. So yeah, Dylan's just gonna come out of it with the same thing, probably. Hopefully he actually goes out of his way to, like, look at the actual facts of the situation and not just hear her lies about it, but it's way... Wait, Dylan's watching it now and is apparently taking Shu's side, yeah, but he's literally just watching Shu's lie video, so, I mean, he's supposed to take her side in a video that was designed by her to lie to the viewer and convince them that she's right, so, you know.
Might have noticed that about a third of this video by runtime is people making attacks on her positions rather than her behavior. There's a reason she chose those comments. It's because those are the ones that she not only thinks look the worst when framed in the video, those are the ones that are wrong. And her audience knows they're wrong. And because of that, when her audience sees this behavior, they think that it is all just hysteria, that it's attacking her positions, which she has receipts to defend herself against. But I'm attacking her behavior, and I suggest you all do the same.
They're latching on a movement that is currently, finally, seeing acceptance, which makes them snakes.
There's literally nothing more dangerous about pedophilia than any other sexual attraction when you think about it.
You hear that, guys? There is no difference between an adult consensually having sex with another adult and an adult having sex with a child. Amazing! We learned
Clipped.
so much on this channel.
But right now, since gays and transgender people have already...
Holy fuck, is that Amos Yee? Holy shit! Oh my god, what a blast from the past. This was Carl Benjamin's best friend.
Yep.
gotten much of their rights all throughout the world, I think it's time for us to have their turn.
Bro, I would love for whatever the British version of the FBI is to have access to Amos Yee and Sargon of Akkad's DMs. Holy fuck. Man, where'd Sargon go? We haven't heard of him in a long time. He just kind of disappeared from the internet. Wild.
This right here is what triggers my timbers.
Isn't he in jail now? Yes.
Gay, consenting adults can do whatever they want with other gay, consenting adults. A pedophile's sexuality, children aren't a gender, so it's not a sexuality, but like a...
MI6, yeah.
...cannot go through with their sick fetish without harming anybody. Speaking as a gayman, I believe we should include the P. To do otherwise is to betray the principles that give us our rights. For the last f***ing time. You can't sit with us! My main point in a lot of those videos was, you can't sit with us. Nearly a decade of content.
That is true. Though I will point out, Shu, as long as we're being particular about this, that... And hey, I've watched a lot of your videos. Not all of them.
I feel like the idea that that pedos are going to successfully work their way into being part of the LGBT community is such a reach, you know? Do they want to? Oh, most certainly. Do they have any chance of succeeding at that? Not a chance, no. They can try to like make their little fake pride flags and do their little, oh, we're an oppressed minority thing too, but like society's never going to accept that. The LGBT community is never going to accept that. They're like they'll just say, we'll just no. Like what? You're not part of us. Go away. Like it really is as simple as saying you can't sit with us. I really do feel as though the like hyper fixation that Shu has, and she does have a hyper fixation on it, on like the supposed torrent of pedos invading and infiltrating the LGBT community, whatever that means, is like this massive problem at the forefront of the issue. And it's wild to me because I don't know, I feel like the lolicons are doing more to normalize it than even the maps are. Because the maps are like, the maps are like the ones who have to be like the most audacious to just admit they're pedos, right? Just admit they're full-on pedos, no mask, no euphemism, right? The lolicons, though, they'll literally just, their go-to reply when you say, bro, you're a pedophile, you like drawings of kids, is to say, should arrest Schwarzenegger and Stallone for all those murders they committed in those movies. It's not real, you see, so it doesn't matter. And it's like, Do you know what the word pedo means? Well, of course you do. You are one, so you know. Of course, these lolicons know what pedo means. But they'll pretend like pedo and like molester or child sexual predator mean the same thing. So they can say, "Oh, how can I be a pedo? The kids in the drawings aren't real, so there's no kid being hurt, which means it's not pedophilia, because pedophilia is the action in their mind, or they try to convince you it is. Their job, the lolicons that are trying to normalize pedophilia, their job is to obfuscate, muddy the water, make it harder for you to be able to look at them and be like, oh, pedophile, and just, you know, report them and move on with your day. They want to muddy the waters. It's why they tried so hard to say that, what's her name? The from Cyberpunk Edge Runners, Rebecca. Why they tried to argue that Rebecca from Cyberpunk Edge Runners was a lolly. A lot of people online, particularly sex workers, were cosplaying and doing like art of this character. And despite the fact that she's pretty obviously coded as an adult, I mean, dick tattoo on the leg and meeting her in a bar is pretty adult coded, I'd say. They tried to argue that people being attracted to this character was indicative of the fact that actually everybody likes lollies and everybody's a pedophile and thus it's okay. And that was their goal during that drama, and I argued against it. And it's weird because Shu knows about that and offered pretty much no online support against the torrents of pedos that were mad at me during that drama. It's ironic that she focuses more on like this like, I've never seen a map on Twitter. I've never seen a map account on Twitter. You know what I have seen? 1 trillion lolicon accounts. It's wild that, like, she's so hyperfixated, and it's because the lolicon accounts are conservative. Her audience would not brigade those accounts because they are not the gay groomers, or at least the group that they can say or believe are gay groomers, because these are obvious conservatives, that her audience would actually be effective to go against, I think. I think she knows that if she really, like, started quote tweeting lolicon accounts, her tweets would get, like, 1,000, 2,000 likes and not be very effective, because a lot of conservatives watching would be like, oh, wait, these guys follow Nick Fuentes. These guys are based. I'm not dunking on them. What the fuck, Shu? You know? Whoa, Shu, are you anti-free speech? I bet a bunch of her fans would argue, Shu, they're just drawings. What are you, anti-free speech, Shu? Guarantee it.
But a lot of them. And I do think you could put a lot more effort into putting forward more systemic solutions to child sexual abuse than just attacking whichever group of people online is trying to promote pedophilia that day. Because that's where you're going to find the big schism with the right. The right likes to talk about pedophiles the same way that murderers in prison do. You ever wonder why child abusers get put in separate wards in prison? Because they get beaten up or killed in the main ward. Do you know why? Because if you're in prison, a lot of these scum, and there are a lot of scum in prison, a lot of fucked up...
A lot of people in prison, like, they recognize that, like, even in prison, they recognize that they can make themselves feel better for all the horrific crimes they've committed because there's one rung at the very bottom that they're all better than. In a place like a federal prison, the pedos, the chomos, they're the one group of people that no matter what crime you committed, you are better than. Like, even the guys who raped and murdered adult women are treated better than the guys who did anything to a kid. And he's about to explain the psychology while I go take a piss.
People, okay? They're not all fucking people who smoked one joint. There are a lot of fucked up people in there who have murdered, who have raped, but they think, you know, at least there's one group of people I'm not as bad as. And that's child abusers. Oh, and don't get me wrong, a lot of the people in prison, not for child abuse, still did child abuse. But hey, at least there's one group they can feel greater than, you know, like one bar they haven't crossed down to. It promotes a sense of moral superiority. Now, you might notice that the promotion of that moral superiority doesn't do anything to protect children. It's purely a mechanism used by horrible people to think, oh, well, I can't be that bad. At least there's someone below me. The far right, they love this shit. They love talking about pedophilia because it serves as a nice, like, morally intuitive palette along which they can paint any moral panic they want. It's very easy. It's very intuitive. But does the right ever concern itself with any behavior that would actually lower the amount of child sexual abuse? No, quite the opposite. In fact, often they take every possible step to systemically worsen it. These are the people who don't believe victims of sexual abuse. These are the people who don't mind police letting rape kits build up and never actually get tested. These are people who don't mind, like, the patriarchy at the home, the idea that the father reigns supreme, or the supremacy of the church. Authoritarian ideologies are just naturally more inclined to pedophilia because pedophilia as a behavior is authoritarian, obviously, because it's an adult and a child. That is a very, very, very one-sided power imbalance. If you actually want to help children, you got to layer this shit in. And you know, Shu, if you want to see who actually cares about pedophilia, talk about Me Too. Talk about child sex education alongside you talking about Twitter pedos. You know who's going to be mad at you for that? It's going to be the conservatives. They're all up with you on the virtue signal, but the moment you get down there and actually propose any policy solutions, you're going to start seeing people accuse you of being woke or of being with them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that you're refraining from doing this up to this point for the most part. I know she's mentioned some stuff from time to time systemically, but not like a full paradigm. I'm not saying you're refraining from doing so as evidence of like a malicious unwillingness to alienate your...
Can you imagine how Seanhead's Tradcath boyfriend would respond if she called out the pedophilia in the Catholic Church? The rampant pedophilia in the Catholic Church? Her boyfriend's a Tradcath, a Catholic convert even. And well, if you've watched Vaush lately, then you should know what Catholic converts are like. I'm pretty certain he's a Catholic convert. He talks and acts and believes things that Catholic converts do. So like, yeah.
Right-wing audience. This is more sociology-oriented, like, you know, systemic analysis stuff. And I understand that doesn't, you know, that's not the same kind of content as like, look at these crazy pedos on Twitter. I get that it's different, but I'm just saying if this is a priority for you.
Of me going, this is really bad, the LGBT community isn't defending this, only for a chunk of the left to suddenly go, stop right there, Hitler. Shu never seems to go
I'm often saying this.
after right-wing shit. I wonder why that is. Okay, I only make maybe like, what, 5 videos a year? It shouldn't be that hard to go onto my page and scroll and just see this video, which is about exactly that. Like, it's right there. You don't even have to scroll.
They do, by the way.
Female predators and their horny simps. As I said before, by the way, is that really criticizing the right, though? Is criticizing dudes being horny and like, is that really right wing? I mean, obviously it is conservative leaning, but like, the right can very easily pretend as though that's like a small portion of their belief. Like, most conservatives don't say this publicly. Like, the ones that are doing the most harm, like the ones that are advocating for like the most horrific ideas that would be in Shu's audience, they wouldn't mind her calling this out. The conservative, like, Nazi pedo types, or like these that would be watching like Shu's videos and would get mad if she was like calling out the right's pedo shit. These are like the people who are mad about like tradcaths and what have you, right? Or not. These are like tradcaths and like people who, you know, maybe they're a little bit defensive of the Catholic Church. Yo, look at all the raiders! Hey, we got a raid from Dylan Burns. What's up? Heyo. What's going on? Welcome. If you're over on Twitch, just know I don't really read Twitch chat all that much because I have to turn my head way too far to the right, and I'm a leftist. I can't do that. That's betraying my values. So if you want to see, if you want to come over to the good chat, the chat that's on screen that is immortalized in the VOD forever, the chat that I read most frequently, you can come to my website, xanderhall.com/live, make an account. It's completely free, and come hang out. You might even get gifted a sub. Who knows? It's pretty cool. Anyway, back to it. We're watching Vaush's reaction to Shu's reaction to my reaction to Shu's reaction to the Balenciaga photo shoot. It's pretty cool. Hey, Soak Done Left. How you doing?
Female predators and their horny simps, I actually think is a good video, and I would encourage you guys to watch it.
It is a good
video. Of course,
video.
It's not as good as my videos. Nothing is. But it is entirely about the phenomena of like, you know, 28-year-old female teacher rape student, horny guys in comments freak out. You know, like, yeah, no, that was a good video.
It's right there. Like, I made my Prostasia video about a year ago. Remember my Prostasia video where I exposed some child protection organization? What if I posted that video today? Would I be bombarded with these same people and called a Nazi and a reactionary and whatever? Because the only people that were doing that last year was the
This is an irrelevant thing because I don't believe that when she posted that, it resulted in the far right being like, "Oh, thanks, Shu. Let's let's run with this one and do a little Pizzagate. Let's do a little bit of a Pizzagate 2. Or Pizzagate 3? How many Pizzagates have there? Because there was okay, so Pizzagate 1 was Pizzagate. Pizzagate 2 was QAnon, arguably. And they really want this to be Pizzagate 3, you know?
organization itself, the organization, was calling me alt-right for exposing them.
It's worth noting again that she is framing the left's behavior as taking issue with her accusing wealthy corporate people of being pedophiles. Shoo, leftists love calling...
Yeah. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but You have no idea how angry I am that all of those billionaire pedophiles are fucking gobbling up all those miniature submarines right now, okay? If it weren't for all those fucking child-raping billionaires, I'd be able to have a little mini submarine like it's goddamn Subnautica in real life. I want you all to know that, okay? I'm filled with rage over that fact every single day, alright? I want one of those mini subs.
Wealthy, glamour, bourgeois, designer brand affiliated, leaders, pedophiles. They love that shit. That's not the issue here. You know that. All of the comments that you've shown in this video have been people accusing you of being right-wing or enabling the right wing. Not for that, but for what happened after, which you are very weird to not address, to not point out. I don't know anything about the Prostasia shit. I don't know anything about the drama there.
I think I watched that video when it came out, and I remember it being weird. Granted, Sean Head very well could have framed the video in a weird way. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if at some point Sean Head saw some, like, anti-child sex abuse advocacy group and then saw a clip from them that was, like, clipped out of context and was like, oh, this is weird shit, and then made a video based on that and then ended up, like, shit-talking a, like, child sexual abuse survivor advocacy group. Like, that wouldn't surprise me if something like that had happened or ended up happening. But, like, you have to be so fucking careful when you're a public figure, right? Something that you realize pretty quick is that an errant thought said out loud can be like, and that's basically what Shoot did. An errant thought tweeted out loud can literally have severe consequences if you have a big enough audience, right? And Sean Head was essentially, at best, you could argue thinking out loud with her tweets. Just pretty generous, I'd say, pretty fucking charitable, and it caused severe consequences.
Then why didn't they with Balenciaga? You mean Balenciaga, the organization with no tweets that deleted everything off Instagram? What were they supposed to do? What do you mean? Again, like I said, this is a bullshit whataboutism where, oh, I may have done a bad thing, but what about this other institution that did a bad thing? Shu was the person who kicked off the Twitter.
Prostasia is an org that tries to teach people to not just be reactionary towards pedos so they can be sent to therapy, and she hates them for it. I think, was Prostasia the one that, decided it would be a good idea to start incorporating the term map in, like, their therapy spaces as not to make their patients feel as though they're being stigmatized in therapy? I'm not a big fan of that. I feel like they could have found something else, but, like, here's the thing. I don't think it would matter, right? Like, if in a therapy set, like, if Shuan had ever found out that some, like, therapy organization that's, like, provably having good results in making pedos not abuse kids, like, if she found out that they were using some different word other than pedophile to call their patients, so they wouldn't feel bad, I'm pretty certain Shu would get upset about that and say it's, like, normalizing it. She's very reactionary in the way that she thinks. So yeah, she doesn't care. Yeah, so I don't know if it would matter what word they used at the end of the day. If they used any word that was in her mind softening what it is, she'd get upset. Got to keep in mind, pedophiles have not done anything yet. Not talking about pederasts when talking about therapy. Those guys go straight to jail. Yeah, actually, like, child abusers, those are the ones who have actually acted. When we talk about pedophiles, we are talking about people who have not acted, who have the philia. Remember, guys, this is also an important little tidbit to remember. Sexualities and philias are not the same thing. A lot of these conservatives that conflate being gay to being a pedophile, they're wrong on a whole lot of levels for a whole lot of reasons, but even just categorically they're wrong. So sexualities are inherent, like, to an extent that they cannot be changed, and there's no amount of conversion therapy or anything like that that changes your sexuality. No amount of that will actually change your gender or your sex or make you not dysphoric, right? It's not possible. They've tried for decades, centuries even, and it hasn't worked. Who would have thought? Gay people are gay just as much as straight people are straight. It's really that simple. And trans people are trans just as much as cis people are cis. There's no forcing them to change that. Pedophiles, however, well, pedophilia is not a sexuality, it is a philia, which is at the end of pedophilia. And philias are mental illnesses. They are not, or a paraphilia, thank you. They're mental illnesses, mental conditions, not like a sexuality or a integral way that you were born that is normal. And not only that, but it can come about through trauma, and it has been found that people can be born that way. And it has been found that philia or paraphilias, unlike sexualities, seem to be far more treatable. I say sexuality, like implying sexuality is a treatable thing. Paraphilias seem to be far more treatable and manageable. Like, you can't, like, make someone be straight their whole life, but you can make somebody not rape children their whole life if they are born with that attraction or go through something that you can link to causing that attraction, for example. So, yeah.
The far-right Twitter moral panic shit. She was the person in a position to address and denounce it in that Twitter thread. This video has been framed very dishonestly. Nothing about, oh, well, why didn't you protest by sending a letter to Balenciaga after Shu had already made it a far-right moral panic? This doesn't mean anything, okay? It's just a way of deflecting. Don't deflect.
That's you. That's you right now. It's a pattern from Shu that she had for years. Even though she didn't say gay groomer out loud, it can be seen as a dog whistle. Shu may not have said anything about LGBTQ plus people out loud, but we can hear the dog whistle from miles away. Shu knows exactly what she's doing. 31-year-old knows exactly what she's doing. That's the thing.
I don't know. Doe, I know there's a whole thing here. I can't dip my toe in a pool. I gotta jump into a pool. I gotta know.
Not mention gay and trans people. We know that she.
Oh, people in Vaush's chat are saying that Prostasia is not a pedo organization, that Shu did in fact. People in Vaush's chat are saying Shu went after the Prostasia thing because she has a personal grudge against somebody involved. A lot of people in Vaush's chat are saying it's not a pro-pedophilia organization, but a a group trying to get pedos therapy so they don't hurt kids.
Thinking it, and so does her audience. It's called a dog whistle. She hides behind technically not saying anything explicit. Stop falling for her dog whistling tactic. Just because she didn't say gay doesn't mean that it's not what she's implying. The sheer amount of people who still don't know that Shoe on Head is a dog whistle. Her name is a dog whistle. It always was. It's so funny to me that you can literally breathe and these people will find a way to make it a dog whistle, but a child could be holding a teddy bear in bondage gear in a fashion ad, and they call you a crazy conspiracy theorist for pointing it out. And they love to do this gaslighting shit, right?
Here's another point that I think is interesting. You know, she's cobbled together a couple dozen screenshots of lefties saying stuff she finds disagreeable, some of which I find disagreeable, but some of which I think are on point. But I notice in terms of delusional behavior online in response to her tweets, we are not seeing a compilation of the literal thousands of high-profile far-right accounts that immediately made a link to this and the groomer, drag queen, queer thing. I mean, if we're talking about, you know, anything outside of Shu's personal experiences, you know, like the world outside of her and her life and her head, and, you know, what's actually going on out here that affects people, you know, things that matter, we might note that delusional behavior is a product of those tweets. It's on high, but it's not all coming from the left. In fact, I would say that a tiny fraction of it is. But that's not being shown here. You know, we're delusional, you know, because some people think Shoe on Head is a dog whistle, which it's not. It's a reference to an ancient 4chan meme, but that's not a dog whistle. But what about the people with power? What about the people who matter?
I always wonder if she was ever going to change her, like, username to just Shoe. Like, I feel like just rebranding to simply Shoe would be so beneficial, because, like, the Shoe on Head meme, like, it is really cringy, like, at this point. Like, it's aged to the point of, like, okay, it's a little cringy to go by, like, this 2012, 2009 4chan meme to prove you're a girl on Chan boards. That's what that is, by the way. For those that don't know what Shoe on Head means, it basically is like, oh, you're on a Chan board or, like, a message board, like, mostly full of, like, dudes. It usually, like, far-right message boards that are, like, full of dudes and, like, no women because they're all incels. If like a random woman joins, they'll be like, oh, you're a girl? Put a shoe on your head and take a picture to prove it. So her username is Shoe on Head. Basically, you know, her putting the shoe on her head to prove she's a girl to the incels on the Chan board is the what her name is referencing. Yes.
What about the politicians? What are they saying? Are politicians saying Shoe on Head is a dog whistle? Probably not. Are politicians saying this is just one more component of how they want to subvert and corrupt?
This is Xander Hall. There's a clinic in Canada that tries to change pedophilia to telephilia. What is telephilia? I don't know what that means. In one of their studies, Mueller et al. 2014, after treatment, 21 of 43, so 48.9% of men diagnosed with pedophilia showed decreased arousal to pictures of children. Study link. Oh, Hell yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Could you DM that to me, actually, Soaked and Left? Because I can't really, like... I can't, like, derail right now while I'm live, but I'd actually like to take a look at that, because that sounds interesting. If there's, like... That's pretty significant improvement. Holy fuck. Like, god damn. More of that. I don't know what telephilia is, though, so, yeah. Or what it's supposed to mean. Shoe on Head was used in the very early days of live streaming to find out if the stream was real or real and live or just a video playing. That too, but it like really originates from like message boards. Prove you're a girl, put a shoe on your head, right? That's where it originates. Data mail.
Yeah. I mean, fuck, Alex Jones brought it up with fucking Kanye West, you know? I mean, this got blown out to the highest possible, just short of Biden coming out and addressing it. I don't know a higher level of social engagement.
They try to make you feel crazy for thinking something like most normal people would think is weird. Literal soup brain. Leather isn't innately related to BDSM. What's wrong with a child seeing BDSM gear? The child does not know it's sexual. What harm comes from this? Who gives a shit, dude? It's a kid holding a teddy bear. How traumatizing.
For the record, by the way, the argument that a kid is harmed by seeing BDSM gear is like only valid insofar as the optics of it, right? Like kids don't like if you show a kid like a leather spiked BDSM harness and like just kind of like here you go and just hand it to them, that they're not going to know what it is. They'll think it's like horse tack or something, right? Like a little kid me would have seen like leather bondage gear and been like, huh, this must be horse tack for like affixing a saddle to a horse or something like that. I like outside of context, like kids, hopefully your kids, to be clear, hopefully your kids do not see bondage gear and go, I know what that is and what that's for. Because I think you might have already failed at the job of protecting your kid's innocence at that point. You gotta, like, catch up in the battle. Like, you need to, like, start making sure your kid's not going to, like, if your kid already knows what BDSM gear is and does by looking at it, you need to, like, check your kid's phone and install some fucking parental, like, blockers or something, okay? Because, yeah, you're already, yeah, I don't know. It really is just a think of the children thing. And outside of the think of the children thing, it's an optics thing, right? It looks bad. That's what the issue is. It looks bad. It's not harming the kid, but it looks bad to any adult who sees it, right? That's what the actual problem is, really. Like, with this particular issue, I would say. Like, the worst thing that came out of this was people reacting to it badly because it was distasteful. The optics of it were bad.
People love to misunderstand fashion. It's so tiring. It's not pedophilia, it's fashion, Mom. Look it up. Is putting a leather harness on a dog BDSM too?
Wait. Okay, so we're about to get the uncensored Demon Mama quote, or clip. By the way, she refers to it as pedophilia there, by the way. It's not pedophilia, it's fashion. So she's referring to this picture as pedophilia. She is saying that this is pedophilia. That this is all... She is just straight up saying, this is pedophilia. It's not, oh, this is sussy. Oh, this is weird. No, just this is full-on pedophilia, is what she's saying right now. Okay, let's see the Demon Mama bit.
Just short of Biden coming out and addressing it. I don't know a higher level of social engagement.
They try to make you feel crazy for thinking something like most normal people would think is weird. Literal soup brain. Leather isn't innately related to BDSM. What's wrong with a child seeing BDSM gear? The child does not know it's sexual. What harm comes from this? Who gives a shit, dude? It's a kid holding a teddy bear. How traumatizing. People love to misunderstand fashion. It's so tiring. It's not pedophilia, it's fashion, Mom. Look it up. Is putting a leather harness on a dog BDSM too?
This child is not being mutilated. It is just holding a bear that happens to have a leather strap on it. Petco.com. Oh no, they're selling pedophile wear.
I'm sorry, you can't fool a degenerate. That is a BDSM harness.
Maybe Shoe on Head sees a piece of leather next to a child and starts getting a little, riled up. Maybe it's a little bit of projection on Shoe.
Why it's very strange that DM's video is being intercut here. The rest of this had everything censored, like every tweet shown. Zan's tweet, everything. I don't know why.
I wonder why my tweet got censored. I wonder why most of the people she covered had censored tweets, except for the most notable trans woman who called her out. Hell, I'd already made my response by this point. She could have showed my clips. Did she not, like, want to send hate my way because we were friends or something? I doubt that was the motivation, considering the result and her response to said result. So, Must just be a coincidence.
Why the clip chimping is happening from here? That seems very strange.
On Ed's part.
Oh, you think this looks weird? Well, you must be a pedophile yourself. Wow.
Okay, just to be perfectly clear, okay? I think those Balenciaga photos were sussy. However, no, it's not pedophilic to have a kid pose in a photo and they're holding a bear that has a leather harness. You do no good to children at all.
Shu believes that a child being anywhere within proximity of anything that, like, can be sexualized in a context, or she considers to usually be sexual in in the context she's familiar with, to be pedophilia, right? So, like, RGR Reborn, it really is, like, kind of like RGR, but a bit less prude. It's funny, though, and Demon Mama made this point, but Shu, of course, cut it out. Shuon had complained, Demon Mama made the point that, like, Shuon Head's complaints about, like, you can't expose young people, kids even, to sexual themes as an adult because it's inappropriate and pedophilic. She says this while also, for a very long time, had been very open about her BDSM interests in her videos. So much so to the point that I vividly remember being like 16 years old, sitting at my computer, playing Minecraft, listening to Shuon Head and Armored Skeptic review 50 Shades of Grey, and Shu, like, ranting and yelling into the mic, "Do not use zip ties for BDSM. They are dangerous. I can't believe this movie depicted this. It is very..." And that's a good point. Yeah, very... That was good advice. That was good advice from Shu. However, it is ironic that she has started this moral panic when one of my earliest memories of getting BDSM sexual advice was from a Shuon Head video. And not only that, but she responds to a point Demon Mama makes where she points out, you've done these types of things in your videos that kids could see. She replies, "Oh, I don't make my content for kids. Here's the problem." When I did my response to this video initially, someone sent me a link to an old Shuon Head video well before this, and during the time period where she was regularly talking about her kink life in her videos, and she said something along the lines of, "I know what 14-year-olds are like. I've seen my fan meetups. Y'all are little fetuses. I will protect you," or something like that. So she basically says, like, "Oh yeah, I've been to my fan meetups. Most of you are 14-year-olds," pretty much. Like, back in the time when most, like, she was always talking about BDSM in her videos and, like, horny posting in her videos and on Twitter too. Like, yeah, so I'm not saying that's bad. There's nothing wrong with what she did. It's just, like, why are you starting a moral panic over this when, like, it was okay when you did it, but it's bad in these instances because it makes you feel icky, but you couldn't really actually explain why it's bad in a, like, solid objective way. It's just icky vibes. And I don't like icky vibes, but I don't know if we should start a conspiracy theory and potentially ruin people's lives over icky vibes.
You do literally nothing to help anyone with this, like, ridiculous fear-based, like, moral panic version of looking for... It is sussy, but there is a line between, like, sussy and pedophilia. Go back and watch a Cartoon Network show from the 90s, and you're going to find some episodes that are a little sussy. That's not the same as them being promotions of pedophilia.
Dude, who saw the episode of Total Drama Island as a kid? Y'all know the one. Y'all know the one.
That's the point of sussy. The term sussy, it means suspicious. Like, and it's kind of weird. I wonder, that's not the same. Keep that in mind. If we run down this road where it's like,
I could not believe it. I actually could not fucking believe it. I was 9. I was like, what? I, like, ran out my door across the fucking, like, courtyard to my friend's apartment. Like, dude, were you watching? Dude, what the fuck? What the fuck? Like, we were losing our fucking... that was the fastest I'd ever run it in my life, bro. Oh my god. I like how there's, like, 5% of people here who have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about.
Like, anything that's sussy, like, it's like the fucking Overton window. Anything that's sussy instantly becomes the furthest promotion of the ideology that you think it's sussy with. Then, Shu, you would be a Nazi. You've spent this whole video arguing that contributing to a far-right moral panic doesn't make you far-right. So, trust me, this whole video is you saying, listen, sussy doesn't mean I'm far-right. So you can't then go like, okay, well, because Demon Mama is pointing out that it's sussy but not pedophilia, that means that Demon Mama is implicitly enabling pedophilia. which she's absolutely not. At least not in those clips. Maybe the rest of the video from which this was cut was her seek-hiling and promoting pedophilia, but I don't, yeah,
It's
that would be in the
definitely
other
not.
clips.
Sure should have included that part of the video, though.
Got him. This shit went viral on like normie Twitter and Facebook and TikTok. There were like Zoomer girls on TikTok like, oh my god, this shit crazy. For real, this shit not bussin'. And you're over here pretending it's perfectly fine and not weird and only not.
This conspiracy theory started exclusively through the Nazi and far-right spheres on TikTok. She got this from Brittany Venti, a Nazi, and she is the largest figure who blew it up.
Nazis and pedophiles would have a problem with this. Okay.
See, the nuance in this is being destroyed. Is it okay? So notice how the aforementioned TikTok girl was saying that it was sussy. I don't know whether Demon Mama said sussy. I think Demon Mama is just pointing out that like it's not like a giant branded stamp saying this is the pedophilia. Again, I really want it to be noted here that no child's life has ever been improved. No child has ever been protected from sexual abuse with hyper-fastidious scrutinization of this stuff and like leading moral panics against it. I think generally the best way to handle stuff like Balenciaga is to like all like literally, I think the most moral thing that you can do.
If everybody just replied cringe to the posts, imagine if everybody just replied cringe, just the single word cringe. Imagine if we all came together to just reply cringe. It would have gotten the job done.
With the Balenciaga situation is for the entire world to do this. At Balenciaga.
Real.
No far-right moral panic. No, like, insane, this means that QAnon is real, actually. This is what I want. I think this is literally, like, the morally correct way to handle it. Just because that's what sussy means. Yeah, you go, hey, Balenciaga. And if you want to, like, force them to make a corporate apology or whatever, fuck it, do it. I love corporate apologies, you know? However, a far-right moral panic happened. It's still happening. And ignoring that and pretending that this is just some, like, lefties defending Balenciaga shit is highly irresponsible.
Just reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. Balenciaga better be paying you people good. Because
the papers of the See, that's the shit that I mean, Shu. The papers of the CP case were more than sussy. This is a bit dishonest regard. No. I'm talking about the kids with the teddy bears. The CP or the CP court document on the desk was mega sussy or super sus, in my opinion. I think that goes from sus to super sus. That's where it goes, I think. So, you know. Yes, a sus squared, if you will.
What is it sus of, though, is like what I'm curious of, though, right? Because people will call it sus, but if you ask, like, what does sus mean, you either know or you don't, right? You know? It feels as though, you know, we want to all acknowledge that it's, you know, it makes you feel icky, it's distasteful, but really that's all it is, right? And the document is, at worst, some weirdo behind the scenes tried to make some sort of statement that really doesn't make sense. If you try to think it's like a pro-pedo statement, would it like the logic behind it wouldn't really make sense. Like, I'm trying to imagine this guy at Balenciaga planning out his little like pedo subliminal messaging thing in the photo shoot, and he's like,
I know it'll signal to the fellow pedophiles that I'm behind the scenes at Balenciaga working with them. I'll find a court document that came to a conclusion that child porn is bad and illegal, and I'll sneak it into the photo shoot just barely visible. And, yeah, that'll really get the job done. Yes. Of course, we're all billionaires with lots of power and wealth and money, and we could just text each other or go to the same private island. But no, we must communicate through subliminal messaging.
I don't know. I just,
It's very strange. Okay, that's fair. Thanks for clarifying. Okay, gotcha, yeah. Sus squared, yeah.
if they're not, that's even more pathetic. They should at least throw you like one of those $3,000 high-heel Crocs or whatever. Like the brand itself even admitted it was weird, yet you're over here running defense for them for free. Even more annoying than the guest.
I really think that Demon Mama is just more concerned with the way people are taking it to like an insane, like what Demon Mama is trying to do there is not defend Balenciaga. Demon Mama doesn't care about Balenciaga. What Demon Mama cares about is us reaching like a satanic panic level of paranoia in this country from the far right, where anytime they don't like any institution or group of people, they can immediately find something pedophilic adjacent about them by way of making literally everything pedophilic. Like the way the far right will take a look at a drag show and go like, look at this, there are children in the audience. And you look at the video and it's a person wearing twice as much clothing as I or Shu am right now, just like doing a little dance then leaving. Like literally 50 times more clothed than what you can see at the beach. And the problem is if you seed that ground to them, if you seed that ground of hyper paranoia, you're still enabling the far right moral panic. And again, none of this has anything to do with protecting children because it's not. The far right is using this as a way of continuing their attack on queer people. And for a lot of people, this is just like a speculative, like an interesting, wacky thing that's happening. There's obviously a lot of like normie intrigue and how goofy this all is. But it's not about protecting children. And I don't think there's anything wrong with Demon Mama pointing out that we're like reaching pretty fucking ludicrous levels of paranoia. Like I'm trying to think of like, okay, I'm just gonna share this little story because I've read up on it recently because of what I've been playing video game wise. Doom. Okay.
What?
Now, the original Doom came out, I think, in 1993. The original
Okay.
Doom was like basically the first modern.
This is getting a little soy.
It was revolutionary for its time, and in my opinion, still a very good game. Now, keep in mind that throughout the 1980s, we were experiencing a level of satanic panic where there was legitimately, this is not a...
I literally compare everything to the nerdy shit that I've literally compared real world political, like foreign policy shit to Lord of the Rings lore. I'm just joking, okay? I am the worst offender of this soy shit, okay?
Joke. This was not like a made up thing in media. People aren't exaggerating when they say this. Suburban white moms who felt that if you played hair metal rock and roll backwards on like cassette or records, that you would get messages from Satan, or that like heavy metal bands would encode satanic messaging into the song if played backwards. This led to discourse in Congress.
Hey, and guess what? Here's the thing though. Then rock bands and metal bands started actually doing that. To make a statement, they were like, okay, yeah, let's start putting like tongues in the spectrogram of the song if you play it backwards. Let's do it. Let's make it sound like it's a demon talking if you play it back. Like they started doing it on purpose, a few, and it was like a marketing and political statement to sort of rile up and be like, yeah, you're just gonna call us satanic like worship? Sure, yeah, we'll play into it, right? And the rock genre, like the metal genre, leaned hard into the, if you're just gonna call us like demonic Satan worshippers, sure, fine, yeah, cool, fine, yeah, whatever, you fucking losers. Yeah, you're gonna try to police what we're into? We'll just play into it, fuck you. Yeah, sure, keep making us sound cool. It's literally the same thing as when the right-wingers, like, describe the LGBT community, and they make the LGBT community sound like this powerful, like a militant army of super soldiers, right? And it's like, cool, keep making the gay community look awesome, I guess. Crazy fucking Nazis. It's the same thing.
No, that's not a joke. The satanic panic was psychotic. And you're right. Iron Maiden released a song called Number of the Beast. Now, imagine a shoe on head back then, okay? You can't deny it's sussy, right? Like, those satanic types are all into pedophilia. Then Iron Maiden releases a song called Number of the Beast.
God, great minds think alike, chat. Make the point before he did, because I could pause him.
Like Balenciaga. They're doing a wink, wink, nudge, nudge at the audience. Now, I think there is a critical difference here. The critical difference being that even if you were unironically worshiping Satan, I think that's fine, I guess, if you want. Whereas if Balenciaga is unironically promoting pedophilia, that is absolutely not okay. But in terms of the paranoia, it motivates the same kind of behavior. See, when Doom came out, this was around the time that people in Congress were talking about passing laws to ban violence in video games, right?
I like how nobody can accuse me of pre-watching because this is live. Like, we're behind, but I've literally, like, this started, and we started watching it, like, as I've been live. So there's no, like, ability for me to have pre-watched. So you guys can see me predict things in real time without any chance of pre-watching. So you guys can see I'm legit, all right? I'm legit.
Right? What was his name? Jack Thompson? They were talking about how, like, Mortal Kombat was too violent because, what was his name? Sub-Zero had a finisher where you'd rip your head out and the spine would dangle. And Doom comes out, and Doom is a game which you'd think Christian conservatives would like it because it's literally about killing demons in hell,
Okay. I saw a copy pasta once about a guy who was like, my grandma was this hyper-religious Christian who would never let me play any video games because she was convinced they were all satanic. But then I showed her Doom and told her it's about fighting demons in hell, and you're like basically trying to wipe out the spawn of Satan, and she thought it was like good and pro-Christian because you're fighting demons, and she would sit and watch him on the couch playing Doom, technically on Mars. Well, still, yeah, that was how the person who wrote it out. Not a copy pasta, but like a story, and it seemed pretty legit. Where he basically like reverse psychologied his grandma into thinking Doom was like some pro-Christian thing because you're just killing and annihilating and ripping and tearing demons.
For some reason, they didn't. They thought this was deeply satanic. Now, there is a very strong cultural association in the American Christian far right between Satanism, pedophilia, homosexuality, and transgenderism. A promotion of any of these things is seen as an adjacent position to the rest of them. This is a really, really common pattern when it comes to how these moral panics develop. That's why when Balenciaga is accused with like pedophilia shit, immediately the far right jumps in to tie it to Satanism and queer people, gay and trans people. That association is politically advantageous to them because it's really easy to motivate these zealous far right religious groups if you're connecting things they don't like already to Satan. And a lot of them already think that being trans means that you've been infested by a demon. There are a lot of religious fundamentalists out there. Look, the point that I'm getting at here is that what Demon Mama was doing there, what it's important that we all do is not bite the fucking bullet. Don't give in. Do not let the far right elevate you to a level of paranoia where you are always willing to take the worst interpretation, the least charitable interpretation of everything that happens. Don't let like every bit of media you come across instantly signal in your mind a threat of some kind of grand conspiracy. Because look, the real shit that fucks over the world isn't a conspiracy. The accumulation of capital in the hands of a smaller and smaller group of people, that's not a conspiracy. That's not a bug. That's a feature, okay? The political system's corruption.
Yeah, it's not a conspiracy. It's more of a, what everybody's kind of just dealing with, like everyone just kind of knows that like, yeah, you're never going to, hey, fellow American, did you know that wealth is being consolidated to a very small group of people? No. What? You're serious? Those rich motherfuckers are taking all the money? I thought the money was going from the rich people to the poor people. What? No. I can't imagine that happening. not in a million years.
Lobbying. This isn't, you don't have to be an expert to figure this out, Do conspiracies happen? Yes. Should we pursue, like, understanding them to the best of our abilities? Yes. But not off of, like, oh, sure, the far right's doing a moral panic, but, like, somebody's got to hold Balenciaga to account. Nothing is going to happen here, okay? And so many more people's lives could be saved with more responsible behavior. And frankly, a lot of people are going to get hurt if you're in a mind state where you see Doom, where you see a Iron Maiden album, and your first thought is like, oh, well, maybe it's not that, but like, whew, that's pretty bad, isn't it? Huh? Well, And then somebody else is like, dude, I think Number of the Beast is just a song. I think they were just being edgy. And you're like, wow, you're defending Iron Maiden? Whoa, cool, wait, great. So you're fine with Satanism? It's just a very reflexive and reactionary like tendency. Again, I want to indicate that I'm not comparing the accusations of satanic worship to accusations of pedophilia in terms of the severity of those behaviors if they actually did take place, only in the mentality that people
Satanism is fine, obviously. Pedophilia, not.
Have. Because keep in mind, to a religious conservative, worshiping Satan and raping children actually is about on the same level. And they sure act like it. And yes, the far right did in fact make an effort to call Balenciaga.
That makes you wonder how many of these far right types are secretly Satan worshippers, right? Because like surely all of like the people who are like really unironic Satan worshippers, who like believe Satan is real and like they like want to summon actual demons and bring about like the end of all, like wouldn't they technically believe in Christianity and then like on the side be like, oh yeah, I'm at church, everything's all good, yeah, we're just having, and then they go home and they turn their cross upside down and they paint like goat's blood on their face and they start like singing in tongues, like I feel like the Satanists would be fronting as Christians when not doing Satanist things, like the actual like people who think Satan's real and they want to like summon the devil and bring about the end of days. Most actual like Satanism is just like a nihilist meme religion, from what I could like, not even a religion, more of a nihilist meme sort of like social group and advocacy group that also provides members within their ranks, quote unquote. They're not really ranks. This is a weird way to call it. With access to help and resources if they are recovering from getting out of, say, a religious cult. A lot of people have gotten mutual aid from the Satanist church because they got, say, disfellowshipped or just kicked out of their hyper-religious family, and it's like, yeah, we'll take care of you, make sure you got a place to live because your crazy fucking religious Christian family said fuck you because you don't agree with them, and you don't even need to be a Satanist for them to help you out. There are several types of Satanism. The dope types of Satanism that I've seen literally have churches where you can just like get resources if you're like some Zoomer who got kicked out by your parents because you refused to say grace at the dinner table and now you're homeless.
Balenciaga satanic. They did so with like a Taylor Swift blood-coded image done for a promotional bit. They did it, I remember seeing, a woman did it with whether or not Balenciaga means Baal is king. I think this was Jordan Peterson's daughter who said this. Luxury brand Balenciaga has been the focus of outrage and conspiracy theories. Controversy says some connect the dots to Balenciaga to Baal, an ancient Canaanite god of or Canaanite god of fertility, widely viewed Instagram post made an attempt to be the Republican candidate to represent Tennessee's 5th congressional district, claimed the following. Do Google Translate from Latin to English. I did it myself. The depths of evil surrounding the Balenciaga story just get deeper and darker at every turn. Starbuck, that's his real name, wrote on Instagram. Be careful. You change nothing with this Balenciaga shit. The only actual outcome you can have in the world is enabling an...
Even better than using this as an example is using the actual Nazi sites that were embedding Shu's tweet as like the source that they got the topic from. We actually covered it in my very first video about all of this a couple weeks ago, where I go over a few neo-Nazi articles that at the very top of the page, guess who they cite? Guess whose tweet is embedded right there at the top of the page? Shu's tweet. It wasn't just that Shu blew this up and got it into the mainstream. It's that a lot of these people who proceeded to run with it saw it because of Shu, from Shu, and many of them are friends with Shu.
An ideology that does lead to the harm of more children.
Slating has to be the whataboutism. I say whataboutism all the time when I make content. When I talk about police brutality, what about violence against police officers? When I talk about men being cringe, what about women being cringe? When I talk about women being cringe, what about men being cringe? You can always tell when someone doesn't really have a point or they are low-key defending the thing you're talking about when they do this what about shit. And every time you want to talk about weirdo shit involving children, there's like 12 motherfuckers that crawl out of a rock like, notice how they never talk about child beauty contests. All this political theater from you, yet not one mention of banning child beauty pageants. All this outrage, but nothing about child beauty pageants. Oh yeah?
I like how she's now saying that the people who are saying, why doesn't she focus on the pedophilia the right is doing? Why is it always her starting the next kink at pride discourse? Because the funny thing is, Shu on Head is notorious among the left and LGBT community online as being the lady who keeps on making it so all the Nazis on Twitter are extra inflammatory towards trans people during Pride Month every year for like the last 2 years. That is how a lot of trans people and like gay people on Twitter became aware of her. Like, why are all these conservative accounts like extra like volatile this Pride Month? Why are they calling every single Pride post groomer or pedophile shit? And it's because right now hashtag Kink at Pride is trending, and when you click on hashtag Kink at Pride, Shu is the very top tweet at the very top. So many people learned of her because of that. She is the lady that starts that discourse every Pride Month, that turns every Pride Month into a discussion about whether or not the gays are being irresponsible by letting pedos into their community. No pride, no celebration of being gay, none of that, no. You need to answer for the bad gays this month. This isn't your Pride Month. This is Answer for the Bad Gays Month, according to Shu on Head. And that's how it's been for the last couple years. And by bad gays, I mean the gays that she thinks are bad.
You're talking about this bad thing? What about this other bad thing?
In this case, I don't actually think this is whataboutism. Shu has been pretty vocal about being...
Oh, what the fuck? Well, I hit the button that sends you all the way back to the beginning of the stream. That's real handy. It's real fun. It's really it's real great. Thank you, computer. My vape fell over and hit the 0 button and just sent us all the way back to the beginning.
Hired academics using the term.
Stigma against math.
Philia. And line who are upset with her for enabling Nazis and not with the...
What about...
I actually think this is whataboutism. Shu has been pretty vocal about being like an anti-pedophile YouTuber. Great thing to be, by the way. Nice job with that. But the ways in which you conduct your behavior in that line do matter, especially if it's something you have like a recurring engagement with. And again, Shu has called out, at the very least, if not the child beauty pageants, behavior adjacent to it. I think the underlying question from these people are, why the fuck is it that you keep finding ways to pursue your anti-pedophilia, like conspiracism that embolden the far right? Or maybe not keep finding, but in this instance certainly are. It's more...
Why, yeah, like, why is it always, outside of like 5% of the time, why is it always criticizing the left? And the left supposedly having this pedo problem, when it is objectively magnitudes larger a pedo problem on the right. It looks really bad when most of your audience are conservative, but you still front as caring about the safety of kids, when at the same time the audience that you are simping for, I mean, hell, the amount of pedos, the lolicons that regated me from Shu's video, I mean, she's got pedos in her audience, and they're people that would be mad if she criticized right-wing pedophilia, because, like real, like the most represented forms of right-wing pedophilia. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's fear, but I think it's unwillingness.
Or like, how have you have to carve a jigsaw puzzle piece to fit it in like this? Like, how do you attack a multi-billion-dollar corporation with a conspiracy that ultra-wealthy people are pedophiles in a way that somehow manages to fully fit within a far-right conspiracy that is ongoing and currently one of the main focuses of the entire political... This isn't niche, you know? Like it's literally the entire fucking foundation of current political discourse is trans, drag queen, groomer, discourse, pedophile, fucking whatever, degeneracy. The whole thing, the day after the fucking shooting at the club, done by a guy motivated by the ideology of the people who would then go on to like and retweet your post. How can you not know? This wasn't exactly out of left field. Again, I don't think posting it initially was inherently bad, but like the Twitter thing on its own, I might have watched this video and taken an entirely different side of things. I didn't know if this video was going to be more like apologetic, or I don't even care about apologies. I don't want apologies. What I want is like, hey, followers of mine, hey, okay, so some lefties were mad at me. Do you want to see how like 80 billion fucking Nazis want you dead because you're bisexual? Hey, does everyone want to see how like my totally innocent post about like wealthy pedophiles ended up getting turned into a far-right moral panic? Do you want to see? But that's not what this video is about. That's what the world is about.
That would have been a good video if she made a video like how I accidentally started a far-right moral panic, and it was like 3/4 of this video is her like, so basically I saw this thing and I was like, holy shit, this looks really sus, and like I'm like, oh my, okay, I care about, you know, I don't like seeing pedos in positions of power seemingly signaling their pedophilia unassailed to the public from positions of power and wealth. So my immediate instinct without thinking was to quote tweet it, or to post it and to draw attention to it. Very quickly, this was taken out of my hands. Very quickly, the massive amount of people who stumbled across this post or found it because they follow me took it and ran with it in a direction that I do not support. They started claiming that this was part of the gay groomer, trans groomer narrative, and I'm looking at all of this happening, and all I can think is like, fuck. I probably could have gone about bringing this to people's attention a bit better, as not to open myself up to allowing the right to basically co-opt this attempted to be good thing, right? That would have been a great video. And then if she like followed it up with like dunking on some of the Nazis using what she posted as like propaganda, that would have been great. That would have been awesome. That would have been awesome.
That's what's happening in the world. But this video is about Shu's specific grievances, which for some reason happen to be with powerless people online who are upset with her for enabling Nazis and not with the Nazis herself or themselves. I don't think Shu's a Nazi.
Beauty pageants. Oh yeah, you're talking about this bad thing? What about this other bad thing? What is it, the all lives matter of pedophilia? Multiple things can be bad at once. But it's not 2005. We're not middle-aged mothers from the South. Nobody is out here defending child beauty pageants. This is so weird because Shu has talked.
True, but there's also nobody out there attacking them, at least not from the right. That's the point that person was making. There aren't people out there actively defending. I mean, I'm sure there are some, but that's not like an active media thing. It's more that the right, for some reason, is only interested in accusing like events or institutions of being pedophilic if they're queer.
To be fair, like Donald Trump himself, their guy, the guy that Shu also, the guy with multiple rape and pedophilia accusations, the guy that Shu on head like, haha, funny, it's funny to make jokes where it's like, let's get Trump back on Twitter. She literally wants Trump back on Twitter, I'm pretty sure. Like, the guy's literally been accused of raping, like, was it a 13-year-old girl, I think it was? Like, yeah. Like, why is it that people on the far right who are, like, known pedos and, like, sex weirdos, why are those the people that Shu is, like, still cool with following on Twitter because they're, like, lolcows that she finds amusing? But, like, if someone criticizes her from the left, you're blocked. Even after, like, a multi-year friendship. Like, it just feels weird. Do you know the Nazi incel guy that was harassing that lady that filmed himself at the police station thinking he'd look good? I seeked out that guy's Twitter account to see what his deal was. And this was, like, hours after that video came out. Shuan had already followed his tiny little no one Twitter account. It's just, like... Also, why is every, like... Yeah, how many of you guys who are trans in my chat have, been called a groomer or had a death threat sent to you or just anything like that, and then you hovered over their account to go to block them, followed by Shu on head? With like 30 followers in their account too, but still followed by Shu on head. Like, how many of you have seen that? Like, oh, Nazi post about, like, okay, let's put the gays in the wood chippers, hover over it to block them, followed by shoe on head. It happens all the fucking time to me, and I've seen tons of posts on Twitter where it happens to other people. Like, there's a meme where it's like, you'll see the most horrific, bigoted, violent rhetoric towards trans people and go to block them and see that shoe on head follows them, you know? And follows don't equal endorsements, but it's interesting. But, like, what? Like, these 30 follower accounts that are just, like, violent Nazis that she'll just follow for no reason. It's just wild. Same goes for, like, a couple of other, like, people, but mostly in the right. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. Just wild to see. I think it puts a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths.
Like, entirely. Like, that is literally the only time it comes up. The only time they accuse teachers of being groomers is when they have blue hair. Literally. Like, guys, there are tens, hundreds of thousands of teachers in America and a lot of students. A lot of students, children, are preyed on by teachers. Does the right have a moral panic every time a straight adult teacher has a relationship with a student? No! They don't pay any mind to that. They don't care. This doesn't get brought up in the media circuit. They get angry when Libs of TikTok posts a video of a 30-year-old blue-haired kindergarten teacher who says that she thinks children should be able to express themselves in class. Literally. That's the issue here. It's not about what they defend. It's what they're curiously quiet about and what they attack.
About kink and BDSM in her videos before. She's a hypocrite. I could be wearing a full BDSM harness right now. I could be wearing a full GIMP suit, but it would not matter because my content is not made for children. I'm an adult.
Well, kids watch your content. Kids watch both of our...
This is when I played, in my original response to her video, this is when I played the clip of her from back in the day when she says, I've been to my fan meetups, I know what 14-year-olds look like. You're all fetuses, yada, yada, yada. And meanwhile, during this period, she would regularly talk in detail about kink and her BDSM sex life in her videos, publicly. So, like, she knew she had a lot of young fans in their early teens, 13, 14, so on, and still discussed that. I'm not saying it's bad. You shouldn't have the police discussing your sex life in videos because maybe teenagers will see it. But, like, you did the thing that you think is pedo shit, which is expose anything that can, in your opinion, in any context, be seen as sexual to children. So, or kids. So, yeah, I don't know. Hey, Merrick. I had the same experience with Terse. Go to red name profile and always followed by shoe. Interesting how that is, isn't it? It's like, why? What are they posting that you want to see?
Literally, like, thousands and thousands of people under 18 watch both of our videos. We're on YouTube. That's an unavoidable component of being on YouTube, I think.
Who makes content for adults. You either have a room temperature IQ or you're coping. She was Catholic, but never calls out the pedophilia of the Catholic Church. Has June ever talked about pedophilia in the church? I can't find her mentioning it. And again, these people don't watch my content. Hell, I even had a joke about it in my Prostasia video. It's literally tax exempted. It is a tax exempted club. So the church. Also, hold on. Remember Cutie?
Wait. Hold on. That's not her criticizing the Catholic Church. That's her criticizing an organization that she's accusing of being pedophilic, of being a church, because they have tax exemptions. That's not criticizing the Catholic Church. Also, Shoe on Head will not criticize the pedophilia in the Catholic Church. Her boyfriend's like a trad-cath neo-Nazi who I'm pretty sure is a convert. It's not going to happen. It's not. It's she. No, that's not the group she gonna be targeting. Okay.
Remember when Cuties came out? Cuties,
not those pedos.
That was discourse.
Which, much like the Balenciaga thing, had nothing to do with LGBT people, and like a dozen articles came out from liberal journalists about how like everyone criticizing it is alt-right. Cuties.
No, I don't remember that. I remember everyone condemning Cuties except for like a couple of people.
Yeah. Shoe on Head's rewriting history. The left totally loved Cuties, though. That's the thing, though. Shoe on Head's gonna say the left loved Cuties, defended it. The right took the W. They were like, oh, Cuties is bad. And the left was like, no, Cuties is good. No. And that's the history, according to Shoe. She was the lone lefty fighting against this deranged pedo movie. You know, the left just embraced it because they're crazy. Useful idiots for pedos, as Shoe likes to call trans people.
Was there a huge wave of left-leaning people who came out to defend it?
Yeah, Sneeko.
You might have seen some film critics defending it.
Oh, conservative Sneeko was a big fan of Cuties. The friend of Andrew Tate, the conservative, loved Cuties. Big defender of Cuties. I forgot. You're right. Absolutely true.
Most film critics are going to be liberals because media critique and media production and journalism and art critique in general are predominantly occupied by liberals because conservatives are incapable of art critique. I don't think there was like any broad political defense of Cuties from the left, or even a minor one. Sneeko and Mr. Girl? Yeah, there you go. The vanguards of the left.
The extraordinary Netflix debut that became the target.
There's probably some like left-wing like media reviewer out there that was like, well, actually, this movie makes a commentary about how it's bad that we sexualize women at such a young age in our society. So much so to the point that these young girls that are literally in their teens are being, or like younger than that, are being sexualized. And I don't remember how old the kids were in the movie. I just remember the fucking anger about it. Like some like attempt at being deep and trying to be like, well, but it just ended up being like, okay, well, that's tough, man.
Of a right-wing campaign.
You know?
The controversy surrounding it seems to be propaganda fueled by non-types and anti-Semite.
366 retweets and quote tweets and comments. 81 likes.
Audiences hate it because there's a moral panic right-wing campaign.
I didn't even notice that. Vaush noticed that pretty well. The tweet that she showed there, literally, you can see how much hate and harassment the person who posted it got, despite the post being true.
Literally 0 likes on this one. Very interesting how Shu remembers this as liberal journalists. Did Sneeko really defend? Cuties?
Yep.
Because Sneeko, before he got banned, had like more than 500,000 YouTube subs, which would probably make him more prominent than anyone else who liked or defended it. Is Sneeko going to come up? Are we going to get a video clip of a conservative supporting Cuties?
You watch Charlie, Moist Critical, Penguin Zero Critical, big YouTuber, big famous guy. He did a recent video on Sneeko. He features the Cuties fan clips of Sneeko where he's like, oh, I love Cuties, it's great, yeah. Yeah, Charlie really did a great job on that video. Highly recommend it. Check it out after my stream.
Or is it going to be 0 like random tweets that could be from
And pray to God that my nose stops itching before I cut it off.
From anyone?
Targeting it. Wrong. Leftists like Shu and Vaush are critical of the film.
That's me!
Holy shit.
That's me!
Literally Vaush!
Shu is a notorious alt-right asshole. Also, you just tagged 2 aggressive, horrible accounts. Please delete that tweet. You're putting people on the thread at risk. And was
Okay, that's pretty funny. I appreciate that.
Cutie's not basically beauty pageant shit. It had
That
nothing
is-
to do with
that
it.
is
And once
strange.
again, we were calling it out. And where were you? Calling us f***ing Nazis. It doesn't.
No! Shu! Shut the fuck up, bitch!
It's funny because, like, isn't this literally directed in part at me who started this controversy when I was, I had literally been on Shuan Head's side or defended her, ironically enough, and a lot of, like, the things she's complaining about. It's why so many, the funniest shit ever was seeing the Shuan Head fans who came to raid my video saying, you know nothing about Shuan Head, you've clearly not seen enough of her content. She literally said we were friends for years in the video, dude. She literally said we were friends for years in the video. You can't do the you're an irrelevant loser who knows nothing about this person talking point when she in the video said we were friends for years. Like, they try. She did say that? Yeah, well, they're really trying to do like the rice gum tier. You're irrelevant. You're just trying to clout chase. I've gotten a lot of accusations of clout chasing as well. That's like the go-to, you absolutely have no argument left, you're just trying to cope about me getting views, I guess? Like, okay, I'm getting views on my videos about this, you fucking got me, dude. Drama brings clicks. You fucking, revelation.
Stop with this. Stop with this narrativizing. What is this insistence on framing it like the left is constantly trying to keep you from... Stop! Stop doing that. Why? Why do this? You know,
it's what the right wants to hear.
Sneeko really... Here's the Sneeko video on Cuties.
Wanted to get canceled. This is the video.
Cuties is my new favorite film from Sneeko re-uploads after his channel got taken down. There we go. This guy... Okay, hey, if you want some good material for who is defending Cuties, you've got a tweet with 0 likes, and here is a convenient re-upload from a YouTube account of a Nazi. He's friends with Nick Fuentes, who got banned from YouTube, and he liked it. Stop framing this like the liberal. This is what.
And this was back when Cuties came out. They released that video, by the way. So he has been popular and prominent like the entire time. Like, yeah. So like this was this guy. There was always an opportunity when this guy had a massive platform and ought to have been dunked on for many other reasons to also dunk on him as a big old Cuties defender. But Sneeko, well, a lot of Shu fans are definitely Sneeko fans, so if Shu made a video like, we're going to call out another pedo today. Today we're going to be talking about this conservative content creator, friend of Andrew Tate, Sneeko. Her fans would be like, what the fuck, bro? You're calling our boy? No, Shoe L is what they'd start spamming. You know? But yeah.
You're doing, Shu. You're doing the far-right moral panic. You might say, oh, you know, I don't think gay people and pedophiles are aligned. But then you say, yeah, but the liberals keep getting really angry at me whenever I call out pedophilia. It's very strange. And you're then doing the thing. On all the right-leaning people are just like, they take away from that. They're just like, oh, Shu's so nice to those degenerates. Well, even she sees it, right? You are doing the exact same thing. It is indistinguishable from somebody doing the like, oh yeah, you know, I don't think the black people are inherently inferior, but, you know, like, isn't it crazy how the liberal media freaks out whenever you bring up race and IQ differences? You're doing the same thing. You're doing the thing. You might not be doing it deliberately, disingenuously, but the outcome is identical. Yeah, Sneeko had like a million subs too. Wasn't just Sneeko, Matt Binder. Oh yeah, Matt Binder did defend this as well. Yeah, throw Matt Binder in there as well. Binder? No, Binder. That was right. Sneeko and Binder.
I know who
allies.
Matt
They just
Binder
want to stay
is.
next to each other. Holy shit, these accounts are from, or these tweets are from 2020? Oh my god, it was all so long ago. Didn't Matt Walsh defend cuties too? We can probably assume that Matt Walsh has jerked off at cuties. Probably not a good idea to call
absolutely.
the community has a sexism problem. Don't you woke scold me, Thana.
Matt Walsh actually bought 500 new Netflix subscriptions so he could watch Cuties on all of them to ensure that there would be a sequel for him to watch. He really, really can't wait for the sequel. So he made sure to make sure it was getting as much financial support as feasibly possible. He made accounts just to watch the movie, just to make sure that Netflix would be like, wow, a lot of people making accounts just to watch this movie. We should make a sequel. You know, yeah, Matt Walsh very excited for the sequel.
But you're fine. The community does get really weird about her. No, chat, Samson, you can ban the other people doing it.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's gay or straight. It doesn't matter if it's a giant corporation or a Netflix movie. They will find a way to call me alt-right for talking about this shit. The absolute urgency and ease at which these people jump on the most optically disastrous swords is both horrifying and incredible to me. The term map went from something on Tumblr that I talked about 7 years ago to now real hired academics using the term.
Stigma against map.
Okay, let me try to put this forward. There's a really good Big Joel video on this, on Shu. Okay, let me, how do I put this in a way that, like, is really clear and even people who are maliciously trying to misinterpret me don't get it, okay? Cuties. Cuties, I haven't seen it, okay? I've heard other people describe it. As I understand it, Cuties has some very, like, explicit depictions of, like, young girls dancing in, like a creepy way, framing-wise. Like, not just the movie says, oh yeah, in the other room there are some little girls dancing real weird, like, you know, but more like they show it for, like, a long time.
By the way, like, the solution to this problem was just to hire adult women who, I guess, look marginally young, but not too young, so it's not too creepy. You know, it's like how back in the day they would do like if you watch Buffy the Vampire Slayer, for example, that show, like half the characters who are supposed to be in high school are like in their mid to late 20s, and you can kind of tell if you look hard enough, especially on an HD TV. Holy shit, bro. When you watch like old like sitcoms or just any show or movie like that from like before HD, and you're like, huh, okay, oh, that teenager has crow's feet, interesting. You know, it's like, just do that, you know, and you don't end up making a sussy movie. You still have the same message, and you still like get the message across without doing the thing you're criticizing to make the point.
Made me sick when I saw the clips. See, Last Wish 16, chat pedophile, saw the clips, they agree, we're over it. So here's the thing, okay? Who made Cutie?
Yeah, exactly, like Tobey Maguire was 27 playing Peter Parker, who was 17. So you can get, like, yeah, and he looks kind of young, but, like, also not like a fucking kid. So in the scene where he's shirtless, flexing in the mirror, you're not a fucking weirdo if you're like, oh, wow, he's muscular. If, like, girls, like, who are in their 20s see that and they're like, oh, wow, they're not pedos, right? Because if they hired an actual 17-year-old, it wouldn't necessarily be pedo shit if, like, some 26-year-old girl saw that and was like, wow. But it would definitely be... Actually, hold on. A whole lot of adult women have been sussy-wussy about Tom Holland. Wasn't Tom Holland, for a good amount of time, not 18 when he played Spider-Man in those movies? And I know full-grown-ass women were simping for that dude when those movies came out. No, are you sure? He was 21? Well, okay, never mind. You got an example of somebody who looked young and played the character perfectly, see? Yeah, just do that, and you don't do the creepy. It's simple as.
Was it a secret Epstein 2? Was it Epstein 2.0? No, actually. It was a It seems like it was a lady who was trying to use the the explicit depiction of that content as a way of artistically framing how bad and destructive it can be, like the exploitation shit. Yeah, French people are built different, and by different I mean worse.
True.
French African woman.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever. The point is, apparently that there was like some kind of artistic message there. So here's the thing. I don't actually think that Cuties, at least on that level, I don't think I have any reason to believe that Cuties was made with the explicit intent of promoting pedophilia. That's often not how the world works. Like, there's a lot of stuff in
This is actually a perfect comparison because Cuties and its creator essentially did, not comparing what Shu did to pedophilia or presenting child sexualization. However, essentially the effect that we're complaining about here is the same thing that happened with Cuties, right? The creator of Cuties was like, oh, I think that sexualizing young girls is a problem, so I'm going to make a movie about it and like the harms of it, but also we're going to hire literal underage girls to depict that in the movie, and it's going to be really shocking and wild. And then it ends up having the worst possible effect. Pedophiles end up championing it and loving it. And like everybody who is supposed to see it and go, this movie made a good point, says it's pedo shit. Shoe-on-Head tried to call out what she saw as some pedo shit. Nazis ran with it. And it's now become something that I would hope she never wanted it to be. Though her reaction is not suggesting she feels any regret for how it turned out.
in media that's pretty sexist, but I don't think the people who make it are explicitly trying to promote sexism, right? Like, there's a lot of stuff in media that's kind of racist. Like, go back and watch, I don't know, Rush Hour 2 or whatever, you know? Is there some racist shit in there? Go and watch some Bond films, especially the earlier ones, you know? I don't think the explicit purpose of the filmmakers was to promote racism, you know? I just think it was a swing and a miss. I think it was a big L. I think it was big sussy. I think it was mega, you know, The Rock, boom, Vine noise, you know, raised eyebrow. And I think that sometimes that the discourse around that can be really revealing about the people who are actually bad. You know what I mean? Like Mr. Girl, you know, like people like that. So the content itself, you can hate it, you can dislike it. I think that's fine. From what I've heard, the content of Cuties is disgusting. There was an effort made, but
sounds like
that doesn't mean it worked. You know, that doesn't mean it played out.
Hey, I watched Shu's video that summarized the movie. She made a video that was like, I watched Cuties, so you don't have to. I watched that video. All I know about the movie and like what happens is from Shu's video saying what happens. So, I mean, you guys can decide how accurate, I guess, her retelling of it would be, but I'm not interested in checking.
I usually think stuff like this is most interesting in the reactions that it prompts from people, right? So, for instance, some people on social media are like, yeah, I love Cuties because I like it. Oh, fuck, that's gonna get clipped. They say they like Cuties because they like...
No! All right, you've criticized Shu. She's going in, she's taking that clip, and she's posting it on Twitter. I'm sorry, Vaush. Have the nukes already dropped, chat? Does Shu already know? Has Shu tweeted since this happened? Does she know about this? Oh boy, it's over. You've given Shu reason and ammo all in the same stream. No! I really hope she doesn't go on like some just calling Vaush a pedo or pedo enabler on Twitter. Like, I just really hope that like she values her friendship with Vaush to such a level that unlike every single other lefty who has criticized her on this, she will not respond with scorn and accusations of pedophilia towards him. That would be sucky. Because she has a massive fucking platform, and her whole thing right now is like, hey, right-wingers, let's dunk on the lefty groomers, basically. Whether that's what she's saying or not, it's what the followers she's gained and become very active on her page are following for and are getting the message of, right? So she starts criticizing Vaush, that's the crowd that goes after him, right? Or tries to start slandering him, that's the crowd that goes after him. So she did it to me, she did it to Demon Mama, she did it to everybody else. The false slanderous accusations of pedophilia, so we'll see if Vaush has the anti-slander shield on this one. Let's hope Shu has a pro-Vaush bias.
Girls dancing or whatever. That's a big mega sussy Vine boom, The Rock eyebrow raised, big boom Vine sussy, right? You can get him for that. You know, play the clip. The SWAT team busted in. You know, what's the song they play? What's the song they play when they do that? You know the clip.
Vaush has objectively been more heated in his criticisms of Shu here than I was. Okay, this is like you guys would agree in this segment. In my original tweet calling Shu out. My original tweet calling Shu out was nowhere near as spicy as Vaush's call out here. I'm interested to see Shu's response.
When the SWAT team busts in? What? I thought I had it all together. Yeah, that one. Thank you. Yeah.
I thought I had it all together.
You know that one. Right. Okay, do that. Great. And there are people who are going to defend cuties on its artistic merits. I don't think that makes them inherently pedophilic. Maybe they have a point in the sense they can say like, okay, well, I agree that's bad, but there's some other stuff. Maybe they have a different perspective. The point that I'm trying to get at here is like, it comes down to the moral panic thing, where oftentimes you're actually enabling the worst people when you jump in on the easiest moral explanation for any feeling that you have. It's kind of like how a lot of people criticize me for jumping to call everyone a Nazi. Now, when I do that, I'm right to, and the people who criticize me are wrong. But if we imagine for a moment that they weren't wrong, that they actually had a point, which they don't, you can make a fair argument that if I called literally everyone who disagreed with me, everyone, a Nazi no matter what, and I just laid that out there with no like explanation or contextualization, I might actually be...
I heard someone refer to your call out of Shu as the shot heard around the world. Giga Chad.
Making it a lot harder to find out who is actually a Nazi, right? Because I'm kind of cheapening the term a little bit to the point where I'm not giving it any like meaning. I'm sort of like removing from it any actual descriptive power. You know what I mean? Much in the same way, I worry about the way discourse like this gets handled. Or to put it another way, Matt Binder defended cuties. Do I think Matt Binder is a pedophile? Like, I don't know, Mr. Girl? No. Because I'm willing to be more charitable than that. And I don't think it helps anyone to pretend that that's like the reasonable thing to jump to. And Shu's insistence on not just jumping to that, but more like Shu's framing of people being nuanced as meaning they're the farthest.
I want to be clear, by the way. There's also not a problem with calling out objective scenarios in which someone or something of the left is pedophilic objectively speaking, right? Like, let's say some popular, like really popular left-wing content creator, demagogue of some kind, some well-known lefty figure gets outed as a pedo. I would use like an example here, but like, no, that's not a good idea. Like hypothetically, some lefty figure gets outed as a pedo, right? Like, Shuonhead calling that out would not be a problem. The issue is, I feel as though if Shuonhead did call it out, she wouldn't just say, hey, insert person is a pedo, look at this shit. She would say, insert person is a pedo, look at this shit, and probably also say, I don't want lefties to be defending this because y'all like him or something, right? Like, I feel like she'd take the opportunity to sort of make it more than, in some way, through some manner of her speech, to make it more than, I am criticizing a pedo who happens to be on the left, and this is a pedo on the left needs to do something about it. If they do not, then they are implicitly endorsing it, right? Is that not the vibe you get from like most Shu targetings of somebody who's on the left who, let's say, objectively is a pedo? It really does feel like that's how it goes a lot of the time.
Like, into the wrong that they can be is fundamentally, oh god, I've been talking for too long. Fundamentally reactionary tendency. And do you know why I know that? Because Shu has spent the entire video critiquing other people for doing this. Dozens and dozens of messages where her central criticism is they're misframing what she says and what she believes by taking some behavior that she's engaged in, assigning meaning to it, and going way off the road with it. If she wants to call the people of Balenciaga pedos, I legit don't care, fucking go for it, I did the same. If she wants to imply that Demon Mama is defending pedophiles, I think that's pretty fucked up.
I do think it's actually a bad idea to call the people at Balenciaga pedos when you consider like what it's led to. People straight up just spray painting pedophilia, like stay away from kids, pedo factory, like shit like that on Balenciaga retail stores. Like that really is essentially painting a target on a retail building for potential violence. And who's in that building? Shoppers and retail workers being paid minimum wage. You know, like the calling this company pedo, it's just going to lead to, if anything is done about it, it'll be violence being done upon people who don't deserve it. Like, all that can be done about this is some Nazi takes his gun and shoots up a Balenciaga store. That's all that can be done about this. If there actually is pedophilia going on, the only thing that her, like not her, but like any freak out over this, any moral panic over this is going to lead to, like, there's no illegal activity that's definitively happening here, evidence thereof. The most that can happen is vigilante justice. You're just riling people up, and maybe one of them does some vigilante justice. probably on a Balenciaga retail store, because where's the Balenciaga headquarters where you big pedo is at? Like, I don't know. Like, they're spray painting this shit on the retail stores and not the headquarters, so yeah, and not only that, but Shu's totally fine with them vandalizing and spray painting the Balenciaga store. She even said they were doing it and then proceeded to just say, by the way, if I end up dead, I'm not suicidal, as if, like, Balenciaga's gonna kill her. Even though it's a joke, her response to their vandalizing stores is, because of me, because of her, because of her conspiracy theory, is, by the way, if they kill me, then yeah, they did it.
I think that's fucked up, and I think it's morally wrong. You've already got a video here that does literally nothing to address or rebuke the far-right framing. You have one person here who's shown in their entirety, and it's Demon Mama, a trans woman, and then you accuse them of holding water for Balenciaga and, like, essentially promoting or defending pedophilia.
She implied I was a pedo on Twitter,
like,
along with the Surfs, Hunter, and Contra.
All right, let's finish the video. Demon Mama doesn't deserve this shit. No, Demon Mama doesn't deserve this shit. Look, I guess the only thing I'll say, if Shu like wants to fundamentally reject the concept of consequences, like fully, it's just my behavior and my intention with nothing else, then she has no business talking about politics in any context. And what's more, if she's willing to jump to, like, oh yeah, Zan's criticizing me, though his name at least was censored, as a bad faith attack. He was my friend, but now he's defending Balenciaga, defending pedos. Demon Mama's defending pedos, you know. If you're gonna do that, then you really fucking can't complain about people calling you a Nazi, because you're engaging in, like, more frivolous bad faith accusation throwing than they ever could, with their far more incisive and thoughtful criticisms of your behavior than you can muster of them.
Like, if I call Shu a Nazi, most of her fans are gonna be like, really? Hold on, can I check? Nah, she's not a Nazi yet. Nah, what the fuck, man? You got my hopes up for nothing. Like, that's what will happen if I called Shu a Nazi. When Shu calls or implies that I'm a pedo, I'm getting mass reported death threats and hate brigades of vitriolic hatred and lies, trying to essentially, the goal of basically spreading pedo-jacketing rumors about a content creator, like me, for example, or like Vaush, is to basically make it so a negative reputation precedes the figure. How many of you guys have seen somebody who would totally be a Vaush fan if they hadn't definitely stumbled across, like, some poorly misedited, dishonest, out of context clip that made Vaush look like a pedo? If you, like, squint your eyes right. Like, right? Like, and because of that, so many people who actually cannot engage with Vaush on an actual argument level, and I would argue to a degree, listen, this may sound like dick riding, I don't care. You go and you look at conservative content back when Vaush was really blowing up on YouTube, it is clear they were fucking afraid of him. You see the right-wing content that they made referring to Vaush back then, they're like, no, I won't debate him, I refuse to debate him. Like, yeah. Like, you can see, it's very clear fear. And because, like, a large part of that was, okay, well, let's just slander this guy as a pedo. You can't argue with him. He's a good debater. You can't debate him. He's really effective in blowing up in the algorithm. Let's just spread lies that he's a pedo across the internet and try to destroy his reputation and make it so is that anybody who searches Vaush, maybe they see Vaush pedo or hear Vaush pedo before they actually see his content, find out what actually happened or what he actually said, or actually find out, wait, this guy's actually pretty based and a chill dude. I enjoy this dude's content. It is essentially trying to make it so that my career cannot grow any more from this point, because Zan is a pedo is more known than Zan, right? Like, that's the goal, right? Slander me until the slanderous claim is more known than I'm known, right? So, you know, that's their goal. It's what a lot of people try to do to Vaush.
Using the term.
Stigma against maps is a problem in part because it makes maps think that they're monsters. That's really problematic in terms of map well-being. It's really hard to cope when you think you're a terrible person because you have attractions that you can't change.
And I'm a licensed professional counselor and sex therapist in Erie, Pennsylvania. And today I want to talk about minor attracted persons. Most folks are making incorrect assumptions about them without actually knowing much about them.
So this is the stuff I was talking about, where in, like, the academic, like, therapeutic spaces, they will use, like, map as, like, a euphemism for pedophile, because in settings where it's like you got a patient that you're trying to do therapy for, if you keep on saying if you keep calling them that over and over again, they're just gonna be like shifting in their seat and like scared, and like it's just there's an I see like that why they do it, but also I see why people would be skeeved out by it. But at the same time, holy fuck, is it irresponsible of Shu not to do the bare minimum and research? Why are they doing this? Why would psychologists and medical professionals want to use this language in this setting? Is it because they're secretly part of a pedo normalizing cabal, or are they trying to maybe do something that I don't understand? Like, maybe I'm not smart enough to understand what they're doing and I should research it.
And those assumptions create harm for an already marginalized population.
Notice the familiar language they're using. They are co-opting progressive language. And I want the community, I want people in general to get ahead of this. But no, apparently MAP is just a right-wing psyop, and I'm just a reactionary, and blah, blah.
Wait, the map thing is a right-wing psyop. You even said that in one of your earlier videos.
By the way, MAP literally started on 4chan. I'm not kidding, by the way. MAP, like MAP, she said, oh, this started on Tumblr. No, it started on 4chan. It was a 4chan trolling thing from the start to try to make it seem like pedos were joining the LGBT community. It's literally like Shuanhead is doing the equivalent of when the left would continuously rail against any conservative who did this. You know, like when this was like, oh, this is the white power symbol, and a conservative would go, you know, and do that at the camera, and the left would go, you're a fucking Nazi, in response, and the centrists would be like, whoa, it's just the divers use that to communicate they're okay. It's just the okay sign. It's just the punchies game, the whole game. Like, what are you talking about, you crazy fucking SJWs? Like, she's actually doing the same thing, falling for the same psyop. Like, she's falling for the psyop.
It literally is. There have literally been like 4chan posts that were highly popularized where they talked about co-opting progressive language.
Hey!
Using map.
There we go. See? From both mouths. Don't believe it from me, but Vaush says it right after me. We've done the same research. We know the reality does not bend depending on who is saying it. We're referencing the same events. We're not even like, this is a blind watch. This is he literally live streamed this. Like, we're watching relatively live. I didn't pre-watch. Like, these are events that happen that we're both referencing. I'm not making shit up or just pulling shit out of my ass here. Like, there's a reason why both of us consecutively are referencing the same events over and over again, because these are things that happen that we have common memory of. Shuanhead's just kind of pulling shit out of her ass. Like, yeah.
Map is like a pseudo-progressive synonym. You've said that. You've said in your videos. Hasn't she? Wait, hasn't she literally said? Hasn't she said this? That it's a 4chan psyop?
I don't know if she said it in her videos.
I mean, there might be some people who aren't from 4chan who bite in on the language. And I agree that they have the potential to do a lot of harm. But I don't...
Well, it's the same thing as, like, the OK sign, right? Like, the OK sign started out as, like, a trolling thing on 4chan, but then Nazis and white nationalists started actually doing it. That's basically what's happened with MAP, right? MAP started as a troll for, like, Nazis trying to make it look like pedos were being accepted in the LGBT community, and pedos were like, okay, let's use this and say we want acceptance into the LGBT community. And while that acceptance has never and will never come, as much as Shuanhead wants to fearmonger about how the left will not allow you to criticize the anybody who's a pedo on the left, even, like, it's not happening. It's not real. I mean, there are people trying to make it happen. It's not like a real future we're approaching. We're not going to see the pedo-normalized LGBT. It's not going to be the LGBTP community ever. And what's far more likely is that more YouTubers, like that one pedo dude that I argued against, grow in prominence, and we start to see unironic large figures advocating for the normalization of drawn CP from the anime community. I think that's probably a little more likely. And that community is pretty right-wing. Based on my experience. Well, the P is for pan. Okay.
Know if what the message here even contradicts what Shu has said.
Blah, blah, blah. I feel like the crazy scientist in the beginning of a disaster movie that nobody believes, and then it's like too late. And what's upsetting to me...
Shu. You are not helping children with this. Focus on...
The closest person to that in this situation is, like, Cult of Dusty. I'm sorry. The only person who gets to make that comparison at all is like Cult of Dusty. No.
Systemic critique as a way of supplementing your conspiracy callouts, which I don't think are inherently bad. Also, please do not pretend that you're getting ahead of the map thing as a way of protecting the queer community, of getting ahead of things, when you are participating in and now playing cover for with this video a far-right moral panic. This is not about protecting kids, and it's not about protecting queer people. It's about being the cool conspiracy anti psyop girl. There's nothing wrong with being that chick, but that is what, like, it's that is the primary motivation for your behavior. That's not wrong. I'm not criticizing that. But like, you can't pretend this is about protecting queer people.
As a socialist, what's upsetting to me is the progressive movement, or whatever this is, I don't even know what this is,
She was not a socialist.
in the near future is going to wind up at the least ignoring and at the most defending some real disgusting shit in the near future in fear of giving the right ammo.
Shu does not believe in dissolving private ownership of the means of production and incorporating an economy made entirely of worker co-ops, essentially, for lack of a better term, in which there is democratic ownership of the means of production, of who is manager, who is in power, makes the big decisions for the company, decided by a council, and all the workers own the means of production, and they all have a say, and we have like there's no way she believes in the dissolution of private ownership of the means of production. Not that. Maybe like something approximating market socialism, but certainly not the dissolving of the private ownership of the means of production. No way. No fucking way does Shu believe in dissolution of the private ownership of the means of production. Not in a fucking long shot. Stop saying socialist. That's not what socialist means. I'm not gatekeeping. I don't even know if I'd call myself a socialist. I think that there are some very objectively, morally good things about what socialism posits that I think are inarguably good, right? And I think Shu probably thinks that, but that doesn't make you a socialist. Stop edging the socialists in your community. Oh, I'm edging you all for discipline. Oh, when you nut, it's gonna shoot through the fucking ceiling.
This is the moral panic. Like in name, this is it. This is the content of the moral panic. This is like the as a leftist, I just think we have a real problem with not acknowledging the fact that actually all these drag shows are pedophilia. You are doing it, but you're doing it from like the Dave Rubin thing, where it's like, yes, as an envoy of the liberal left, I'm here to say we do have some real problems. In a way, it's almost more damaging than if you were explicitly and fully ideologically far right, because if you were, they would be seen as criticisms from the outside. But now they can point at you and say, look, see, even a lefty like Shu sees that they're enabling pedophilia. And your evidence for that accusation is people getting mad at you for enabling the moral panic to begin with and accusing them of defending Balenciaga because they got a fucking teddy bear in a harness suit in a controversy that is not going to lead to the protection of a single child.
There are right-wing people who are constantly calling everything and anything to do with pedophilia, like gay shit, LGBT shit. Yes, I get it. I have a bi flag in the background of some of my videos, and I get comments like, nice groomer flag. Like, I get it. But how long should we not say anything in fear of giving them...
Wait, I didn't even remember she said that. Wait, that's actually not even speculation anymore as to why the flag is gone. I literally made a joke earlier about, she used to have a pride flag in the background along with an American flag. Why'd she get rid of the pride flag in this new set? And I guess she dresses more like a trad Barbie doll more now. Like, it's just more trad dressing, and it's just like, because she's going into a more conservative arc lately. This is not debatable, by the way. She has entered a more conservative arc. Her shorts lately, like if you watch her YouTube shorts, they have been just literally 2016 tier Shuan head content mixed in with some more modern conservative talking points. Like her most recent Hell World, if I remember correctly, like dunked on the right at a few turns, but was mostly shitting on the left and doing like the populist, like the left fucking wants you to live in the pod, neat the bugs, like shit that she always does. Like her content is unironically moved. Trust me, I know her content is approximating 2016 territory, especially the shorts. I don't know if Vaush watches shorts, so I don't think he's seen it, but like Shuanhead's shorts are peak retardation. I would love to see Vaush react to some of the shorts where she's like, yes, I am defending misinformation. I do think Alex Jones should be unbanned. Misinformation is fine. Hate speech is fine. Hate speech should be allowed. It's like, oh, damn, we're going back to 2016. Okay.
ammo. Because this was probably the most clear-cut example of something weird and gross, completely unrelated to gay people, and these people still did damage control for it. If anything...
They did damage control for the far-right people who immediately made it about gay people. You didn't put the Balenciaga tweet out, and then immediately a bunch of lefties responded to your tweet. They responded to the...
By the way, the more that I've looked into it, the bugs, the being opposed to eating bugs thing is both scientifically stupid and just kind of culturally, like, it's just a culture thing, right? Like, Americans have a palate, Americans in particular. Obviously, plenty of other countries are also, not bug lovers, but here in America, I know that bugs are not part of the American palate. And despite the fact that, like, per pound, like, listen, if you want to bulk up,
if you want to bulk the fuck up and you can eat bugs, that shit's gonna do it, brother.
And, like, I've always thought of, like, ew, bugs. I actually met somebody recently who's like, I actually don't get the hysteria over eating bugs. I obviously, I'm not going to eat, like, roaches or anything really gross, but I actually really like spicy hot crickets. I was like, what? It was like, yeah, they're literally like crickets encrusted in spicy hot seasoning. So it's like spicy hot Cheeto poppers, and they're hyper protein packed. And they don't taste bad or anything. They just taste like protein, really. Like, imagine what the taste of umami protein would taste like. That's how they taste. And they got a little bit of the spicy kick too. And I'm like, that actually doesn't sound bad. And I was like, how much is the protein content of that? And then he sent me the ingredients in the bag and, like, the macros and everything. I was like, oh my God, that's efficient. Like, bro, it's efficient. Like, bugs are fucking efficient, dude. And I mean, they're a living thing, like, and they're so small. So yeah, they'd be packed with a lot of fucking energy to keep a living thing alive packed into such a small size. So yeah, they're little fucking calorie and protein machines, healthy calories. If you're trying to bulk and you have a hard time, I mean, consider looking into ways of eating bugs that don't gross you out, because that shit might do it for you if you just have a really hard time eating enough to pack on calories. It looks like it, yeah. Seanhead will do the whole, like, ew bugs, but, like, if you want to actually have, like, a somewhat open mind to it and be like, okay, I'll look at, like, the data on it. I'll look at, like, if there is a way that bugs can be prepared that isn't gross to me. If it really is objectively the best way to environmentally and efficiency speaking to take in protein and healthy calories and fats. Yeah, if you're not, like, just a little weenie baby, then you can look into it. I might consider trying those spicy hot cricket poppers. They're tiny crickets, by the way. They're like this big. I looked into it. That sounds like something I could try. Mealworms would be hard for me. I don't think I could do mealworms. The more that I watch videos of YouTubers, like, diving in the ocean and catching lobsters and cooking them and seeing that lobsters both behave and look, especially in the water, like sea bugs, like they skitter and hide underneath rocks to hide from you like a roach would hide under your fridge. It's like, yeah, seafood really, like, these are sea bugs, unironic. They're just wet bugs. It's not even a meme.
Far right jumping on it. The one that you are very, very, very deliberately not acknowledging or describing the extent of.
Would ever give the right ammo, it's the way you acted so quickly to defend this shit. And yes, by implying I can't talk about it, or I'm committing scholastic terrorism, or whatever the new buzzword is, that is defending this. This shit that anyone with eyes can...
I hope Vaush calls this out. Seanhead does not believe in stochastic terrorism. There's a reason why she calls it scholastic terrorism. And belittles the concept.
See, it's creepy. I have been talking about this stuff all of my career, and I have a great track record. I was talking about maps years ago, and now there's hired academics using the term. I warned about Amos Yee, who said I was too...
Okay, this is the best I can do with full screening it again.
Then they shut down their forum, so young maps could no longer enter it. I helped get the word out about this Balenciaga thing, and even Brand itself had to admit it was creepy and is now doing an investigation into it. I don't care if you yourself don't want to talk about this stuff. I don't care. You do you, I will do me. All I ask is that you stay out of my way when I am doing me, and just know that I am not sorry, I did nothing wrong, and I will do it again. Goodbye. Hello, everyone.
This is a disgusting video.
Damn.
Nah, it's genuinely disgusting. I can only regard it with malice. This entire video is framed as a from the left enabling of the moral panic that she was accused of enabling to begin with. Just a second.
Proving me right.
Let me check my texts.
Oh boy. All right. Oh god. I would be too, bro. I would be too. Whew. Zan's sweaty in chat. Zan's sweaty.
I need to get a new phone. This shit loads so fucking slow. But we will always remember. Editor, slow it down. I just wanted to make sure that I voiced my concerns with her personally before being public about it. Okay, let me sum this all up. At the end of the day, if you are a public figure, you are responsible for the outcomes of your behavior. Everyone acknowledges this. Anyone who disagrees is psychotic. I'm going to stop playing nice with this, okay? Shu, if you believe that you should only be held accountable for the intentions of your behavior, you're a child. And frankly, you shouldn't even be online. In real life, with real people, when we talk, act, behave in any way, we are accountable not just for our intentions, but for what we do. If we intend something but do something else, this might not always mean we're in the wrong, but we do need to acknowledge it. This video fails to even acknowledge the central premise, the fundamental thing that people are criticizing you for, the fact that this country is currently wrestling with the potential of an undemocratic future that I know you are aware of the potential of because I am friends with you and I've spoken to you. You are aware of the fact that we are currently experiencing the most vitriolic wave of anti-queer legislation and sentimentality yet seen in our lifetimes. And for some reason, in spite of all of this, you cannot even muster an acknowledgement of what people are actually mad at you for. The pretense that they are angry with you for going after Balenciaga is dishonesty on your part. It is a lie, and you know it is a lie.
Mode.
You are lying deliberately, even if you pretend not to.
Vaush
you know
W.
why they're mad. It is not because of what you said, it is because of what it led to and your subsequent behavior. One of the reasons I've been so hesitant to criticize you for this is because I had difficulty really getting angry with you for the initial tweets. You do a lot of objectionable shit. I don't know why Shu is so insistent on palling around with far-right people. I mean, I don't like to criticize people for their personal choices, but at the very least, she definitely has a habit of fraternizing with them, taking photos with Blake Masters. There are a lot of people on the far right who she seems to find, funny little playthings, good people to have around, wacky, interesting. Well, they feel the same way about you, Shu. And in the same way that you used to be friends with Lauren Southern and Blair White until suddenly you very much were not because it was no longer politically expedient for them to associate with you, the far right now considers you useful. Because you are. Because not only will you post something that enables their moral panic, again, we all make mistakes, but you will then go to reaffirm their moral panic in what is, let's be clear, a video that exists to do nothing other than defend your ego and further stigmatize the left, to frame them as defenders of Balenciaga, as unwilling to call out pedophilia. It's so curious how all of your condemnations seem to just weirdly avoid making the right angry, especially when their eyes are on you. I have no idea what kept you.
For the record, I don't want to see no more of the shitting on Vaush for defending Shu after this. This is pretty hardcore. This is what I think a lot of people just wanted to see and hear. Vaush go off in the same way he would pretty much anybody else, right? Granted, he'd probably go harder if it was anybody else. Like to at least have it feel somewhat. I think for a lot of Vaush fans, because I was in Vaush's Discord last night, in the drama posting Discord when he was live, and I was disappointed that he didn't cover the video last night. It seemed like he was putting it off and didn't want to cover it. And a lot of people in the community also felt that way. And you could tell, so many people have either been blocked, called pedos, demonized, brigaded, harassed, or attacked by Shu or her community in some way because they dare disagree with her. And they go and they watch Vaush. And Vaush is palling around with her, whether she's in the chat or she's on stream for some, event or something like that, whatever it may be, right? And this can probably feel pretty, hurtful, right? Personally, I am cis, and I am straight, and I am of no group that one could consider marginalized besides gamer, of course. So I can't really relate to the idea of, feeling betrayed at somebody fraternizing with somebody whose actions are resulting in the facilitation of conspiracies which will lead, if unabated, to a genocide against me. I don't know how that feels, but I feel like I can guess how it feels. And if you were one of those people in Vaush's community, you must have been like, Vaush, please, just please, you were probably just, I felt it for just a couple of days, having, Shu's community brigading me and Demon Mom and everybody else. And, not that Vaush is in any way, or any of my friends are in any way obligated to defend me when some shit like this happens. But I guess in this space, I follow the rule of we work together, right? When I see Vaush get a massive amount of hate, you guys know it. You guys have seen my videos. I defend him. Same thing goes for Demon Mama. Same thing goes for pretty much any of my friends in this space if I feel like they're getting shit. ContraPoints too, back when, she didn't dislike me, seemingly. I'm willing to come to defense there, right? Yeah, Vaush really did not want to talk about Shu again. I don't know. I think a lot of people that were watching really feel as though this was what they wanted to see this whole time, right? It felt like this is the stuff that Vaush maybe wanted to say, or not wanted to say, but they wanted Vaush to say, and he probably knew was the case for a while, and just hadn't necessarily been voicing it as boisterously and powerfully as he did here, right? Like, the way he's wording it here is hammering home a point in a way that, yeah, Shu's pretty dumb. She really, like, she's doing some pretty bad shit here. It's fucked up, you know? Like, in passing, in response to a drama may have done in the past, right? This feels so much more definitive in a way that I think a lot of people felt was not the case in his positions before. At least that's my position. I want to know what you guys feel, you know?
From acknowledging the far-right reaction to the tweets of pretending that people like Zan were themselves making up the association with queer people as though there wasn't, you know, people with tens of thousands of likes in your replies directly making that connotation. I don't know why you would do that outside of dishonesty. I don't know what else would motivate that. I have no idea why you would take a look at all of this and genuinely fully believe that with your power, your priority here was going after the people who are on the target lists of the people who were affirmatively responding to your tweets. I don't know why you didn't reply to those tweets with something else saying like, why are the far right so agitated about this? These are like billionaires. You should like, hey, tax them more, Lamau. I have no idea why you spent this entire video constructing a narrative in which you are the victim of some kind of protracted left effort to silence pedophiles, as though the left has not been calling people like Matt Walsh
or silence pedophile hunters. Sorry, that was our boy fumbling a little bit, but I'm covering for him. He meant silencing pedophile hunters.
Pedophile more loudly than they've ever said anything about anything. Like, you really think the left has an issue with going after pedophiles? Do you seriously, genuinely believe that's a thing that's happening? I don't know why you would frame the whole cuties thing as though like a bunch of liberals came out to defend it, but somehow ignore like a hundreds of thousands of sub YouTuber Sneeko. I actually do. I actually do. I can't believe I've been ignoring it. It's because you're fucking lazy. It's because you get your info from the people you spend time with, and you spend time with the people who don't criticize you. And the far right is smart enough to bite their tongue and wait, and the left will criticize you day to day for your mistakes. So when you hear about anything, you hear the right perspective on it. You know,
the left makes it almost a political position to constantly try to better yourself insofar as your political positions and where you stand on a moral level as a human being. The left, more often than any other political group, values the concept of kindness, sharing, caring, friendship, magic, cock, pussy, tits, ass, sex, cum, tacos, pizza, all good things the left stands in favor of. The right stands in blatant opposition of all these good things at every single turn.
You might go out and do subsequent research afterwards, but that initial bias is always laid. It always informs everything forthcoming. So when you think of cuties, you think, oh, that thing a bunch of liberal media people defended. Is that an actual, like, real bias association there? Well, maybe not, but it's what you heard, right? I think a lot of left-leaning people who watch Shu don't really understand. They don't really know how these processes function. But I want to make it clear. There is nothing impressive, progressive, bold, or anti-establishment about leaning on conspiracism, rolling the dice in the wind, and like not caring where they end up. Nothing about any of the videos that she's done on pedophilia are radical or revolutionary. Show them to any politician, any pundit, and you'll have people nodding along. Yeah, pedophilia is bad. Yeah, great, very bold. Phenomenal. Mm-hmm. A statement so uncontroversial and unambiguously agreeable that you could get every prison inmate except the ones in a separate ward to agree with it. Phenomenal. If you want to do something subversive, if you want to challenge power, maybe question yourself, why are so many politicians who ostensibly disagree with every policy you have so chummy with you? You know, why are pundits who, for some reason, despite disagreeing with you on every matter you seem to think defines your character and content, they seem to really like associating with you. People who you know are Machiavellian and self-interested when it comes to the people they associate with from prior experience. If you really want to lean in this direction, maybe you should look to the actual ways in which these systems of abuse are perpetrated. Because, you know, there was a lot of sexual abuse in the death camps. And I gotta say, the way things are going right now, Donald Trump calling to suspend the Constitution, the forthcoming legal conservative constitutional theory being one of ignoring the Constitution and promoting dictatorship. Marjorie Taylor Greene, a preeminently...
The problem is, what is Shu seeing in her timeline? Shu follows just tons of Nazis. So what's Shu seeing in her timeline? Hey, we live in a banana republic, don't we? Look at this. Look, see, the Democrats suddenly got a spike of votes at this time. Isn't that kind of weird? Well, I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying it's kind of weird the Democrats got it. I'm just saying, expect another pipe burst like during the presidential election. But I'm just saying, I can't wait to hear about the power outage or whatever. And they're making like these sly, subtle jokes where they think they're being clever, where they're just saying the election is stolen if they lose. The Democrats are trying to steal it. and we're gonna like subtly say, this is conspiracy brain. And even though nothing has happened yet, they are preempting the conspiracy, right? Just like Trump said, if I lose, then it was because of collusion. There's no universe in which I lose fair and square, right? Because there is no scenario where fascists lose fair and square, because fascists don't play fair and square. Fascism does not exist within the rule set of the game. They break and bend the rules when they see fit. They are fascists.
A popular politician, in spite of being universally negative in every imaginable way, saying that if she had done January 6th, she would have done it with guns and she would have won. You know, if you really want to prevent children from being abused, maybe you should care a little bit more about whether or not the shit you say is going to lead to the emboldening of people who would have built those camps, or will in the future if given the chance. This is a real problem, and I know she knows it exists. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know. I've got it. Second revelation. They're my shoe. 2 shoes. How fitting. I've had a hard time criticizing Shu for a while in spite of a lot of objectionable behavior, because I get along with her. So how can I criticize her for doing that with the entire far right? If she blocks me over this, then that's her prerogative. I'm still happy to be friendly with her in private. But man, Jesus Christ. At this point, public association is just opening my own socials up to DMs from the kind of people who would put me to death.
Yeah.
Freedom.
Whoa! Look at that mute wave. Oh!
So Reddit was right? I guess you really don't mess with the Reddit nation? No. My subreddit was entirely wrong and insufferable. I hate all of them, I despise them, and they were wrong. I am always right. I was right here.
But Vaush should just give me mod on his subreddit, and I'll just like wake up in the morning and like scroll through it and find all like I don't even go on Reddit for more than like 10 minutes a day, and I already know all of the regular Nazis and like VDS trolls that are just like for some reason still on the subreddit. And it's funny because the Nazis and trolls that are clearly like just infiltrating the subreddit to cause shit will literally go into one post and do Nazi shit and get massively downvoted, and then go to another post where they haven't been recognized somehow and get massively upvoted for saying something that isn't explicitly Nazi shit, because nobody knows, wait, this is a Nazi who just like commented disagreeing with somebody that they also like. So it's like there are quite a few, there's a few people I know off the top of my head that I just see, oh, there's that guy again. Man, he hasn't gotten banned yet? Damn. Hand me mod, Vaush. I'll take care of it. I barely go on Reddit. I don't know how that like subreddit like has mods when it's in the state that it's in. They must be like so fucking loose with the bans. Like I don't even know, because like I see regular deranged posts that I would ban that if it was on my subreddit in an instant without a second thought.
Here, and the reason why I'm right now and they're wrong is because I'm built different and they're not. They're built the same. Never gonna change. It's always gonna be like this.
Jesus. Oh, because I have sped up.
This video was malice. I don't know.
True. Real.
Frothing from the lips, she takes to her camera and puts the shoe on her head. Forget the far-right moral panic. You know, there are powerless queer people upset with my complicity in their behavior.
That is real. That is true.
It'll never be the end. They'll complain until you burn the bridge. Many of the need to those people will never end respectfully. Oh, that's fine. People who have a problem with who I'm friends with can all die. I genuinely don't care about you people. You're psychotic, parasocial. I don't know why you're
a big part of it will be that Shu's not gonna stop if she does follow through with the promise at the end of her video. Like, if that is a genuine... Oh, wow, I just muted the video. I just muted the video instead of... Because I'm used to streams. My bad. If Shu does follow through on that promise at the end of her video, it will only result in just more of this. And, like, the worst case scenario, and I want to be very clear, because I know that, like, it can sound deranged, and it can be also twisted in weird ways, and I also just don't want to say it in a way that would, you know, send the wrong message and, like, spread a bad thing about Shu unwarrantedly. I think there's plenty of things to criticize here without, you know, jumping the gun. But the worst case scenario would be that Shu's continued complicitness in acting as a far-right mouthpiece, whether she likes it or not, will eventually lead to some level of violence that in a real way can in some way be, like, rooted back to something she started, right? Like, if a Balenciaga store got shot up because of this, and, like, the guy wrote a manifesto about he's going after the pedos, I think it'd be fair to say that Shu had engaged in stochastic terrorism, if that had happened, which it did not. Be clear, did not happen. But if it did, I think it'd be safe to say that. And my fear is that something like that happens, and it's like, all right, well, where do you go from there? Where do you go from there, right? She's already inspired a Republican to push a bill that is anti-LGBT directly. So where from here and where from there? Yeah, I don't know.
No. My subreddit was entirely wrong and insufferable. I hate all of them, I despise them, and they were wrong. I am always right. I was right here, and the reason why I'm right now and they're wrong is because I'm built different. And they're
As
not
I
built
said, the
same.
Reddit is insane.
Never, ever, never, ever, ever, never, never gonna change. It's always gonna be like this.
The Reddit is wild, guys. The Reddit can be a little bit deranged at times, but a lot of them really were just yearning for this. So I think you're gonna see the Reddit get a lot nicer after this.
Questions, chat, go.
I think there was more here that I wanted to see.
This was politics. We've been doing politics for 2.5 hours. This whole
That
thing
is
lasted
politics,
so fucking
yeah.
long.
Yeah,
This will be the end of
that's
it.
politics.
This video.
Politics is the personal.
This video was malice. I don't know. Frothing from the lips, she takes to her camera and puts the shoe on her head. Forget the far-right moral panic. You know, there are powerless queer people upset with my complicity in their behavior. It'll never be the end. They'll complain until you burn the bridge. Benny, the need to those people will never end respectfully. Oh, that's fine. People who have a problem with who I'm friends with can all die. I genuinely don't care about you people. You're psychotic, parasocial. I don't...
Genuinely, if you want somebody to burn the bridge, like if you wanted Vaush or anybody to burn the bridge with shoe on head, you would not be doing like, Vaush, answer for this, Vaush, answer for that. You would simply be like, yeah, I got blocked on shoe on head and called a pedo for pointing out that she did this. It is what it is. It's just what she does now. And just leave it at that. No pushing on them. Just tell them what happened. Express what happened. If, like, you're one of the chatters in Vaush's community that got, like, done dirty by Shu, and now you've got, like, a desire to see Vaush call her out, you're not getting anywhere by being part of the mob begging for him to do this or that. Just giving him the info and allowing his conscience to come to the right conclusion will do it. Because guess what? That's what happened for me, guys. No one was bitching at me for a while now. No one's been bitching at me to sever ties with Shoe on Head. And yet, I've been seeing messages from people, not messages where people were asking me to cut ties with Shoe on Head, just posts or messages in chats talking about their experiences and adding context. And me deliberating over time as events unfolded and seeing the way that she was behaving, I eventually came to the conclusion of, it's not the right decision to stand by and be complicit in this behavior anymore. I need to call it out. And if necessary, cut off my public association with this person. If that means ending the friendship, it means ending the friendship. It's the responsible thing to do. Just stop being weird if you want him to come to the conclusion that you want. Trust me, that is the best way. Stop being deranged. Oh, are we getting raided? Let's go. I think we're getting a Vaush raid. That'd be awesome. That'd be dope. We already got like... Hey! Yo, welcome everybody. Welcome. We're finishing up watching Vaush's reaction to Shoe on Head's reaction to my reaction to Shoe on Head's reaction to the Balenciaga photo shoot. Hey everybody. Hey, welcome. Hop right on into my website chat if you want. You should do that. It's pretty poggers. You know, and we're finishing up watching the thing that you just watched. So that's pretty dope. Yeah, let's resume. Let's resume the video. I don't know how much is left because I am watching this for the first time live with you guys. I'll admit I was a little stressed going into this, though I feel a lot less stressed. Guys, listen. It is pretty fucking freaky when you've got thousands of people coming from a 1 million+ subscriber YouTuber coming to call you a pedophile and send death threats your way because you dared disagree with the person who you were once friends with. I know, like, you hear the concept of getting death threats, getting harassed, getting, like, these accusations sent your way a lot, but, like, when it's actually happening to you, fuck. It's definitely a feeling that a lot of people can't relate to, and it's not fun. But it really helps to know that, like, somebody with a larger platform than me, because that's the issue. Shu has such a large platform that it's really not possible for me on my own, or Demon Mama on her own, or Hunter on his own to debunk the lies she's trying to spread about us to defend herself. Vaush has a big enough platform and enough credibility that, like, so many of the Vaush fans that were in his chat saying Zan L, or like, oh, Shu's based, fucking deranged people who don't like Shu, seeing their reactions to some of the info Vaush brought up, or that was brought up to Vaush, was wild. Because I got to see Vaush's chat's live reaction. The people who, because I recognize names, people who were like complaining that Vaush was watching the video to placate these crazy deranged people in the beginning of the video saying, what, she did that? I didn't know that, what? Like, as the video went on, it really shows how effective her video was at getting people to just watch her side of things, listen to the lies and rewriting of history she had to do, and then go on with your day and not give the other side of things a listen, because why would you give those pedo sympathizers a listen, you know? Maybe go leave a dislike and a death threat on the video, though, maybe do that, at most, you know? She misrepresented so much shit. I like how she didn't include my tweet, which basically started the entire discourse, until halfway into the video, in which she had, like, crammed a bunch of random deranged, crazy people's tweets to poison the well and make it seem as though, okay, so Zan was criticizing Shu in the wake of all of this, when in reality, I criticized Shu, and that was what came after all of that, when she refused to, like, say, okay, I see where you're coming from here, my bad, and like, maybe, you know, amend it. Like, yeah, so, yeah. Anyway, let's see if I can get back to where we're in the video.
Imagine the bridge to be. The bridge is just public association. You construct the bridge from your mind.
Okay, here we're...
You have no idea who I'm friends with from behind the scenes. I might be friends with Destiny for you all, for all you know. I'm not, but I could be, and you wouldn't know it.
Or more than friends.
My best friend, Mr. Girl. You know, you have no idea. Donald Trump, fuck it. The bridges. You have no idea. Covert bridges. Yeah, only vermin would know.
Thank you, Akeem.
They'll take that shit to their grave. Vaush, I usually like Shu, but she's talking like she's about to join the Gays Against Groomers group. Her rhetoric is identical to their rhetoric. The Gays Against Groomers leader, that lady, is a Nazi, like an actual Nazi from some of the stuff that got unearthed about her. But all of it's the same. As a gay, you know, I'm just so frustrated by how the queer community refuses. They're so, you know...
Never in history. Name one time in history that a moral panic... like in this ballpark, like the satanic panic stuff, any of that has ever been for a good cause, or has ever not been looked back on in history as a joke. We look back on the satanic panic as a joke, at the video game violence panic as a joke, at the hippie panic as a joke, at the weed scare as a joke. Now we're even starting to realize how much of a joke the fentanyl scare is. We get moral panics over drugs, music, media, culture, politics, everything. There's moral panics over, and every time they go down in history as a joke that's parodied in the future to make fun of that era of time when we were all so stupid to fall for such a stupid moral panic. Every time. There's not been a single one of these moral panics that people look back on in history and are like, yeah, they really had a point on that one. It's looked back as as a joke of our antiquated time. Every time.
Groupthink. They refuse to call out the threat of grooming, you know? I think somebody needs to... Yeah,
Fentanyl is dangerous in certain cases, by the way, but like a crumb of fentanyl on your clothes brushes up on like your skin and then you die from a heart attack thing is apparently not real. Apparently like the fentanyl like rubbing on you and killing you is like a myth that a lot of people believe, including me, up until months ago. So that is how effective these moral panics can be.
But I still think the anti-Shu moderates were caricatured despite our measured approach. The anti-Shu moderates were caricatured despite our measured approach, and the mods still banned my post. They should have banned you. You'll...
Okay, wait, no, that's the key. Okay, they said anti-Shu moderate. That is the funniest thing of all time, okay? That is the funniest thing of all time, all right? You can't ban that person. Do not smite that person. That was some great wordplay, all right? That's the best wordplay since the Shuish question.
You'll be fine. Pack it in, folks. Pack it in. You'll all be fine. Can you imagine? Listen, here's how you gotta feel, okay? In no medium besides live streaming could your whinging ever have any outcome on the effect of a public figure who has hundreds of thousands of people watch them every week, you know? You go to anything else, radio, television, I'm a fucking wall, baby. Here in live streams, all you have to do is create an account and yell at me for a bit.
Yeah. Real. Is this all of it? Here, let me skip ahead a little bit.
Incredible. What power the audience. Vaush, I hope this isn't another step towards leftist creators refusing to cooperate against the greater enemy. Oh, if only we were. If Shu does anything noteworthy or praiseworthy, I will praise it. And if she doesn't, I won't. That's always how I've operated.
That's valid.
As a testament to my, let's just say, Buddha-like moral
yeah, the Harry Potter panic. The Harry Potter panic might have been justified. No, it wasn't justified. But no, I get the joke. But still, yeah, like even the Harry Potter panic is like recent like moral panic over Satanism burning the Harry Potter books because they teach demon summoning, cock enlarging spells.
Discipline and consistency. Did I not compliment Destiny for doing the Georgia canvassing? I did.
Who's seen that clip? Who's seen that clip, dude? Where Vaush is like, "Oh, he did that. Oh, that's cool." I maybe like somebody said that like lefties would be really triggered if he did it, and he was like motivated by spite. And he made a joke about Destiny being like unstoppable if he's motivated by spite. It was really lighthearted, and he said it with like a chuckle, like as if it's a joke, and literally started it with a compliment of Destiny saying that's good. Destiny watches the clip and says,
"I hope this fucking piece of shit dies of his next fucking ear infection."
It's like, Jesus Christ, dude, what the fuck? Like, what happened? Yo, like, what? I have not been caught up on the lore. What happened? Like, oh my god. Also, one thing I will say is, and I've noticed this when it comes to deranged hatred that online figures have for other online figures all the time, I've even gotten it, is someone will clearly be obsessed with an online figure, which Destiny has definitely demonstrated some level of hyperfixation on Vaush, and then pretend at moments where it would be suave and cool to pretend like they aren't as invested in that person, pretend to get something wrong about them. I'm pretty sure Destiny knows what a keloid is and that Vaush had keloids and what they were, and said ear infection because it came off as cool and suave to come off as less informed about Vaush's life, when he is very clearly very informed about Vaush's life and makes it a goal to be. I don't know. That's not the only person who's done it or the only example. I've seen that a lot in online spaces where it's like, oh yeah, I talk about this person all the time, respond to them all the time, and shit talk them all the time, but also I'm going to pretend like I don't know this very fundamental thing about them that I would definitely know because it lets me get a dunk, you know? It's basically what DJ Mule did, but DJ Mule did it in a much more like blatant and like whole video and more dishonest way and obvious way, where he was like basically trying to pretend he didn't know like info about my life that is very provable that would debunk his narrative, right? Because it made him look good, you know? Reminds me a little bit of that. It's a common thing. Oh yeah, more people coming from Vaush. What's up? So many people coming in like in waves. Christ.
Did of course point out that he only did it because you know, the phantom of a leftist that exists in his mind whispered into it that you know, he would be triggered if he did go canvass in Georgia, which is true and really did happen. But that's legitimate praise to the actual act.
That happened.
You know,
I saw it.
Even if he's just sort of being blown by the by the wind of spite, you know, if it leads him in a good direction, I think that's admirable and should be celebrated. And I dislike Destiny directly, probably more than literally anyone else online, mostly because he's made such an effort to be a part of my life. It's a proximity thing. Yeah, then he said I should die. Yes.
Christ. God. We're in
for videos, even though she was kind of a bitch to me.
We're in a wild.
I praised Bad
wild
and
age.
Banana's old videos. He's insane.
Yeah, like for the record, by the way, Thought Slime, massive, enormous, colossal piece of shit, a bad human being for the behavior that they I don't know anymore actually, because I just haven't blocked for so long. I actually don't know like what pronouns they would go by anymore because I've been blocked for so long. But Thought Slime's a massive piece of shit regardless. However, guess what? Thought Slime's Minecraft video about like the way that Minecraft does economy, very good. Thought Slime's Psychedelics video, also very good. If those topics interest you, I recommend you check out Thought Slime's videos on them. I actually enjoyed them. You should be, if you are an honest actor, you should be able to compliment something about what you dislike in some way, right? Even if it is a negative thing that is done well, you should be able to compliment it. Because if you are so lost in hate for something, I feel like if you're just so lost in hate for something, you're clearly not arguing from a good place, right? If there's nothing but hate, right? But wait, Zan, what about pedophiles?
What about Hassan? I think Hassan and I are fine against each other.
Hassan and I are not fine. I will find
Do you think
him.
Destiny only did the canvassing thing out of...
And I will rob enough money from him to buy a submarine. Seriously, why is Hassan not bought one of those? Well, because he's afraid of water. Hassan should just donate $550,000 to me as like a vicarious fun haver for him, right? Like, see, Hassan, you have a lot of money, but you're also afraid of the ocean. So how about you give me $555,000 and I buy a mini submarine and I stream from it, and you can watch my streams and not have to be afraid of the ocean. But your money would be well spent because you get to see the content, right? And you could vicariously live the fun through me if you're afraid. You know, I think that's a fair trade. At Hassan, that trade, okay? I think he might be up for it.
Spite, as is often the case when I make statements like...
A fantastic investment.
Invisible leftist ghost inside of his mind. No, he probably had other...
Hey, plus if he ever got the balls to get in the submarine, he would be able to essentially buy and have the submarine without going through the drama of, you know, Hassan's submarine drama, you know? Because I'd get it. I'd be the proxy.
Reasons for doing it. I do think spite's a strong general motivator, you know? Can't really make a full assessment on any bit by bit. I'm sure he does some things that aren't spite-based. He brushes his teeth.
I'm afraid of heights, no Zeppelin.
I assume.
Okay, I don't know if we're gonna get any more relevant any more relevant memes. I think this is probably the end of it. No Twitter fighting. I'm not seeing any Twitter fighting. That's good news. Vaush isn't trending. That's a good sign. That is a good sign. Zan, I'm literally listening to this while playing BMS/Beatmania. Yeah, a lot of you like to watch my streams while playing games, and that's what I love. In fact, comment down below what you were doing while watching this. I'm really curious. It'll also let me know that you watched all the way to the end. That would actually be really dope. And in fact, if you want to support this video, segment, stream, whatever you want to call it, leave a like, subscribe, ring the bell icon, turn on all notifications so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video, because they won't do it otherwise. You can also follow my social medias, including my Twitter, which I think you can imagine it would be really handy to have more active Twitter followers right now. Kind of fighting the good fight with me. With that said, drop the support. I really do appreciate it. But regardless of how you support me, even if you donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website, or support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon, I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for watching, and have a good one.